This European cricket event is proudly brought to you by HCL Software, Rado, 1xBet and Victorinox. The European Cricket Series hit Madrid for the first time yesterday, and what an opening day it was. Probably one of the most memorable opening days that I can remember. Today we'll see Getafe, the fifth team in this tournament. 6 days of action, 5 teams, only one champion. Bienvenidos, I'm Mr. Maximo. This is the European Cricket Series Spain, Madrid, and it starts right now. Buenos dias, good morning to you wherever you're watching from around the world, and welcome to another huge day in European cricket. Day 2 right here in Madrid, the first time we've had a European cricket series here, of course. And yesterday, honestly, it was action-packed. I had to go back and take a moment when I got back to the hotel just to digest what I'd seen, and hopefully today can deliver just as well. Don't forget, we have 4 matches here, but we also have the second day of the T20 in Portugal, Norway, the women in the morning, the men in the afternoon, and yeah, that should be pretty interesting as well. But right here we will start with a double header between the Madrid Stars and Getafe. We did see the Stars yesterday, unfortunately weren't able to get a win in their first 2 matches against the Sonseca Sultans. Getafe, we do know them, but we haven't seen them this week just yet. I remember they did play in 2022. In fact, they made the group final in the series, domestic series, during the ECS 22 that we held on the weekend. So should be good to see them again. I do have some toss news. Madrid Stars have won the toss and elected to bat first. Kind of makes sense. So when they bowled first this time yesterday, it did not go well for them. In fact, they were in the record books for the wrong reasons. Just like snowball effect of extras, ended up with 58 extras in the first innings of the day. And that kind of was the difference between them and the Sultans in match 1. But they played a lot better in the second game, then the batting kind of fell away. So look, they just need to try and put it together. Do think they've got some good players in there, but this is a bit of a danger day for them. If they can't pick up a win this morning against Getafe, that's 0-4 and just looks like a long way back for them. For Getafe, really excited for them. They probably benefited from not playing the first day. They could have had a look, see how this pitch was playing. Obviously, It is pretty batting friendly. We saw the ball flying all over the place, but we also saw a couple of collapses. So if you can just kind of get those key players out, maybe then you can get a bit of a run on and make some inroads. Weather-wise, looks pretty good today. I think we've got more blue skies. We're expecting about 23 degrees, which sounds very, very nice. Beautiful spring day here in Madrid. Right now, it's about 11, so it's a little bit cool right now, but it'll warm up as the day goes on. The players were telling me with this artificial turf, did feel pretty hot there in the middle. Pretty hot up in the commentary corner as well, with Rico Full almost ready to get you there. Well, Rico, 24 hours later, this is where we are. Let's see if we get more of the same. Over to you as we get ready for match number 5 in this one. The Stars winning the toss. No surprises. They're going to have a bat.
Good morning, cricket lovers around the world, wherever you're tuning in from. Thank you very much to Vinny Sandy giving us the update of this match. Looking forward to it as well. The Madrid Stars are looking to bounce back after 2 losses yesterday to the Fonseca Sultans. Let's see how they fare against Getafe, who are their opponents today. Let's take a little look back at what happened yesterday first. As I said, that it was the Fonseca Sultans that were successful against Madrid Stars in both those matches. The first one, well, what a match this was. We'll be talking about this for many years to come. The Sultans 174 for 458 extras in that match, and the Madrid Stars finishing way behind by 44 runs. It all happened in that one, but 3 points it went to the Sultans. The Stars did pick up a point though, thanks to Shahib Khan. I think he's going to be one of their key players here today, as well as their captain Wahid Akhtar. So a big win for the Sultans in that first match, but what a start it was here to Madrid, in the capital of Spain. Madrid Stars then batted first in the match number 2. They got to 106 again. Their captain Wahid Akhtar 67 to 32, but really didn't get any support from any of the other batters, and the Fonseca Sultans knocked it off with 12 balls to go, and it was Kawakushid who put 66 on the board of just 25 deliveries. He was the player of the match in that one. So the Sultans were victorious on both occasions against the Madrid Stars, and that's why the Stars are looking to come back strong and do better here today. We'll talk a little bit about them a bit later. They've got a couple of new ins on their side. Then it was a turn of the 2 teams from Madrid on the Madrid derby. Madrid CC taking on Madrid United, and Madrid CC were victorious in the first, 149 to 143. What a match that was. And it was T10 Sharma who was in sensational form in the day. 70 he scored of 31 deliveries, and that was enough to get his team the win. 17 was required off the last over by Madrid United. They came close within 6 runs, but once again it was another sensational match. They would do it again in match number 4, the last of day 1. And this time Madrid United decided they would have a bat first, but it didn't really go to plan. That they put 100 on the board. They were bowled out also with 2 balls to go, and despite the efforts of Usman and Hassan, the 2 openers gave them a good start, but the rest of the batting just collapsed. And Madrid CC, thanks once again to the captain Daniel Walker, and also T10 Sharma, who had a good day. He was 44 not out, and he got the runs they required to not only get them the win, but the only team so far to take all the points from the match, 4 points, and that meant that they would finish top of the standings at the end of day 1. We'll get a chance to have a look at how the day finished, but it was a good finish for Madrid CC. They will have a rest here today, and we'll see them a little bit later on. In fact, they will be playing match number 7 and 8 against Fonseca Sultans. So that's going to be a good one. 2 teams that were undefeated yesterday going head to head. That's a look of the ground where we're located. That's the well-known M30 in the background. So you can see from there actually that one big hit could, we could cause a little bit of disruption in people getting in and out of the city, but looks absolutely wonderful. It really is beautiful, this Alipa Sports Centre, and that's the Alipa baseball ground. I'm Rico Fon, and it's great. He's made his way up here, up many steps as you're going to get up the stand, up to where we are, right in the corner. Vinny Sandu, buenos dias.
Yeah, buenos dias, and hello everyone. Yeah, just a little bit of an update. Just a couple of technical things means we won't be getting going for 5 minutes after the start time. So that's all right, gives us a bit more time to chat, and yeah, it was brilliant. It was brilliant yesterday, wasn't it? I suppose time will tell if today lives up to the billing. But yeah, some really good aerial shots of this ground. Hey, while we're looking at the ground, I do have some information about it. So,
tell me.
Yeah, it is located in the Alipa Sports, or La Alipa Sports Complex. It dates back to 1963. There are the standings, by the way. Madrid CC taking 7 out of 8 points yesterday. Sultans with 2 wins. Big day for the Stars, like I said, because they'll be hoping to pick up some wins here, and if they don't, then they're looking at potentially 0-4 and then having to claw their way back, especially with Madrid United. I'm sure they'll bounce back as well. They're a team that have had a fair bit of success before. Getafe, by the way, they actually beat Madrid United once when they played in ECN cricket in 2022 at Cartama Oval in that weekend series during ECC 22. Yeah, but maybe we take the standings away. We can have a look at this ground, because I do have some information about it, and I was reading up on it. So it was the first field built specifically for baseball in the whole of Madrid, and softball's also played there. So you see on the right-hand side and the left-hand side, actually, that's a softball diamond. So it's normally 2/3 of what a baseball diamond size is. And yeah, it's quite interesting. Spain probably started around the early 20th century. Baseball, a lot of immigrants from Cuba were very, very important in getting that going. Kind of reminds me of the immigration and the origins of cricket here in Spain as well in the modern times. So it was designed by the De La Hoya brothers, and the total area is 15,000 square metres. There's a drainage system of 2,000 metres of piping. Oh, we love that at Cartama Oval, actually. And you can see the outfield distance is 100 metres, 102 and 105. So that's the kind of left field, centre field, right field corner for those of you that do know baseball. But there's a grandstand as well. You can see the grandstand kind of down the bottom of the complex that seat 600 spectators. The roof is supported by masts and cables like ship rigging. And in 2020, it was renovated to host national and international competitions, which with new pavement and improved drainage. So yeah, the drainage here, if we do get any rain, hopefully we won't. It's going to be important. And I remember there was also an article on it that said that this was in a somewhat distant neighbourhood when it was first built. Yeah. That's in the early 60s. But future transport will bring it close to the city. Well, we're only 5 kilometres out of the city.
Well,
so
what you'll also see from that, and as that you can see as we're seeing the view, look at the background and look at the mountains. And I said yesterday, I did tell viewers that Madrid is actually one of the highest capitals in Europe.
Yeah,
we are
over
so
600
high up.
meters. Yeah.
And you can actually see, once you see the screen, look at the top of the mountains, you'll see some snow on there. And I was saying yesterday, when I flew in, that there was plenty of snow still on those mountains. So that's the thing about Madrid. Hey, I've got to tell you, Vinny, you're going to get excited today. I know we are not in Madrid at the Cartama Oval, and I know you have a favoured establishment there that you like to visit quite frequently.
Oh, yeah.
Well, you're going to have to find one here today, because today some people around the world will celebrate National Empanada Day.
Wow.
So
I can't believe that.
Yeah, so originally from Galicia, Spain, empanadas now exist in over 30 countries in some shape or form. The name comes from empanar, which means to bread in Spanish and Portuguese. So yeah, it is actually National Empanada Day. So
yeah, well, I'm going to have to message Don Mundo then and say,
you reckon
congratulations.
You reckon
Probably like having another birthday.
Send some over here? What do you reckon?
Yeah, I hope so. I know that the umpires players just getting ready to go on, but we can welcome you up here. And I'm going to christen this commentary corner where we are, because we're in the corner of the grandstand here. We've got nothing behind us, but he's standing here, Mr. Maximo Rico Full. I don't know whether we can get the camera from the tower to show us. I know Chris Tapps is over there. He's waiting for things to get going. But yeah, we've got a really good vantage point up here, looking down on the ground. Beautiful day, once again. And yeah, it's something pretty unique. Reminds me a little bit of Switzerland in a couple of ways. You've got the pitch, which is that artificial, I think it's a Knots wicket is what it's called. It's a temporary solution, obviously, but obviously, it's a solution that allows us to play some cricket.
It works,
but also the fact that we're sitting up in the grandstand, which we were at the St. Gallen ground as well. Let's have a look, I think, at the teams for this match, Madrid Stars versus Getafe. Now, there is a bit of familiarity in the Getafe lineup. I know Sofiqul Islam has played a fair bit. Irfan Hussain, we've seen him playing in internationals for Romania, so yeah, possible relocation there. Watch out for him. He's listed to bat number 4. And then Kamil Ahmed, I know I've seen a fair bit of him as well. Do you remember Tufil Shamim from those matches in 2022? They're led, though, by Abu Bakar. Madrid Stars, though, they've made 3 adjustments to yesterday's team, with Kashif Rana coming in, Kashif Aziz and Alamdar Hussain. Wahid Akhtar, you mentioned him, Rico. He's got an important role behind the stumps, but also captains the side well. Shoaib Khan at the top of the order also I thought was pretty impressive, and Yaqub was likely to open the bowling, and he's quite a fiery character, as we saw yesterday. And Getafe, I think, with some of those experienced players that they've got in their squad, are given slight favouritism. Also, don't forget the Stars didn't win a game yesterday, but I also noticed, a bit of an out for the Madrid Stars as well. You remember that yesterday morning they had some big hitting, so a couple of those players are out, but still think that they'll be pretty good. Yeah, Bilal Asifo noticed, who was batting reasonably high yesterday, not in the side, but they're almost ready to go. Again, apologies for the slight delay, but at least we got to learn a little bit more about where we are.
Yeah, we did, and it is, a beautiful place to be, and loving the surroundings around here, and so easy to get. That's one thing about Madrid. I know we say that a lot about the cities in Spain, but to get around is so easy, and I think maybe today, at the end of the day, might get on the metro and go into central Madrid, go to where the big Plaza Mayor is, and enjoy some nice time. Maybe get on the old tapas route as we're ready to go here. Umpire ECS and Payal Chilungia is out there, and let's hope that we have another outstanding day like we had yesterday. Welcome to everybody in the chat as well, and let's get ready to go. Okay, just some final little adjustments being made to the field. Shoaib Khan now, he had a bit of luck yesterday, but once he got going, he was useful. He did score a half century, and he's out there with his captain, Wahid Akhtar. I think these two are quite key, but they're up against Irfan Hussain, somebody that we do know. We've seen him on the network. He does play a fair bit of his cricket there in Romania. So to all the Romanians out there, Bună dimineața, I hope you're having a good day.
Okay.
Snowing there, you know.
Is it?
Yeah, a lot of snow. So I hope you're wrapped up warm and got your mugs of hot chocolate. All right, here's the first.
Day 2, here we go.
Played away, and it will just be a single.
Good toss to win for the Stars, though, I think, after they had card-carrying shocker in the first innings yesterday. Hey, I want to talk a little bit about Finnish baseball. It's kind of nickname for it, Paso Palo, which is the Finnish national sport. I don't think I've ever actually seen it, but actually I've seen it. I keep getting advertising for it because there's a fair bit of it. There's some exhibition matches in Spain soon.
All right.
Funny that, Adi, and you bring it up.
Down the ground, just a single.
Yeah, just 2 outfielders allowed the power play, don't forget. There's Mohamed Mehdi Tamim doing the fielding. Yeah, so yeah, I actually don't know too much about Finnish baseball, but I know that I like that he describes it as someone who's watched one baseball game, gone back to Finland, and described it from memory. But yeah, it's always any bat and ball sports are interested about each other. I know at cricket at school we played rounders as well.
Oh yeah, I remember rounders. Well, okay, could this be the first opportunity? Will it go to hand? No, just dropped short of the 2 fielders that are coming together to try and get there. So we're going to see a fair bit of that. I mentioned already Shoaib Khan, he likes to ride his luck, but I think if he can weather the earlier sort of 2-3 overs, then he should go on to a good score. I know Wahid Akhtar, these 2 both scored runs yesterday. We'll be hoping that he sticks around with him. The 2 of them can get to we feel a 120 plus score here. And again, just not quite timing the ball, getting back on ball, Wahid Akhtar, but not enough to find the boundary. At the moment, one of the players is doing a few press up just to warm up. Just the bottom of the screen. He's up now, ready to go.
Yeah, Hussain, I wonder how often he's bowled on this kind of a surface. I would say never, but let's see how it goes. Started pretty well. He's bowling with a bit of fizz.
That's well bowled. Good delivery. Oh no! I don't like this call.
See, I think remember, edge of the pitch is the wide line here because it's so narrow. So it looks wide, but it's actually not that wide.
Give the umpire that one. It's early in the morning umpire Jazz, don't worry, but I think that's a tough call. Look, you couldn't get 2 contrasting pitches though for someone like Irfan, because we know that Muara cricket ground, I mean, it is so wide. It's probably the widest pitch.
That's so true.
And this is the most narrowest, high up in the air, catching opportunity. Bowler wants it and will take it. And Irfan Hussain holds on to the catch, gets the wicket of Shoaib Khan. So no luck for Khan this morning. He gives one chance, it gets taken. The first wicket goes down. A very good corner bowl. Nothing compared to the one that we saw yesterday, of course, but it still counts. The wicket goes down, Khan goes for 2.
Yeah, well adjusted as well. It's got to be a bit awkward if you're trying to take a catch in that central area. Because you do have the slight ridges that's got to play on your mind. You know, this field's not completely flat. If you're tuning in yesterday, you'd know that. Shoaib Khan tries to get on with it, but has to get going for 2. And the score is 5 for 1. Helmet switch. Although the players are seated pretty close to the edge of the boundary here. It's probably only a matter of 10 metres between the rope and the dugouts. So it helps with the 60 seconds. Because I don't think you could always get away with a full helmet switch because you need to be ready to go. Otherwise, we see a 5-run penalty. We saw time penalties for slow bowling rates yesterday, of course. Stars incurred 10, mainly because they bowled 24. That's right, 24 extra balls. They bowled 14 overs in a T10.
Yeah, and
I think that has to be a record as well.
I think it is, yeah, without fail. And in fact, when you think about it, they did well only to give away 10 penalty points. It could have been worse. It really could have been. Right, some adjustments being made to the left-hander that comes in. And this is Hussain Al-Mudar, who we didn't see yesterday. And that could be gone, you know. Oh, that is close. I wonder if this just pitches outside the leg stick. But this is a close call, Vinny.
I think it's a very good decision. He's very quick to make up his mind, I will say that. But just have a look. The bounce, for me, is just to the left of the stumps. And actually, yeah, the reason I felt that as well, even if it hits him in front and would have gone on to hit stumps, there's definitely a bit of kind of left to right movement when the ball bounces.
Yeah. And
so it's excellent umpiring there. So, yeah, I think he's made up for it, actually, with that very good decision. And at the end of the first over, it's 5 for 1. That's a bit of a look at yesterday. We did get over 1,000 runs in the end, even with a bit of an early finish, because we saw Madrid CC chasing down in the last game of the day. We had exactly 1-4 and over. We had 66 maximos in the day. The wicket rate was a little bit low, probably 5.5 is a normal amount for that. But yeah, I suppose bowlers found it hard to get the breakthroughs. Although when we did see wickets, we often saw a lot of them tumble.
We saw them tumble pretty quickly, yeah, and I think the Madrid Stars, they did have those issues themselves, and that's the worry when the top 2 go. But that's going to be a boundary. It's the first, and Wahid Akhtar is going to have to do what he did yesterday in match number 2, where even though the Stars only got to a below par score of 106, he scored 67 of those runs, but he needs somebody to stay there with him. Will it be Hussain Al-Mudar, the left-hander, who, well, close call to still be there. But yeah, I think I'm with you. It's a good call in the end, just pitching slightly down the leg side. I don't know if you've seen at the moment, that one will just be a single, Vinny, on the social media. There's quite a few the worst umpiring decisions being shown. Have you seen some of those?
I always see it, yeah.
Have you seen some of those?
The old pre-DRS days. There's some real shockers.
There's
a reason. It's not necessarily indicative of the overall standard of that era, but the things that stick around. I mean, they don't have best umpiring decisions compilation. That's not getting a lot of clicks. But
yeah, but some of those, you're right. Some of those are absolute shockers.
So I think and you still see, at the high levels, look at some of the decisions that have to get overturned. And I think you have to cut the umpires some slack. Lumda.
Doesn't get it out the middle is an opportunity, and it'll be a easy catch taken there by Mubarak Hussain. No issues at all. Hatafe, they're on the charge here, and they're looking good, and they're on top. And Hussain Al-Mudar, who had a close call with an LBW with the very first ball he faced. Well, the second ball, he skies it in the air, doesn't get the middle of the bat, and it's an easy catch, and Sufiul Islam picks up a wicket as well. They're 10 for 2.
Yeah, nice catch. Yeah, catching's been a bit of a barometer of team's performance, hasn't it, in this series so far? So Lumda, unfortunately for him, he'll start the day with a 2-ball duck, and it's 10 for 2.
Yeah, pressure is on here, so Irfan Hussain and Sufiul Islam making impact straight away. So next batter comes out now. Shan Yaqub probably put a good all-round performance in yesterday. He was good with the ball. Needs to be good with the bat here, as well, Madrid Stars, who were searching for their first victory, lost both their matches yesterday, remember. We saw that in the recap of day one a few moments ago. They need to get something going here. Getafe, though, they're looking good at the moment. In comes Islam once again. It's a good delivery. And just punched down the ground for a single. Ashan believes he does get off the mark and hands the strike over now to his captain, who now really does have to stay here. If he gets out, you could see them really struggling to maybe even get to a score of 100 here.
Quick hello to everyone in the chat as well. Great to have you with us.
Oh, it's up in the air, keeper.
He
almost pulls off a great catch. Is that his glove on the floor?
No, look, I don't know what that is, but he actually overran it, and he almost bent his arm back behind his body. I thought this might hit him in the back of the head. He actually made ground too well here. Check this out, Tufail. This is like Gumby's kind of cricket. That was amazing.
He overruns it. You see he's watching it, he overruns it, and then in the last moment he's like leaning backwards, trying to get it in his glove. And
I thought that stuck for a second. That almost lodged in the webbing. Wow. I mean, I like that he made it his, but he was too fast for himself.
Pushes that out, will take a single.
Honestly, I saw it hit him in the glove, and it was so close to hitting that, the webbing between the thumb and the forefinger.
Yeah.
And I thought, if he's pouched that is an all-timer. End of the second over, it's 13 for 2. And one thing's for sure, these first innings of the day, they have been pretty exciting affairs so far.
They certainly have been 13 on the board, but there's 2 wickets down, and that was a big moment. I mean, you got to say, it probably ends up being quite a big chance, and if Shamim had held on to that, that would have been the end of Wahid Akhtar on 7. We had a look at this earlier, Madrid TC, and they're back in action this afternoon with 2 matches against the team that's a point behind them, the Sunseca Sultans. That's going to be an exciting conclusion to our day 2. And before that, though, of course, these 2 teams have a double-header. But at the moment, Getafe have made a very good, bright, promising start. They're going to make no changes here at the moment. There's Chowdhury. That's an OE. It hits the edge of the field. So no change in the fact that they're keeping the pace on, not wanting to make any changes just yet. You can understand it. So this is going to be a no ball plus 1 bye.
Good effort again by keeper. Went under him, didn't it? But yeah, Getafe, just looking at their side, I think they... Some of the players, again, that we might see for them this week. We may not see them this early in the tournament, but I think they're a real chance to go all the way. Not the greatest start, though, for Mohammad Chowdhury. Has to deliver a free hit now to Wahid Akhtar.
Goes for this pull shot, gets it in the gap. Good placement, I suppose, in the end. So Wahid Akhtar knows that he's got to be pretty aggressive here. And it doesn't quite, I think, get it where he was wanting to go, but it works out well for him. Gets it in the gap. Well, Mahmood Chowdhury has obviously borrowed somebody's shirt here.
You'll see a bit of that, though.
Ignore the name on the back. Yeah, well, Saeed
I mean, if you had to have a shirt per player for some of these clubs with work commitments and everything, you might need to order about 100 shirts. Might need to order the old 1 to 100 numbers.
Yeah, we said it all the time. When you're ordering those shirts, forget the name, just put the numbers on the back. That's good delivery, yeah, good for a bowl.
I know the point was made yesterday, and I was listening to Sarah Fu Ryland chatting with Tina in Portugal, and they made the point that I suppose in a T20, when you can bowl 4 overs, you have a chance to settle into your rhythm a little bit more, and that doesn't really happen in T10, because often you just bowl the 1 over, or maybe you might get 2 in a row if it goes well, but if your 1 doesn't go well, then you might not get a second. So Chowdhury seems to have settled reasonably quickly after the first one hit the edge of the pitch.
It's nicely played, but well fielded. I like that. Gets down, smothers it. Says, you get the 1, but that's all you're getting. And it's important. And those of you that were watching yesterday will know that if this ball gets past you, this outfield is lightning quick. So you've got to stop it. If you try and chase it, forget it. You're not going to win the battle.
That's one thing about this field compared to the other artificial fields we've seen, particularly Barcelona, which is the easiest comparison. Just seems a bit quicker. It's not quite as spongy underneath.
Shot. Ah, that's a shot of the day so far. And the crunch from the middle of that bat just sounded delightful as it echoes around this Olipa baseball ground. What a lovely shot that is. 6 runs, the first Maximo of the day. Shaba Shaba, Ginna Sona, Shaka Lagya.
Yeah, that was a really good strike right out of the middle from Yakub. Let's see if Madrid Stars can get someone to go on with it.
And, good cricket, well bowled, good comeback from the bowler, and also sensible there from Shan Yakub, who after smashing a big hit, just selected the next single. He looked good, didn't he, yesterday in pocket? He looked like he could play. He looks like a big, strong, powerful man, but just wrong selection yesterday on shots. Got him out, so he'll be looking to come back well here today, and he needs to. This is a big partnership for the Madrid Stars.
Last ball, the power play coming up from Chowdhury.
Loses his head a little bit there, Akhtar, and he's a little bit fortunate as well. It's a wild swing in hope. Misses out on it. The power play comes to an end. 2 wickets down with a score on 27.
Yeah, so Stars just need someone to try and turn a nice 20-odd into a 50, 60, 70. I think we mentioned yesterday that first game, which was one for the history books. If you took out the extras differential, then Stars actually would have won. They actually hit more runs off the bat than their opponents. So, okay, they did improve that a lot in the second game, and I knew they would to some degree. It just might have been one of those innings, a bit like when Katafa was already saw one ball hit the edge of the pitch, can snowball a bit. 10 of those extras were due to time, and the time penalty was basically because they bowled so many more balls as a result of the no balls and wides. But anyway, let's get into over number 4. Kamil Ahmed is going to bowl.
Yeah, and that one just kept played out. Was that a battle off all the threes? I'm pretty sure that not only does the batter there, you can see the non-striker have all the threes on his back, but the man with the ball here, Kamil Ahmed, also has the 3 threes on his back. Not often that you see that.
It's the Chris Gale factor. That's a very famous number.
It's a big swing once again from Wahid Akhtar. Hasn't quite got his timing and rhythm right. They're taking on the arm of the fielder, and they will get there.
Actually a pretty good throw considering that he was off balance and they decided to take the 2. A good throw still would probably gunned Akhtar down. But yeah, should have only been 1. Leaks a 2 and Akhtar gets back on strike. Yeah, so Chris Gale scored 333 in a test match. That's his highest score, and then he started wearing on his shirt just because he wanted to. I don't think he could do it for West Indies, but he did it. Yeah, he still does it actually in a lot of the T20 cricket when he can get out of his mansion. Funny story about his daughter. I think it's true that he called his daughter Blush, and that was after, let's just say, an incident in an interview where he, I won't say the context, but he uttered the words, "Don't blush, baby," which led to him being sanctioned.
Blush. That's not a bad name, Blush.
Yes, that's just, I think that it's true that he actually named his daughter that. I know it's just a rumour.
Right, up in the air, catching opportunity, and down it goes. Well, I think the fielder's going to be blushing here because he gets it completely wrong. That's Rasil Buyan, and Buyan gets there but drops it. Oh dear. It's straight in.
I love that
out.
I love the quick thinking, because no one tries to drop the ball, right? I love that he went to try and kick it back to himself. I don't know, that's great improvisation. Drops happen. When God created the world, he created catches and he created drops. And we're always going to see both. But I love that he at least tried to salvage it. So I kind of feel for him a bit there, Rasil Buyan. Yeah, I don't think Kamil Ahmed's too impressed though. That should have been a wicket.
Well, Ahmed should have had the other 3-3-3 sent back, and slower delivery, well bowled. And are they going to come for two? They are going to come for two. And you know what? I think they might get there as well.
Oh, boy.
Well, it's straight to the fielder who, in attacking the ball, that's Shantu Ifratul. He attacks it but misses it because he's purely looking at the batters, fails to pick the ball up, and the batters come back for a very good 2 runs.
I have now established that it was just a rumour that he spread that he called his daughter Blush.
Look what you started there.
That is not her name.
Oh, that one could have been nasty. It's another one that Wahid Akhtar has had a bit of a swing at and missed. It will be the end of the over. The over comes to an end. It's at 35 for 2, and at this point, I think we should find out what Vinny Sander got up to last night.
Yeah, I was going to say, just that was a final warning. Beware of fake news in the current media environment.
You're delivering the fake news.
Yeah, that is true. That is not fake news. Well, last night, actually, we stayed pretty close to where we're staying. I actually had a game of paddle last night with some of the crew. Credit to Ravi, who beat me 12-10 in what felt like that Wimbledon match where we went for about 17 hours. We play a different version of scoring where you only can score off your own serve. So if you're not, you know, if the points are alternating.
A bit like squash, right? Yeah.
That's how we play it, and it went forever. And poor Joe, who was sitting that one out, ended up sitting out for about 40 minutes.
He caught a cold, did he?
So last night I didn't make it into the city, but tonight I will for the first time. I'm pretty excited. So I think you'll have a better report tomorrow about what I get up to. Tonight I'm going to go.
So no food report.
Rooftop tapas. Yep. No, it's pretty boring last night, but that's because I've been saving myself for tonight. So stay tuned.
It's going to get through, and it will go for 4 runs. It's well played by Ashan Yaqub. Remember, he had a bit of luck. He didn't have any luck yesterday, did Yaqub? Let's see if he can make it count today.
That would have bounced off the pitch if you hadn't hit it. So actually, although there's a fielder down there, so just the supercomputer in my mind is saying it would have gone down to him off the edge of the pitch. Yeah. But it's a good shot, though. Got it on the full before it bounced.
Wasn't it a wonderful evening, though, yesterday? I mean, you just mentioned the rooftop of where we are. Yeah. More after this ball. That's up in the air. He's going to get lucky, you know, or is he? No, he's not. The fielder's done ever so well here. Quick and nimble on his feet. Gets back and, well, holds on to it. And that's going to be the end, unfortunately, of Ashan Yaqub. So, as I said, he did get lucky. Was he going to make the most of it? Well, after hitting a 4, he then gives an opportunity. That is a really good catch. I mean, we've seen catches go down, but that's wonderfully well held. He's going backwards, he's going over his head, but he holds on to it. Good catch.
Yeah, very good catch. Stayed facing the ball rather than turning and running. We saw the keeper try to turn. We had to turn and run with the flight. The difficulties that can pose where you kind of lose your visuals on the ball. The sun might have been a bit of a factor with that catch as well. So well done to Mahmoud Chowdhury, who holds on to that one. Mubarak Hussain with the wicket. Looking pretty good so far, Ketafet. Yes, it's the late sunset. I think the sun sets around 9:15 at the moment. Let's have a look. We have to finish. It's just a shame we have to finish so early because the baseball take the ground at 6.
Oh, that's a good delivery. A little bit of extra pace there being generated as it's Kashif Rana.
It's a 8:45 sunset. So the thing with Spain is that, and we've talked about this a few times, but it really should be on the UK time zone. It should be an hour behind where it is. But for political reasons, after World War II, they decided they wanted to be part of Europe. It's nice to see some countries still want to be a part of Europe.
Swinging and missing. Kashif Rana, he's quite lucky actually still be there. You just get the feeling if Mubarak Hussain gets a straight one in there, it could be curtains. For Rana, look, where we are, I think we're up on that rooftop. Beautiful. I'm loving the surrounding areas of where we're staying.
Very nice.
Beautiful gardens, nice places to sit. Absolutely beautiful. I mean, I was up, but while you were having that epic battle with Ravi, I was up in the gym, and what a great gym it is as well. It's lovely.
Brand new. Yes. Hope we can come back many times.
Almost plays it straight to the bowler and starts running. The bowler does well, picks it up, says, no, you ain't going anywhere, stay there. So the dots are joining up as well. That's what an over this so far. Started with 4 and then he's come back with a wicket. And 3 dot balls, so 4 dots on the spin. And can he finish it off well here? Pressure building on Kashif Rana.
Yeah, done a good holding job here, haven't they?
And that's what I was expecting to see. And there's a celebration as well from the bowler. Mubarak Hussain picks up a second wicket in the over. And what a delivery that is. Que lanza eso es, eh? Es rápido, es una bomba que rompe de madera. This is an absolute beauty. Perfect delivery. Boom. Chakadiphatte, he's a goner.
Yeah, you can see he just tried to hit across that, and he's excited about it. Why shouldn't he be? Mubarak Hussain with a big breakthrough, and stars. Well, they're shooting stars at the moment, aren't they? Because that's 39 for 4 at the end of 5. Let's welcome you into the comedy box. Vinny Sander here, Mr. Maximo, got Rico Full with me. We've got a little bit of a golden feel about us today. We know there is some golden ball history with some of these teams in Madrid as well. Though we haven't been here before, we have seen some of them before, including Getafe, who are on the park for the first time in this tournament today. But we did see them back in 2022. And also some of the players we have seen playing around Spain, and even Irfan, who is played in Romania. But yeah, beautiful day. Wouldn't want to be anywhere else. And it's a big week coming up with 6 days of action here before you head off to Italy.
That's right, to Bologna, you were saying yesterday, a new grounds. I'm looking forward to that. Always great, like we are here this week. Always nice to go to a country, but a different venue. You might see some new teams, some familiar faces, some new faces, and that's great. It also shows just how the game is growing and developing around Europe. So I'm loving the fact that we're going somewhere new. Slower delivery, gets played away, but once again, not able to find the gap and put it to the boundary. Wahid Akhtar really is struggling here. It's 19 of 14 deliveries.
Well, the funny thing in that game yesterday was, they scored 174 Sonseca Sultans, but they had an opener bat through the innings for less than a run a ball.
Yes.
Which is an outrageous statistic.
Yeah.
It's not like he didn't face that much. I think it was 26 off 27 in the end. Yeah, Sultans this morning will take on Madrid CC, battle of the two undefeated teams so far. So that'll be a really good battle in the afternoon session. By the way, weather-wise, April, I've done this a while now, April and maybe start of May, that is your Goldilocks zone for weather in European cricket, like today. 20 to 25, just beautiful. Not too hot, not too cold.
That one is lofted and just gets enough of it. It's a good hit from Kashif Aziz. That's going to be 6 runs. There haven't been too many Maximos in this innings, but he just gets enough. He really had to dig that out. It's actually a very good shot. It wasn't the worst of deliveries from Kamil Ahmed, but it's met well by Aziz.
Hey, good question from Daryl Mack. It's an early food chat. What do you have for breakfast? Well, this is one of the, because it's more apartments we're staying in. We don't get the breakfast like we normally do at the hotel. So you kind of need to organise yourself. I opted for 10 more minutes sleep. But I know that, Rico, you're pretty handy in the kitchen.
Yeah, not in the mornings though, as this is, oh no. Well, I tell you what, he's not pretty handy out there either, is the catcher. That is a dolly that's been put down there by Abu Bakr.
Yeah, that's captain as well, so not exactly a great look. But hey, like I said, when God created catches, he created drops as well. And he's just kind of backing off at the old Snappy Tom style there.
It's a little bit of movement away there from Ahmed. That's well bowled. Now, this morning, I have to admit, when it comes to breakfast, I'm quite happy with just, I open the fridge, put my hand in the tub of blueberries, and put a handful of blueberries in my mouth and wash it down with one of those yogurty, natural yogurty drinks. That's nice. Me done. Yeah, that's me done.
I like it that you don't pre-mix them. You put the blueberries,
just
like your own smoothie in your mouth.
Uh-oh. He does well. At least he keeps his eye on the ball. Does lose his footing, but makes the stop as Akhtar gets another one to his name. His struggles continue. He's been scratching around trying to get things going here. The umpires say it's over. They sort of agree with each other eventually, and they do call it. So the score 49 at the end of 6 overs.
So I'm going to put that in the chat. That's the random question for you. What's your ideal breakfast? What's your regular breakfast? But what's your kind of dream breakfast?
What's your dream?
My dream breakfast, which luckily I can live my dreams here in Europe. There's plenty of places, including kind of brunch with that. My favourite actually is fried chicken and waffles two things that you would never think would go together. Fried chicken and waffles with this kind of maple syrup kind of thing.
Okay.
And a bit of bacon on it as well.
Okay,
That's
in
a
there.
good one. There's also another one in Melbourne. My favourite place in breakfast in Australia is called the Godmother. And it's like a brioche, like a bacon and egg burger with chili sauce. Nice. So my ideal breakfast is both of those. And I don't mind shouting out Archie's all day in Fitzroy if you're ever in Melbourne. I haven't been there for 2 or 3 years, but when I get down.
Fried chicken.
Sometimes I consider flying 3.5 or 4 hours across country just for that breakfast. If I wake up in a certain mood, problem is by the time I get there, it'll be dinner time.
That is fried chicken.
Fried chicken and waffles. Try it. Don't knock it until you tried it.
Bacon.
I never thought I would have liked it.
Chips this over and it'll just take a single. There's Mubarak Hussain who bowled a brilliant first over.
There's a great place in Prague that does it as well. You know that I'm based in Prague now, so yeah. And the good thing about I try and find places that'll do breakfast all day as well, because I never know when I want my breakfast. Maybe 2 o'clock in the afternoon. Let us know in the chat. Let's get interactive. Hussain is dialed in, as has been noted.
It's going to get away from the field as well. I suppose in the end, the fielder doing the sweep in there probably should have. And guess who? Yeah, who's having a bit of a mare is Abu Bakr. And as you said, he is the captain. And how does he miss that one?
Tried to move himself out of harm's way. And as normally happens, when you start moving around, the ball follows you. Actually, he overruns that one, doesn't he?
Needed that boundary deductor. Maybe that gets him going. 25 of 18, so he just gets past the sort of run a ball area here now. Can the captain finish with a flurry here? Let them get them close. Maybe get to the 90s, could they? That's a good-looking shot. And well, there's no way that man's catching that. I can tell you what. He's after the dolly, if you caught this one, I tell you what. Forget about eating breakfast. I would have eaten my hat.
I'm wondering if he's going. Yeah, now here comes the switch. Yeah, Abu's had enough. He just decided no. Coming in. He's back in the circle.
There he is. Well,
so I tried it. Wasn't for me. Although I don't think he could have done anything about the last one. That was well over the boundary.
Talking about breakfast, well, Abu Bakr certainly hasn't had. That's going to be. That's a good save. That's a good save. I mean, that was the way that was going. I thought that gets past him. It's going to be a boundary, but he does it superbly well here. That's a really good stop. Gets a hand to it. Nicely done. A bit of rock and roll fielding there from Islam.
The breakfasts are coming in already. So Adian says he doesn't have a regular breakfast, but his favourite is Eggs Benedict. I bet that has a few votes. I know a lot of people love the Eggs Benedict. That's normally on the menu. And Bob says smoked salmon and scrambled eggs on toast is a favourite for me.
Fair enough,
That's a pretty good one.
Smoked salmon, yeah. Just going to be punched down the ground for a single. So, for me, look, it's got to be. They're not always available because it takes some preparation, and also it's nice when somebody makes them for you. I mean, aloo paratha, come on, you can't go wrong.
I'll tell you my favourite Asian breakfast actually as well, because I do have one. But first, we'll just remind you that we have cricket 2 ways today, because we also have T20I action starting in around about an hour, I think, from the Santarém Cricket Ground, where they're still chugging along there. And it will be a women's T20 in the morning, a men's T20 in the afternoon. They are official ICC T20 internationals. Portugal women won their first ever T20 yesterday. And in the afternoon, Norway got the better of the hosts. So the two teams that have been winning the games kept winning the games.
Winning, yeah.
And it made me think something, actually, as Irfan comes back for his second over, big swing and a miss. I wonder how many teams in the kind of 2019 plus era have won their first T20I. Okay, except for where both teams are playing their first. But Portugal women winning their first T20I, most teams when they come in, obviously they're huge underdogs. They're obviously playing well, like more established teams. So that's got to be a rarity.
I love the blend of the team. I know that we were listening to the commentary yesterday and the discussions there, but you know, the different age sort of groups, different backgrounds, experiences, but coming together and being united as a team like that. That's an amazing story.
Their captain really spoke well about what it meant. She was pretty candid, saying, look, I have played for England, but my last game for England was 22 years ago.
Yeah.
And actually, only 6 weeks ago this was even discussed. So she said, I'm not really in the kind of shape I was when I was playing.
That's a lovely shot. That's what's been missing from Wahid Akhtar. Just, you know, he's been trying to muscle and butcher the ball to the boundary with. Sometimes you just got to play with a little finesse and a bit of class.
Excellent
lovely shot.
Yeah, Akhtar has been a bit of a steadying hand, hasn't he, at the top of the order, the captain. Yeah, so she spoke very, very candidly about, and she said it's probably the most rewarding cricket she's ever played.
Yeah,
is what she said. And she meant it. You could really hear. There's an amazing group of women coming together with a common goal and to say that they've really delivered. And also she had very kind things to say about the Norwegian team as well, who are probably don't have that kind of experience in their team, so they're going to have to create their own experience. And they, one thing we'll say about the Norway side is there's a lot of contributors. And so, yeah, it was a really quite a moving interview, actually, that Tina did. A couple of balls to go for Irfan Hussain.
It's going to bounce. Well, watch the bounce, yes.
Well fielded.
That's very well watched, because you knew that was going to go onto that baseball mound there. It could have gone and done anything. Could have popped up, could have skidded, could have gone left or right, but he watches it and makes a stop. That's good work done there by Ahmed. Hello to Lewis Clark.
Yeah, hi, Lewis.
And saying hi to us. Hello, Lewis. Hope you're well.
Yeah, he said he's on sick leave watching cricket, but yeah, maybe he's just sick of working. So that's fine, Lewis. You are certainly. We won't say it out loud. Don't worry.
He's going to feel better soon after watching the cricket here. That's for sure. That's been hit hard, and that's a great stop. Oh, outstanding! He's been superb, hasn't he? Mubarak Hussain.
Mubarak's just had an absolute heater here, hasn't he? I think that's. Oh no, it's no ball for foot. No ball front foot. There you go. It was as well. It's a good spot from the umpire. So it's going to be, despite the good stop. Getafe certainly haven't been perfect this morning. They've done a good holding job. Got a free hit coming up. Hey, it gives us a chance though. Just the final breakfast that came in. 3 croissants for breakfast every morning for Tim Harmer.
In the air, looking to put away the free hit, and it will go all the way. Manos, arriba, Pitro, eso es 6 carreras, and the suspense is coming to an end. Vinny Sandhu, what is your favourite Indian breakfast?
Yeah, so that's right. So 78 for 4 after 8. So I know that when I go visit my Punjabi family who live in Malaysia, but I know that my auntie always makes me, she calls it, doesn't sound breakfasty, but it's basically like fried chicken with a certain gravy. Okay. And that's amazing. And then the Punjabi tea.
Masala chai.
Masala chai. That is amazing. So I do really like that as well when I get down there to visit some of my family in Malaysia. But
Aloo paronthas, dahi de naal, swere masala chai de naal. Nothing beats that. But I got to say, a breakfast that I really like, and it's after you've had pizza, you've ordered pizza the night before. There's always leftover pizza. Pizza omelets.
Cold? Oh, omelets.
Pizza omelet. Right. Pizza omelet is the best thing.
Can't bother warming it up. Like,
no.
Give it to me.
I mean, pizza the next day, it's like a lot of things the next day sort of, gone. Well, he's done and dusted. Chakli Hutte, lovely delivery. Comes back into the attack, Sir Islam, and knocks the timber over. Well, that's him done. He's had his breakfast. Wahid Akhtar, his battle is over, and it's been a big battle for the captain. 38 of 24 deliveries, and he goes with the Madrid Stars struggling. 78 now for 5. And the thing is now, who's going to come out there and get them to a score that they're going to look to try and defend? Good bowling, right on the money. But yeah, I mean, the next day you get the pizza out. Basically, it's like you're making an omelette, and once you put the eggs in the pan, just dunk the pizzas in there as well.
That's such a great
idea. It's amazing.
I feel like even I could do that.
Yeah, it's amazing, I'm telling you.
So end of Wahid. He did the heavy lifting in this innings. Hasn't had a lot of help. I suppose Kashif Aziz is still there on 17 not out, but Akhtar, the captain, goes for 38. Here is Taswa Azam. Just quickly, I noticed that Shaka Kolchinova from the Czech national team was in the chat this morning as well. I know that the Czech national team have some matches early May, I think against Cyprus, that we will be covering on ECN. And Shaka is actually at school, so I can't say, I don't know what the policies are in Czechia about that. But right now, we're going to see a 6. First ball from Taswa Azam. Very good flick. Islam just got a little bit too into the pads, didn't he? And that one disappeared very quickly.
Oh, I'm liking this. I mean, that's a lovely pickup. All right, it does stray down the leg side. If he left it would have been a wide. He said, why have one when I can have 6? Boom, shaka lagya. That's what I arm. First ball goes for 6. He's hit that pretty well as well, but it should and will be stopped. There's been a few issues at that part of the field, but Irfan Hussain has taken control of that area and makes the stop.
So Shaka, it's hard to believe because it feels like she's been around forever on ECN, at least a couple of years. But she's still only 15. She said she's excited for that series because it's almost her birthday. Her birthday's May 5, so she'll turn 16. I hope you get a few wins for your birthday, Shaka.
Oh.
I love that they were appealing because they thought they was bounced onto the stumps, but it bounced onto his foot. But it always went onto the stumps. You know, Shaka actually commentated with me. Remember she had that issue in the ECCW where she broke her thumb fielding on the boundary?
Yes.
Hopefully that's recovered, Shaka. And I know a lot of it has been happening at the domestic level in Czechia as well, which is really good.
Well, that is out this time. It's a good delivery, good comeback. It's the right place to be. So Kashif Aziz, he's going to make his departure. He goes for 17 of 11. Well bowled, and Safiqul Islam now has picked up his 3rd wicket, 3 for 15 with a ball to go in his spell.
Bowl straight, let the rest take care of itself. This one's dug into the pitch. You see how short that has to be top of the stumps length here. So yeah, in the end, Kashif Aziz will go for 17, and it's 85 for 6, 7 balls still to go.
Yes.
Hello to SkyQuest watching from the USA as well.
Hello.
I love that we've got viewers from all around the world. Hello to Bob as well, and anyone I might have missed. Chat moves pretty quickly. We're about to have the period of the day that now we've worked this out, where the sun is on the screen, so I can't really read the chat. So I'll try and get my hellos out quickly. But you know who you are. We love you. We're happy that you're here sharing this experience with us. Last ball of the night. Can he get 4?
But he will finish with very good figures, and Mubarak, he's been very impressive. I'm looking forward to seeing what he offers if he gets a chance to get out there with the bat as well. But 3 for 16, well bowled to Safiqul Islam. You can see that the bowling department from Hatefe, I have to say, it looks very impressive. And if they had a little bit, you know, it's worthwhile mentioning, if they had a bit more support from some of the fielders, we've seen some catches go down.
That's true.
This innings could have been over by now.
Yeah, hasn't. Yeah, the drops haven't really cost them.
No.
Because no one's really gone crazy. I mean, Wahid Akhtar, 38 of 24, which is, yeah, it's a decent innings. But if you kind of extrapolate that strike rate, probably look at something in the 90s. And Aziz, who just went 17 off 11, so similar kind of strike rate. No one's kind of got that 200 plus strike rate. That's why, and there haven't been a lot of extras. Only 6 extras so far. So when you have batters that are at best going 150, 160, and you only have single-digit extras, that's how you keep the team to under 100. And that's what it's looking like at the moment.
Chaudhary looking to see if he can pick up a wicket himself here. And yes, he can, because he does the same as what bowlers before him have done. Just gone full and straight. It's that Yorker length delivery. And Abu Sufyan swings and misses. Another one goes down. 7 down now. And the Madrid Stars are 86 for 7 with 4 balls left in their innings.
Yeah, they've been dead eyes, haven't they, with the ball? Kept it pretty simple. I think a few teams need to have a good look at what Getafe are doing here. Just asking the right questions, and for the most part, the Stars haven't had the answers. So that will be the end of Sufyan for 1, and the score is 86 for 7, and we'll see Zishan Ali coming out to bat at number 9.
Let's see how Zishan goes. He's taking his time to get out there, mind you. As he said, they haven't got a long way to go. I must admit, I do like this setup when we can see all the teams, you know, all the batters from both teams. We can see where the fielders are.
Well, it's more like a substitution in basketball than a change of batter, isn't it? It feels like it.
We've got a lovely vantage point where we are. Oh, well, what's this call?
It's at the very Q end of the bat.
Yeah, there's an appeal from the bowler, but I think
it's hit the bat.
Hits the bottom of the bat.
Have a look.
Let's see. Here we go.
It's a pretty weird one. It just deflects away from the keeper.
Yeah, there you go. Appeal from.
Don't think anyone expected that. It's an optimistic appeal.
Joe's here. Maybe he's made some masala tea for us. Let's have a look.
He's made me a coffee.
He's got a coffee.
He's a good guy, Joe Foster. One of the best umpires on the network, if not the best, after bringing me that coffee.
Oh dear, Vinny.
Well, he saw something. He had great eyes. He saw me looking like I needed a coffee, and he brought it. That's the kind of fourth umpire work that makes Joe one of the best fourth umpires in world cricket, not just European cricket. If there was a fifth umpire to support the fourth umpire, he'd be good at that too. 2 to come then, 88.
Gets hold of this pretty well, and that will go all the way. Bolle, Zishan Ali. Well, that's a very important hit, and if he can do it again, well, that takes him into the 90s. Puts 94 on the ball, one more big hit, and they could at least put 100 on the ball.
One of the best shots of the innings from the number 9 coming out, if you don't mind. Yeah, I thought that might be in the sonic boom area. I still don't know what causes that. There's a big metal fence near the microphone. But anyway, if you can do it again, they get 100. Here we go, last ball.
Well, he tries. He's not going to get a 6, but he will get a boundary 4 or 6 and 4. Well, he was hungry for some more, was Zishan Ali, but he ain't going to get no more, because that is the end of the innings. And Madrid Stars, well, they've had to work hard. It's been a hard, drafted, gutsy kind of innings, and they will finish on 98 at the end of their 10 overs, 98 for 7. Getafe, a very good, polished bowling performance from them. It has to be said.
Well, it's more than they might have had, but it's less than they wanted, if that makes sense. Looked like they might be stuck around the 90 zone, but those last couple of shots did give them a bit more of a shot here. But really, Getafe, they came on and they had a pretty simple plan, which was to bowl pretty straight and hold their catches. Sometimes they did, sometimes they didn't. Early on, this was Irfan Hussain, who we have seen in Romania, who is making a bit of a difference first up. And yeah, Akhtar thought he played a pretty good innings, opening up 38. He scored, but he didn't have his partner sticking around too long. He lost Shoaib Khan for 2. He lost Alumda for a 2-ball duck. Yaqub was good for a couple. That was the kind of physics-defying attempt, the Gumby attempt, I called it, from the keeper, Shamim. And yeah, a few went down. The ball was following the captain, but really, I think that Getafe, they're pretty happy. They're chasing double digits for victory.
Yeah, that actually was a very good catch taken there by Chowdhury. In fact, Chowdhury, like a few of the players for Getafe, actually had a good match. But Abu Bakr, yeah, we know that he didn't have the best, but despite the catches that did go down, it didn't cost them really, you would feel, in the end. They're still restricted their opponents, Madrid Stars, to a score under 100. And you're right, Wahid Akhtar, it was a real gutsy sort of innings from him. 38, and he finishes off 24 deliveries, a 6 and a 4 in there for him. But right there at the end, Kashif Aziz, that's 17 from him. And then Zishan Ali hitting that the 6 and the 4 right there at the end. Maybe it gives them a little bit of hope. Look, we did say, though, we do know, we did see yesterday, that we will see some big scores here. 174 was, and so far is the highest. We also know that there's going to be some low scores defended as well. Maybe this could be it. But one thing we know, I know you're all thinking it, and it's got to be said, Madrid Stars did have their issues yesterday with the ball, particularly with the number of extras that they gave. So let's see if they're better here today after the 2 matches they played yesterday. That's the scorecard. But Vinny, Wahid Akhtar led the way, really.
Yeah, he did. And I suppose we kind of talked about this a lot. Zishan Ali, they hit the ball well there. Probably means next game you've got to get him up the order, get the players in while they're hot. The best kind of strike rates there around about the 150. And even 200, if the whole team goes 200, that's 120. And then you throw in 10 extras, 130. Still not necessarily a huge score. But yeah, they just need to find a way to get more boundaries. But I suppose you got to give credit to the bowling side, because they didn't bowl too many hit-me balls, did they? And actually zeroed in the stumps. Looking at Safiqul Islam, 3 for 16 off his 2 overs, 2 wickets for Mubarak Hussain, who looked dialed in. Singles for Irfan, the Romanian, and Mahmoud Chowdhury with 1 for 25. And even Camille didn't take a wicket, only went at 9 and over. We'll take a break, and we'll be back very, very shortly with the chase. It'll be 99 for Getafe to get off to a winning start. Vinny Sandu here, Mr. Maximo, with Rico Full. Sit tight, we'll be back soon. Live from Madrid, you're watching the European Cricket Series. This European cricket event is proudly brought to you by HCL Software, Rado, 1xBet and Victorinox.
Welcome back, cricket lovers, as we get ready to go. We are in Madrid, which is one of the world's most famous holiday destinations, boasting a dynamic European culture and historical landmarks that makes it unique. The name Madrid comes from the Arabic word Maghrib, which means place of many streams. Well, I can tell you what, it's streaming runs where we are at the moment here at the Alipa Baseball Stadium at this magnificent Alipa Sports Centre. It's quite stunning, and it's another wonderful day in Madrid as well, as the sun is now caressing and blessing this beautiful ground. Not a cloud in the sky, very similar to yesterday. It starts very chilly. It's pretty cold as you are quite high up, and Madrid is one of the most elevated capitals in the world, so it does start very chilly. Temperatures only around about 5 or 6 degrees in the morning, and it will get cold later tonight. It is still at that time of year where there's still a fair bit of cold, frosty weather around at this part of Spain, but once the sun is out, then it certainly, the temperatures will go up. We'll get once again to about 23 degrees today. We'll take that when you consider that some parts of Europe are under snow. Here's the first in the reply. That man with all the threes on his back will start, but that's beautifully clipped away. One bounce, 4 runs. Oh, what a lovely start that is. No messing around here from Getafe, and that's a perfect start from Irfan Hussain. We think that this man is going to make a big difference to this Getafe side, and plays his cricket in Romania. And I bet he's happy to be here, isn't he? The sun is shining. It's about 15 degrees right now out there in the middle, and back in Romania it's snowing and -5 or something like that. Plays that out, no run this time. A good comeback delivery there from Shan Yaqub. Yaqub was probably one of the more reliable bowlers yesterday. He didn't struggle too much with his line, and was a little bit unlucky not to be more successful with the ball in terms of wickets. So well bowled and well played as well. Sensible cricket, not just swinging wild. Irfan, after a boundary, blocks one out and then takes a single and hands a strike over to his opening partner. So the first time we're going to see Kamil Ahmed, see how he deals with Shan Yaqub wickets, and a fair number of them early on is what Madrid Stars are looking for here. Oh, that's no, he gets this one completely wrong. Disappointing really for the bowler. You get a new batter on strike, you want to attack him and get a good delivery, but he gets this one wrong, so free hit to come. We're going to see a fair bit of that, and you feel, especially when teams play the first matches, just to get used to how narrow this pitch is. In comes Yaqub again, free hit then. And that's hit very well. It's an outstanding catch, but he's not out. He's celebrating. And now the message comes to, I mean, that's a great catch. It really is. I mean, Zishan Ali, go Zishan, go. I mean, he's taken an absolute stinger here. I mean, what a catch. This is outstanding. Look, gets down, he holds on to it somehow. Look, it's there. And he said, Shaba, Shaba. And then they said, oh, get it in. It's a free hit. Oh, Vinny Sandu joins me at a classic moment of Vinny. Now it's down to ground. This one will be out, and he's put it down.
It's not caught, because it would have counted.
Yeah, that one would have counted.
I wouldn't mind going back to the one before. Do you see how he actually caught that?
Yeah.
He caught it in his arms and then caught it between his legs.
Oh, dear.
I thought it was a bit cleaner first up. This one is easier for Abu Sufyan, and that gets dropped. Well, Abu Bakr had problems in the first innings. It hasn't been a good time for the Abus.
No, it certainly hasn't.
Oh, well, trying to make inroads here, last ball, the over.
And it's a slightly slow delivery. It will be a dot to finish. So Yaqub, there's a little bit of everything in that over from him. But yeah, what I got to say is an outstanding catch taken
Such
by
a good
Zeeland.
catch.
Because,
He knew, though, that it wasn't going to count because he got up and threw it in. I think it might have been a second or could have been a second or two where he did it, but then he realised.
He did realise eventually. But yeah, when we say catch, he sort of caught it in his midriff, but he did well even to get there. It was absolutely crunched.
Save 3 runs.
Yeah, but that drop there for Ifa, I mean, that's a naughty one. So catch was put down there by Abu Sufyan. 13 matches since a golden ball, and
it's time.
It's time.
You're not a real ECN venue until you've hosted a GB.
Yeah. Hey, you got to update me. That's 3 in Portugal, right?
Yeah.
So where does that put them?
You want to know
in terms of, because Cartama was numero uno, right?
Still numero uno because we actually got 3.
Malta was
here we go
second.
So currently Cartama Oval 11 golden balls. Massa in Malta 10. So that's the biggest kind of ECS venue.
Yeah.
Montjuic with 7 in Barcelona. Santarém with 6.
Okay.
And there's a bit of a drop to Ipsonis in Cyprus with 4. Won't be going there again. That should be out. This time it will be taken. So, yeah, another catching opportunity. This time it's Yakub. Well, they couldn't take one off him. So he says, look, boys, this is how to do it. Does well. Slides in. So Qatar lose their first wicket. And a bit of a window of opportunity here. It's 8 for 1.
Yeah, well, Irfan Hussain, he got a light, didn't he, when he was dropped on 5. And he wouldn't go on to make the most of it, as that's a really good catch. I like the way that he gets down, and I think it's the old sort of Kate Winslet Titanic pose.
Yeah, I like it.
As he takes the catch and he goes down, but catch gets hand. That's what they've got to do. Madrid Stars know they're going to win this match. They've got to take wickets regularly, and they've got to first of all win the power play and try to keep their opponents Getafe maybe under 30 in the first 3.
Well, good start. You don't want to shoot yourself in the foot like yesterday. New batter comes to the crease. Sofiqul Islam, pretty experienced in this format. I had a question from Daryl Mack. He said he's been watching for 2 years and he still can't work out how do we come up with the win percentages. It's a very good question, Daryl. He said, I'd just like to know because I'm a bit of a math geek. So I can totally understand that. I'm a bit of a closet math geek myself. Maybe it's not so much of a surprise. Anyway, Chima gets a wicket first ball, comes in. So I know that the win percentage on your screen, or we like to refer to it as a supercomputer. Supercomputer is backed by our official data partners. And I still don't understand exactly how they come up with it. But I know that it's a whole bunch of factors and variables that are fed in, and they spit out a percentage. So things like how these teams have gone before, how the individual players in the teams have gone before, even though they've been playing for other teams or other countries. How, that's a bit of a tight one. Oh, got a feeling that might have been out if it had hit. Yeah, so also out of all the thousands of games we've had, and not just our cricket, but other cricket around the world, but obviously we've done the most T10 cricket of anyone, it would have been out by a step if that had hit. So in games in this exact situation, who would win from here? And that's all kind of fed in, the conditions, the weather probably, every factor you could probably imagine is fed in. And it's remarkably accurate, and it updates in seconds. Normally it's about 15 seconds behind live. So you'll see, like for 6s hit or a wicket's taken, you'll see the percentages change. You probably can check that on your screen. 15 seconds later it'll click in. But it is quite amazing, isn't it?
Does it take into account what they had for breakfast?
Maybe. But yeah,
I'm still thinking about breakfast.
It's super smart.
It's nicely played. That's a super smart shot as well, as Chima strays onto the pads and just clipped away. Nice shot from Safiul Islam. Now he's already picked up 3 wickets, remember, in the match, so he's already a pretty key player for Getafe, we know that. Chima, better from him so far. I know he strays with that one, but big improvement from Chima. Yesterday he was struggling the left armour, big tall left arm, an experienced player, struggling to get the ball in the right areas. It was down the leg side too much and it was spraying it all over the place, but it's more controlled from him so far today.
80-20, says the supercomputer here.
Oh, that's unlucky. Could have gone anywhere. It's a bit of an inside
It's the
edge.
same supercomputer, I should say, that spits out the expected score in the first innings. So in the first innings, it will say, yeah, I predict basically that it'll be this many runs. And of course, that's the thing with statistics, it's only a prediction, but it gives you a really good idea. So all the math geeks out there, I don't know if I helped you any with that explanation, because I don't really understand, but I know it's quite exhaustive.
Well bowled, Eucalypt delivery, and well played as well. Sensible, needing to go just a smidgen over 10 and over. So if you run those singles hard and pick up a boundary every over, you should get there. No issues. End of that over. 2 overs now completed. The score 16 for 1.
Yeah, we can have a sneak peek at the table. Still very early days, but we had both the mini-series yesterday be 2-0 to one side, with the Sultans getting off to a swinging start. 2 wins over the Stars. And in the afternoon, we saw Madrid CC in the derby. The traditional derby, although I suppose we have another Madrid derby now. We've got the Stars involved in the competition. But Madrid CC took 7 points out of 8, so they're at the top of the table. I tell you what amazes me the most about the supercomputer, though, because all of what I said already I understand. But when we have 2 teams of different backgrounds, so for example, the English club team coming to the ECL, they've never played T10 before, and they're running into, let's say, a very good domestic team, but from, say, Cyprus, for example. That's a good example. Northern CC versus Al Fatah. Let's say they haven't played any games yet, the ECL. If it was just kind of a 1980s computer, it would think all cricket's equal. So, okay, this team's won 20 games and lost 3 versus a team that's, won 10, lost 10 in a harder competition. Because if you play cricket, there's different levels. But it still seems to be able to make a pretty accurate calculation. For example, the Portugal women's team.
Yeah.
The Portugal women's team that's having to make predictions on teams never even played before. And but it seems to do it.
Yeah.
That is a mystery to me.
Oh, that's a ball and a half. What a jaffer that is. It just goes to show that even on this pitch, if you bend your back, you'll get some reward. And that's a good ball there from Yakub.
A very good ball. Got that one to rear up, didn't he? Not many bowlers can get that kind of life out of this pitch. I'll be happy to see off Yakub here. He's a bit of a danger man this morning.
He's going to get unlucky, and that's unfortunate. The batter has a good swing at this, does Islam, and hay suerte, poquito de suerte ahí. It's not a bad delivery. It's a miscue, bit of a rash shot. I think it was a swing and hope for the best. And he gets a little bit of luck, gets the edge, and that goes away. Are you a feng shui person?
I mean, I know of it. I can't say I'm a big follower.
It is a big thing, and I think a lot of people will be talking about it today because it is International Feng Shui Day. I must admit, I do follow some of the things. That's a lovely shot. That's a beautiful pickup. It's a slower delivery, but he sees it and picks it. Watch this. Ah, that's delightful.
Yeah,
absolutely delightful.
Lovely little drop kick there.
Yeah, Feng Shui Awareness Day, celebrated today, is traditional ancient Chinese practice that uses energy to harmonize people's environment and improving their wealth, life, happiness, and family.
You can't have your front door and your back door in line.
Yeah,
that's the one I remember. Because then all the good luck comes in the front door, goes out the back door.
Yeah, and it's all about.
Are there any others?
Yeah, the other one, a very good one, is the old toilet seat. Have the toilet seat down, because otherwise it's all your money just being washed away. That's a good one. A lot of people don't do that. So always put the toilet seat down. So toilet seat's one. What's another good one? Yeah, sharp objects. Don't have sharp objects facing where you are. And if you do, put a wind chime up or something.
Good advice anyway. I think that'll be the end of the power play. Yakub does everything he can, but he can't take a wicket. Good spell though, none for 19 for him, and at the end of 3, the score is 27 for 1. Hey, one thing I love is the amount of effort that people go to put on a European cricket series, and I got to say, huge shout out for everyone that's helped with this pitch, because I know every day having to relay the pitch is a huge undertaking. So see, occasionally we'll need a bit of an adjustment. And the thing is, because I was actually asking, the Barcelona pitch that we've had the last couple of years, and what would be the prospect of doing it here? But the issue here, they're not allowed to nail it in to the surface the way they do in Barcelona.
Yeah.
So that means that's not possible. So yeah, you do what you have to do to have European cricket take place, and we're very thankful to be here. It does have a bit of a Barcelona vibe, doesn't it, with the baseball field, the artificial turf, even the grandstand.
This is very, I mean, you'll remember it well because you were there with me when Barcelona started. This is the same sort of concept that they had there. Now, within time, of course, there'll be a relationship built between the cricketers and the baseball section. And eventually, I think baseball, because don't forget, as the baseballers get used to the sport of cricket and how it's played and its environment, they will then maybe allow what we've seen at the Montjuic baseball ground, sort of a more, not a permanent, but a better pitch that can be screwed down into the ground, so it's not going to move around.
I still think it's early
so it will
here.
happen. It is very
It's good
early.
to have a relationship, but for example, they didn't understand with the cricket estate why the baseball bases had to come out. They said, well, don't use the bases in cricket, and because I heard cricket and baseball are kind of the same.
Yeah.
So
it will happen, but the beauty of it is, and this is what that I admire, as the batter just drops the bat on this and takes a single, is that the way that European cricketers come together and they find ways to play, and that's the amazing thing. The sport has to be played. They want to play the sport, and they understand that, especially in a lot of places in Europe, and Spain's a good example of it. You haven't got the space and the grounds available. So I love the way that sometimes playing in the middle of two football pitches, a baseball pitch, it's find a way to play and grow the game, and you've got to admire the people that are involved in doing that. So well done to everybody here in Madrid, the likes of John Howden, who's at the ground here. John Woodward, of course, we'll see him later. I think Woody might even be playing later today. It'd be nice to see him in the middle. But and Lewis Clark, who I know has been in the chat. Lewis has done some wonderful things out here, getting cricket played, and especially with the juniors. I know that probably about, I think it may even be 10 years ago, that Lewis bought some juniors over from Madrid to La Manga, and we had it wasn't to La Manga, beg your pardon, it was at the Cartama Oval before Cartama was the Field of Dreams. But it didn't start just with the European Cricket Network. It started with that event getting a T20 series there. That's a lovely shot, beautiful pickup. That's been muscled to the boundary. So Islam just finding his touch now and starting to get his team into a good position. Madrid Stars, though, will keep battling. They just get a wicket, keep taking those wickets. But yeah, it's we got the juniors there at the Carter, and they came together. Lewis brought them along. I know that we had juniors come along from Barcelona there, so it was a fantastic event. And it's nice to see some of those juniors play now. We saw Milan playing yesterday, and he gets a little. I thought he got a little nudge there. He sort of had to make a little movement there, a sideways step to take the catch, but he holds on to it. Well done to the captain. It is Wahid Akhtar who's behind the stump. So that, look, they get another wicket. That's a good wicket to get, because after that big six, and with Islam getting into the 20s, he was looking dangerous with 2 6s and 2 4s, but he will fall for 23. So another wicket. That's all they can do. Just keep picking up these wickets.
Yeah, the fielder was hovering there. Did look like gave him a little nudge, but I don't think he actually did. I think he was probably just trying to get out of the way, but you never know. It's probably smart, because he stays behind the keeper, so the keeper doesn't know he's there, so he shouldn't be that distracted. And in case the keeper, say, knocks it up in the air, maybe he can take it on the rebound, I suppose. But anyway, that will be a pretty handy wicket. Afghul Islam had smacked 23, but he has to go, and the score is 36 for 2. Nice catch by the captain, Wahid Akhtar.
Very good catch. So yeah, it's great to see. It's great to see cricket being played, and it's great to see some of those youngsters also are once again playing here. And like I said, Milan, he was playing yesterday, Milan Bernardos, and it was nice speaking to his mum. I saw his mum remembers, when they travelled up to Cartama and played that junior tournament. And it's good to see that that Spain are continuing to do that as well.
Yeah, definitely.
Off the pitch. And it goes back to...
It's an edger.
Yeah. Back to his mark.
Got to get off the rubber, get on the road. So if until just a dream start. So I think it's so harsh. He has to take a dot ball for that. See? Because it's a no ball, not a wide, even though it's too wide from the hit.
This is Sandeep Jaiswal. And it's a complete miscue. And couldn't pick this up afterwards. But he bowled very well yesterday. I'm glad to see that he's getting a chance to turn his arm over a lot earlier. And it's good over from him. So they needed something. They needed that wicket. They go to him and he delivers. So well bowled. Just goes for the 10. 1 for 10 from him in that over. And with 4 overs complete, Hetafe, they're being made to work. The rate is staying at around the 10. 37 for 2.
You can see they're more or less around the rate. A little bit behind, but not a huge amount behind. I suppose, yeah, Stars have to keep making these breakthroughs, don't they? Maybe they could defend double digits. We rarely see it anymore, do we, in ECN cricket, seeing double digits get defended. Start of a new over.
And it's not a good delivery down the leg side from the bowler. Just falls away there, doesn't he? This is now Rehan Khalid. Gets the ball.
Yeah, again, extras. That was an extreme one yesterday, first game. But yeah, you don't really want to be giving double-digit extras when you're only defending this many. Haven't been too bad so far. A handful.
This is Khalid bowling, isn't it? I don't think this is Chima. That's a lovely shot. 1 bounce, 4 runs. Cuatro carreras, beautifully struck by Kamil Ahmed. Gets his foot in the right spot, just puts a foot forward and follows through. Nice clean hit. So that's going to be just 1 bounce, 4 runs. Cuatro más. And Chima back to his mark. Yeah, it's Chima. Chima bowling his second. And now he goes for the short one. Scuffs up in the air. Should be taken. Will be taken. And Chima gambles on the short delivery to Kamil Ahmed. And Ahmed doesn't get it out in the middle. Offers a chance and it gets taken. So once again, Hetafe, every time it looks like they're going to push on and sort of ease the victory, they make a mistake, lose a wicket, and it's back to the drawing board.
Another piece of the puzzle, isn't it? So yeah, I don't think you have too much success with the short ball here, but that was just a miss hit, bit of a top edge, and it ballooned out to deep square leg. So yeah, that's the end of Kamil Ahmed for 10 and 42 for 3.
Yeah, well, runnable 10 for Ahmed. So the top 3 all back in the shed. This is going to be a good test also, and it'd be good for us to see just how Hetafe go here and just how much depth they've got in their batting, because with the top 3 all back, there's a chance now to see how the number 4 and 5 go. Of course, Shanto Ifratul is out there, hasn't scored yet. He's faced 2 balls and he's been joined by Tufial Shamim, who of course was behind the stumps. Shamim gets ready to face his first. And no ball called. Foot fault, just over stretching Chima. Probably waiting to check with the umpire just what it was, and the umpire. There's the umpire. Let's see if we can see it here.
Yeah, nothing behind the line.
Yeah,
it's maybe on at best.
It's a good early call from the umpire.
Too many of those this week so far.
Shamim gets off the mark, and that means that well, Shanto Ifratul has a good opportunity to do the same. He's got a free hit, the license to go the full Monty, and it's up in the air. Well, catch it, whether he does or not doesn't really matter, but he should try and stop it, and it's bounced away from him, and they're going to get a couple. Yeah, this is one where I think if you're experienced enough, what you're doing is saying, right, I don't want to catch this, I'm going to let it bounce, take it on the bounce, and then I'm ready to throw the ball in quick and fast if the batters do want to take the second. But in the end, they do get the 2. Chima goes back to his mark. Wants another wicket. Another wicket here could certainly make things interesting.
Yeah, for sure. Had 2 wickets to the score now. Think about that. 46 for 5. Almost was. It's dug out. Oh, he's taken off and didn't wait to see where his partner was. The throw was to nobody in particular. Well, have a look at this. I mean, I suppose behind the wicket, you need to know who's in charge of the call. It's not a striker, rightly or wrongly. He didn't want to run. He never looks at his partner. He looks at the ball. Luckily, he does look at his partner. When he does, he realises it's time to turn around. But a good throw there. Even a throw to the keeper running towards
I think so, yeah.
Might have been a run out.
That might have been the one to go to, actually, to the keeper, who just then whips the bail off. Matt 2 for 17. It's a nice straight bat, a little bit over pitch, not quite the Yorker. He's quite happy just to push that forward for the tool. So this is I can see Madrid Stars getting back into this contest, you know, having knocked over the top three. Both Shante Vlatul and Tafiul Shamin haven't really yet got going. Matt, can he finish the spell with a 3-for? And he'll have to bowl that one again. He gets the batter reaching. It's a wide ball called there by the umpire. ECS. Nice to see ECS here in Madrid. We've seen ECS. And of course, umpire Navid, who we'll see a bit later. We've seen them in Barcelona. Another baseball ground there, the Olympic ground.
I mean, these grounds are great for cricket because, especially if there is rain, you talked about earlier the drainage system here. How much effort's been put into that.
Does he get this one in? Yeah, sneaks that in. Well done, well bowled.
It's easy with the umpire because if it bounces on the pitch, you know it's good. This one does bounce inside. So that'll take us to the end of the over, and well, we've got a game on our hands here. Getafe 48 for 3, still ahead, but only just. Let's have a look at some of our upcoming events. Of course, we still have today and tomorrow in Portugal, wrapping up the T20 irons there, men's and women's. The women's will start in around about 20 minutes' time. We're here until Saturday, but on Sunday, Rico will start things off in Bologna, and I know that Tina will be over there with you for most of that. Then Danny Hudicek will be with you for France. I think Tina's back with you for Malta, so I've actually got the next 3 off, but I might pipe in from the studio from time to time. And then, I suppose the exciting news is we have this ECSN, the night series from Belgium. First time, that'll be another new location, and that starts on the 28th of April with Phil G there. So, yeah, we're really excited. I mean, obviously we love doing as much as we do, and we want to keep doing plenty. But it's great to see, you know, Tina and Phil forming a really nice partnership there in Portugal. Great to have Danny back soon. Obviously, Corey will be here later in the week. So we even get a bit of Rhino on the tour this year. I think he'll be doing maybe one of the Sweden ones and Finland. Of course, his partner is from Finland. So yeah, it's a nice opportunity to get the Rhino on it. And maybe a couple more as well. We'll see as the season goes. But I suppose as the calendar keeps growing, we've gone from 17 matches to 1,700 per year. And yeah, we'll keep finding new talent and hopefully enjoy our offerings.
Sandeep Jai as well. One thing I like about Sandeep, I think more than perhaps all the other bowlers, he's got very good variations, and most of that is with his pace. He adjusts his pace very well, and that's something that he did from the word go yesterday, and that's what made him stand out. And you can see him getting the ball a little bit earlier this time around as well. Well bowled again, big wild swing.
Fallen behind for the first time. Yeah. Remember the Stars coming off 2 losses yesterday. It feels like a must-win game for them.
It just as boundaries have dried up, and so though these two have been nudging away at the singles, it's been very much tiki-taka. They need a couple of boundaries here. Didn't really know too much about that on. Once again,
it's not one there. He's just he's in 2 minds here, whether how much he should be attacking. The rate required's now crept up, probably around 2 a ball. Well, will be soon, the way things are going.
Yeah, just looking at this field as well, it's the field that we saw the Stars use yesterday. It's kind of Southern Cross, but with the straight fielder in. He was in the circle, but he does go back now. So it's the proper Southern Cross field here. So they're basically saying, pitch it straight, let him hit straight. Oh, that's not straight. And that's a no ball. So
it's a good take actually by the keeper. Had a lot of work to do there, Wahid Akhtar.
Could this be the one? Is this the one that's going to get them back again on track? Getafe just falling behind, need a boundary here.
I remember one game in Barcelona with this kind of pitch where it became almost like a day 5 test match. Ripoll Warriors were batting, I think, and then you can see there's already a few undulations.
Not out, no ball with a free hit. So I tell you what, in my days that would have been a big fine for the bowler. Come and get your wallet out.
2 wickets off free hits in this innings now. We had that catch earlier.
That's right, yeah, the catch earlier. It's a great catch
opportunity,
as
though.
well.
Yeah. Shamim 1 off 7. But like I say, that 1 off 7 looks even worse. The ball before goes as a dot to him, so we'll forgive him for that. But where's this resurgence going to come from? The last ball of the 6th, Jaiswal.
Oh, Gundy. No ball again. That's too high. And
another wicket off the free hit.
No. And they are taking the second on, and they will get there. So once again, it's the same fielder who made the same error before. You know, it's a free hit. Let it bounce. Just don't let them get the second. So they will get the second. It's going to be another free hit, another opportunity to put the free hit away. Now we're going to see another wicket off the free hit. Let's wait and see. Well, Sandeep Jaiswal lets himself down a little bit with that one.
Would have been a wicket off no ball, I guess. Not a wicket off free hit technically, but yeah, freebie to finish the over.
And it's going all the way. They needed that one. That keeps them alive as it smashes into the boundary fence. Big 6. And just like that, they get eventually the 10 they needed off the over. 11 come from it. And just the finish. That over went single, dot, 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 no ball. Dot, no ball, 3, and then 6 at the end, and that hurts them. So Hetafe, they're keeping that rate at around 10 required, but they're struggling to do it.
That's a cracking hit. That's probably the best offside 6 we've seen. That's it. It's almost gone over the metal fence in our direction. First one had me a bit worried that we might be in physical danger. Anyway, it's the end of the 6 over, 59 for 3. Pretty important strike. Probably takes it back to around about 50-50. 10 and over required from here. What does the supercomputer say, though?
Takes the single off that one. So once again, you can see what these two singles and rotating the strike not an issue is the boundary. They're still looking for that one boundary and over.
They've made some good adjustments, the Stars. Have bowled nearly as many extras as yesterday, obviously. Not even close to that. They've just had a bit of tempo to their cricket as well. He's still doing his shoelace up here. Well, it's going to be hard to run. Wow, I don't think I've seen that before.
He was still, well, not only was he doing his shoelace, he had his gloves on the floor and everything.
Umpire didn't hold up the game. He didn't really notice.
Look at this.
And then realises, oh, okay, we're going, are we? Probably lucky that wasn't going further. It's not ideal. This is good, though, from Shamim. Well, sometimes you get lucky, sometimes you don't. And Cuatro Carreras, once again, I think this game's right in the Goldilocks zone. Who knows, Rico, maybe we're looking at golden ball potential here.
Well, we both have got a hint of gold on our clothing, and maybe that's a good sign. But that's a good sign also for Hetafe. Shamim, fortune favours the brave, they say, and he gets the boundary that they're looking for. So that should help them at least make it even Stevens in this over. That's that dot ball.
Got a good question here from Deborah Hall asking about the umpires. How are they hired? Do they have managers or agents? Are they attached to the cricket ground? Do they send in a CV? Well, I can tell you, Deborah, that in domestic cricket that you see around Europe, they are domestic umpires that get used.
Oh, a bit of bat on this, I think.
It made a very paddy sound. I think it might have flicked the top of his pad. Or maybe I'm crazy. Maybe he flicked his glove.
Definitely was a noise, wasn't it?
Yeah, it was definitely something. Just, it might have been glove. Just, it was a thud. Look. Yeah, maybe he just...
I think it's top of the bat.
Yeah, top of the bat or the index finger, but he seems all right. Get a couple. Nice ball the over.
Now that's gone, says the umpire. And it was full, it was straight. And the umpire's now hesitating. The batter's not too happy with the decision, but he's going to have to go. And what? They needed this one, didn't they? Madrid Stars, they win the over. Let's have a look at this.
He looks out to me so far across. He's right on the crease.
Yeah,
that's
gone.
Not missing. It's probably hitting leg stump. I don't think it's missing leg stump. And I don't think you have too many complaints there when you get that far across. So 65 for 4 after 7. It's a very good over for the Stars. Remember, they needed 10 and over at the start of that over. That one only goes for 6 and it finishes with a wicket. Stars versus Getafe in match 6 coming up, and this game should start in 25 minutes. Getafe won the toss and elected to bowl this time. So Madrid Stars will get the chance to bat first again. Bilal Asif does come back in for Madrid Stars. Getafe will... they'll be hoping to win this one and win the next one, obviously. Stay tuned for that. And don't forget 10 minutes for the T20. We'll get underway in Portugal as well. Here's over 8.
Oh, great running. Excellent running. I'm liking that. The non-striker who's just come out there, which is Mohammed Tamim, says, nah, there's a run there. I'm coming. Just get going. You can see the striker here. Watch this. The striker saying, hey, stay there. No, stay there. He said, no, get going.
He didn't have a choice.
Get going.
Again, it's non-striker's call.
Yeah.
So, in the end, he gets the thumbs up. It's also a big vote of confidence for Mehdi. He feels, I'm just here, but I feel confident I can do the job.
Another appeal, but this time the umpire probably feels there might have been a bit of battle in this.
It's missing leg stump anyway. But Deborah had a great question about the umpires. So if you see marquee events at the Cardham Oval, then ECN picks those umpires and they are kind of paid. They're kind of part of our crew that stay with us. Obviously, they're travelling. We fly them from different places. They're for the marquee events at the Cardham Oval. Oh, great fielding. Have to get up, though. Excellent work.
Excellent stop.
Tasman arm, I think they're in at cover. But for ECS events and ECIs around Europe, in other locations, we use local umpires. Now, where do they come from? So many different places, but they do umpire domestically in this country. So even though we've got some people from the Madrid area, that's gone. And Tamim, he's going to have to go. He swung all around this full toss. So that's another wicket, and really got to say, Stars are now well on top after that. Mehdi Tamim just misses a full bunger, doesn't he? And that'll be 69 for 5.
Yeah, what an improvement, it has to be said, from Madrid Stars and their bowling. I mean, yesterday they had a bit of a nightmare, didn't they? But how they've come back, and now, I think they're sort of in control, maybe favourites, because that rate has now gone up to 12, so it's going up steadily, and Hetafe just not getting going, not getting not getting the boundaries that they need. And I was saying that they needed probably about 1 boundary and over, and keep those singers ticking. Now it probably goes to 2 required, and this is Ole Rahman who comes out.
Yeah, he's one of the players we have seen in 2022. 30 or 15 required. Wants a run
he's
here.
Gone here, surely. You can't believe it. How'd you miss from there, Kashiv? I mean, I don't even think he had to throw it. He could have lunged himself at it.
I'll say this, the pitch is thin, but the stumps aren't any thinner. But you'd be forgiven for thinking otherwise.
Oh,
Shamim does get the strike back somehow.
Well, another chance maybe, and this time, maybe he should have just let that go. He had people backing up. So
yeah, true.
Tiki-taka, but they need more than tiki-taka.
Once they hurt you too much this stage in the field. Hey, so yeah, domestic umpires are used, but of course we have our ECN tournament referee that kind of guides them and mentors them essentially. And obviously the umpires have various levels of experience.
That's a good shot. That's a really good shot as Rahman gets this one away. 4 runs. They do get a boundary at the end of the over, and that means that 10 come off that one. This is going to the wire, Vinny.
Yeah, well, that's just the steadier, isn't it? That's right off the bat of the new batter, Ole Rahman. So 75 for 5 after 8, 24 required off the last 12. Could be a thriller here. So, yeah, basically the idea is that we want to improve the standard of umpiring around Europe as well, even for games when we're not here. So, yeah, very, very excited that we have an enthusiastic bunch of umpires in every location, really. Turns the run down here.
Yeah, I think you've got to take those. I mean, Shamim is probably feeling he's the set batter, but he scored 16 or 15. He's not exactly motoring, and Rahman has hit a boundary. They've only lost 5 wickets, and they'll be hoping that somebody can just get a couple of boundaries going to make the difference. That's going to be a wide, so that helps. It's 1 less to get. It makes, I suppose, makes up for the ball before where they didn't get anything off it. But it's getting nervy out there. You can, both teams are feeling the pressure. The lunges at this one will just be a single, should just be, and will be, just easily roll back to the bowler. What a match we got on here. Okay, Rahman. Hello, Rahman. Can he get going again? Can he get another one out of the middle? He can, is going, but the fielder's got his eyes on it. And Chima, brilliant from Chima. Absolutely sensational. Great save. That could be the difference between winning and losing. अरे वाह, आ देख लो कितनी अच्छी फील्डिंग कितनी अपने चीमा ने. That was going for 6. He comes across, saves the boundary. Important save. Just get the 1 as well. 5 runs saved. Real battle on here between these two teams. Another single. So looking and searching for the boundaries. 20 required of 8 deliveries. Sufyan with the ball. The big swing, wants a wide, he's begging, he's pleading, and the umpire says, behave yourself. You got a bat in your hand and you got to use it.
That's not even a close call, really. It's definitely in. Sufyan, last ball of the 9th.
That's hit well, and he will get the boundary. So right at the end, I mean, if you have a look at the way this innings has gone, more often than not, they've managed to muscle a boundary at the end of the innings, so at the end of the over, beg your pardon. So with that boundary, there's 8 coming off that one. It takes us to the last, 16 required. Who's got the tingle, people? Who got the tingle?
Yeah, well, 16 to win. 15 would be a golden ball. Golden ball 76. Could be our first one here at La Ilipa.
Well, could it be? Could it be? Let's see who's tasked with bowling the last over. There we go. You can see the back of him there. So big over coming up here. Massive. What a match. The excitement has been absolutely thrilling. And these two teams will do it again. So here we go. Gets bat and ball. Got to really push hard. And that's the other thing. Push hard. Got to put the pressure on, as this is the bowler. They've got to apply the pressure. As this is last over, went for 10, remember. Sufyan, that over from him was good. Right, 15 required. In the air.
Oh, huge.
Big moment. And dropped it. Got to come back for 2 in the wheel. Oh, well.
They knew straight away, the batters, we are running. we are not watching, we are running. Because if he does drop it, by definition, that's a misfield, and you will get a second run.
That's Zisan Ali who took that humdinger of a catch on the no ball, by the way.
Yeah. Well, he didn't catch it in his hands on the no ball. But anyway, free hit, we should say. 13 to 4 required.
Oh, they got to run. And what's he done? Oh, well. I mean, you got to know what the game plan is. The non-striker knew exactly what he was doing, and Shamim, he's there. But unfortunately, Rahman, well, he's caught napping in the crease, and he's going to have to walk back. No run.
Yeah.
Dot ball.
I think it would have been run out anyway, if I'm completely honest. The keeper is very smart. Just gets it moving towards the bowler. So, look, I suppose Shamim's been there longer, but he hasn't scored as quickly as Oli Rahman. But I think if you swing and a miss, I think I'd always rather have the other batter on strike the next ball. I don't know. New batter on strike sends Mubarak Hussain. I need a boundary here.
We're not going to get a boundary, and I don't think you're going to get a.
I'd love to see him at least running that first one hard, though, just in case.
2 Maximos.
You can force a misfield. Yeah, golden balls looks tough. Stars 0-2 yesterday, hoping to pick up their first win of this European Cricket Series. And Starfet, so impressive the first half of the game. Kind of bottled this chase.
And that's going to be, well, what they're doing here. They're having a conversation, having a tea party here. And eventually the bowler will pick up the ball and take the bail off. That's going to be out. But, I mean,
it's not good cricket.
It's not good cricket at all.
I know they've lost anyway. He knows it probably. But, I mean, Mubarak, you got it. You never know what might happen. There might be an extra or something. Just, it's behind him. And he's like, what are you running for? He's like, well, because there's a run there anyway. It wasn't just a crazy run. And in the end, Shamim's going to have to go. He'll run out for 20 off 20. And double digits have been defended here in Madrid. And we saw a pretty high scoring start yesterday for many reasons. But we always felt that the par was a little bit lower. Maybe you said 105, I said kind of 115, 120. But anyway, you got to hand it to the Stars. What a difference 24 hours can make.
What a turnaround. What a turnaround. If you think of a bowling performance yesterday at this time and today. And that will be it. I mean, whether this goes to the boundary or not makes no difference. Fielder comes across and will make the save. And the batters will they come back for two?
Absolutely.
And eventually they will. So two it will be. And Getafe, after looking in control for most of this contest, will end up losing the match. And it might be fair to say that perhaps those drop catches in the end do catch up with them.
Yeah. I mean, we still thought they got away with it the first innings, but I think really they lost it with the bat. I still think they did the job with the ball in Getafe. But look, it shapes for an interesting showdown in the second match, which will start in about 15 minutes' time. I suppose the thing is as well, it'll be the same order of innings. So, yeah, well, Madrid Stars, they'll be 1 and 2 once we check the standings. Bilal Sif comes in for them. Getafe play an unchanged 11. And, yeah, looking forward to that. Getafe winning the toss and sending in the Stars. And really, two teams that didn't really have a player on either side that dominated the bowling and was able to turn a cameo into something more. And just a reminder, if you don't want to watch some cricket in the meantime, you can flick over to our other stream where Portugal and Norway are playing in the T20 IW that's just getting underway now. Let's go and have a look at these highlights. A bit of a missed opportunity for Getafe to get their campaign off to a winning start.
Yeah, Getafe, they'll be very disappointed actually, because I think with the ball, especially the bowlers, they were spot on. But with the bat, I mean, they had their issues. There was 10 scored there from Ahmed, 23 from Safiul Islam. He looked good, and you just had the feeling that when they took his wicket, that Madrid Stars felt that they could possibly in with a shout here. Safiul Islam, 20 of 20, didn't really help his team's cause. I think when you think about it, it probably would have been better off just getting out of the way and let somebody else go out there and have a hit. But fair play to the Madrid Stars, where they didn't play like the Stars yesterday at all. They had all sorts of issues. Remember, they are a team that gave away 58 extras yesterday and allowed the opposition, the Sultans, to score 174. But they've had a team talk, they've rallied round, they've come back strong here today, and they get their win. So well done to them. Getafe, they're going to have to settle for just a point. But it was just much better from them. You see there, they're just concentrating on getting the ball full and straight. They were applying the pressure. They were better in the field as well. There were no loose errors in the field. They weren't giving runs away freely and nilly like they were yesterday. So well done to Madrid Stars. Getafe, though, they know that for most of this match, they were in the driving seat, and they'll be looking to put this one behind them and come back stronger in the next match. These two will do it again, but it is, first blood, if you like, to Madrid Stars. Have a look here at the simple run out there right towards the end. So well done to the Stars. That will really give them a lot of boost. Chima, I've got to say, he was much better. Now, also going to point out the winning margin in the air there by about 9 runs. Don't forget Chima's stop when he stops the ball going for 6 and saves 5 runs. So all of those very important. So congratulations. And also, it's probably worth pointing out, even someone like Zishan Ali, he did take that catch off the no ball. I mean, if he didn't get there, that would have been 4 runs as well. So just 2 bits of good fielding alone mean that the Madrid Stars end up being victorious in this one. With the bat, really, nobody got going. But with the ball, look at that. Nobody really gets taken to the cleans. And what a good, solid performance. And it's worthwhile mentioning number of extras, only the 10, 5 no balls and 5 wides. No buys or leg buys at all. So very good, solid performance. Well done to the Madrid Stars. So we leave you with that match summary. Remember, we'll be back in just over 10 minutes time for the rematch as Getafe hope to try and get a victory under their belt and level this little mini-series between them and the Madrid Stars. I'm Rico Full. Alongside me is Mr. Maximo Vinny Sandu, and we'll be back in just over 10 minutes time for the second helping of the Stars taking on Getafe. Hasta pronto, mi familia.
This European cricket event is proudly brought to you by HCL Software, Rado, 1xBet and Victorinox. Hello and welcome back. One match into our 4-match program today. And don't forget, we also have cricket coming to you from Portugal, but it's time for the rematch now between the Madrid Stars, who are taking on Getafe. I know that Tyrone Peters has the coin and the two captains. Let's see who wins the coin toss.
Madrid Stars to call. Head is the call. Tails.
Yes, I would bowling first.
They would like to bowl first.
Getafe won the toss then and have elected to bowl a little bit like this morning. It does make sense to me. I think they bowled really well. They had a simple plan, I think, just to bowl reasonably full and straight. I think when you bang the ball in on this surface, it doesn't give you a lot. So Getafe, look, they're looking good so far, but we saw in the last game, you know, drama's never too far away. It's a long tournament. It's their first day. For the Stars, well, this seems like a game that they really do need to pick up if they going to stay competitive in this tournament as well. So let's get ready for the first ball with Rico for the news from the toss in match number 6. Is Getafe have won the toss. They're bowling first. Over to you in the commentary corner.
Thank you very much to Vinny Sandu, Mr. Maximo, looking dashing out there in the Spanish sunshine here in the capital in Madrid as we get set for the second helping of this contest between Getafe and Madrid Stars. And Madrid Stars, they lost the toss. In fact, let me get this right. They won the toss in the first match and elected to bat first. This time around, they've lost the toss, but still get to do what they want to do. So they'll be happy with that. They'll bat first again. Getafe, well, they're deciding to stick to chasing. It didn't go so well for them in the first match, and they'll be disappointed that after doing so much good work and restricting Madrid Stars to 98, they weren't able to get the win. Let's see if they're going to be better this time round. But with the bowling, I have to say that in terms of bowling performances, in the very first match, they did extremely well. And they let themselves down a little bit with their catching. And I think Abu Bakar was certainly guilty of that, the captain. And let's see if he can be better this time round with his fielding. And certainly he was very happy with the way that his bowlers performed. They all bowled well, and they'll be looking to do the same here again. But of course, they know, and it's probably the same for both these teams actually. I think this is where these teams are very similar. The top three are pretty key in the batting, and there's no doubt that Shoaib Khan and their captain, Wahid Akhtar, is going to be key for Madrid Stars. Akhtar not going out to open this time. It looks like Taswar Azam is listed to support Shoaib Khan. There's the two openers. We are ready to go. Welcome back to everybody. And hope you enjoyed a little short break. Bilal Asif also comes into the side for the Madrid Stars, and we feel that that will probably strengthen them a little bit as well. I did say that it is International Feng Shui Day today as well. As that one's been hit straight to the fielder, and we've seen a royal duck. Yes, we have. And that's the way things can change. I mentioned already that Shoaib Khan, he was very fortunate yesterday when he was giving chances and they weren't taking them. Today is not the same, as that one's been smashed. The catch is taken and he's on his way. Well, maybe Shoaib Khan needs to do a little bit of Feng Shui in his own house to give him a little bit of more luck. International Feng Shui Awareness Day celebrated today. This is a tradition of ancient Chinese practice that uses energy to harmonize people, their environment, by ways of improving their wealth, happiness, life, and family, and maybe give them a little bit of extra luck. So, well, go back home, Shoaib Khan, and apply some of those Feng Shui traits, and maybe that gives you a little bit of luck. So, Royal Duck is a little bit of the old to start things off. Well, Wahid Akhtar probably didn't want to open, but he might as well have done because he's out there. The very next ball, and Irfan Hussain causing all the issues. Once again, the man from Romania. A dot ball here. So, once again, very much the same as the first match. Bowling good, nice and tight. Think about this. We have a look at this shot played here by Wahid Akhtar. I mean, look at the way he's swinging wild here. Whereas we've seen him with very similar deliveries. Just wait on the ball and just guide it. Just places it in that backward point area. They haven't got a backward point. It looks like they've got a standard point fielder and third. So I don't know why he's sort of changes his way. He has wild swings a few times and then all of a sudden realizes that he can play strokes and be a little bit more authentic in the way that he plays. And on this field, you can do that. You can back yourself to play authentic shots because the outfield will help you. You know, get the ball, play their stroke play, find those gaps, and you get the boundaries. So you've got to be just a little bit smarter in the way that you play. That's high up in the air, and it's a great effort from the fielder. The third had a lot of ground to cover He does very well to get there. He's not able to hold on to the catch, but it's a terrific effort there. I think that's Urfain. Yeah, does really well, but he just can't hold on to it. It's Tamim, actually. Mohamed Mehdi Tamim. It's a great effort. Catch does go down to Azam. He could have been another one that makes his way back without scoring, but he does get one to his name. And that's a good looking shot. That will go all the way. And Wahid Akhtar gets someone out of the middle. It's going to be 6 runs right at the end of the over. Signaled there by the umpire. That's umpire Andrews out there this time with Naveed, the man in black. So first over comes to an end. And with that 6 of the last ball means that 8 come from it. But they've had and did lose that wicket. It was a royal duck for Shoaib Khan. He was caught quite wonderfully actually there by Kamil Ahmed on the boundary as he went to loft it straight down the ground. And then there was an opportunity there as well to remove Azam, but he was put down on 1. It wasn't an easy opportunity from Tamim. Covered a lot of ground to get there, but wasn't able to hold on to it. Over number 2. High in the air, catching opportunity. And dropped at all the time in the world. Well, the catch goes down, and so do the 2 fielders around him. You can't believe that that's put down. That's Rasil Bouyan. So this is exactly what was the issue with Hatefe in the last match. They just weren't holding on to some of those catches, and it's the same again here. And those probably did cost them. They probably gave 10 to 15 runs more than what they should have done, and that was more than enough. It would have been more than enough for them to win the match. This time it's guided away. Great bit of fielding. It's a good stop. So Akhtar this time does try and just guide the ball away. So Azam has been dropped twice. Been dropped on 1 and on 2. Mubarak Hussain. Couldn't believe that catch being put down. It was a bit of a sitter, wasn't it? Nobody means to drop him though. Don't remember that. Oh, wow. Wants to be super aggressive. Tasawwur Azam. I mean, he obviously can do the job. Otherwise, he wouldn't be opening. Just looks very rusty at the moment. Hello to John Hisham. And everybody else in the chat, nice to have you with us. Enjoying the cricket here in Madrid, in the capital. Nice to be here in the sunshine as well. And nice to, it's that time of day. I think it must be about a break time for some of the students around here, because they all come over to the complex and in they come again. They'll find the sunniest spot, they'll sit down, they'll watch a bit of cricket and take a few photos to tell their friends where they are, they're watching cricket, and then they'll go back for the next class. So it's nice to have them here. That's the beauty of this Alipa Stadium. People come and go throughout the day, enjoying watching the cricket. It's played away, and once again, can't get it past the fielder. It's good fielding. It's made a couple of very valuable stops in that area. Nicely done. Good work. Are you Feng Shui people yourself? Let us know in the chat if you practice a bit of Feng Shui. And Feng Shui, of course, is used by a lot of people. I know businesses. Some will even turn to Feng Shui when they're setting up the office space. I know when buildings are being built. That's a nice looking shot. Chips it over, and that will bounce just before the rope. That's going to be cuatro más. Nicely played from the captain, who knows he once again has to lead the way. He was the player of the match in match numero uno between these two. He made 38 of 24. I mean, it wasn't a spectacular innings, but in the end, those were valuable runs to help his team to victory. The over comes to an end, and just got to, once again, you feel that he's got to stay there to make things happen. 15 for 1. It's those chances that are not being taken that perhaps Getafe will once again rule. That's a quick look at how the standings are looking. Madrid Stars finally get a victory under their belt after 2 losses yesterday to the Fonseca Sultans. So expected score at the moment around about that 100 mark. Oh, that's hit pretty well. Gets right under this. Here we go all the way. Bola, quinna zona. Que guay, que genial, que grande. Eso es 6 carreras. Eso golpe muy bueno. Y más dulce de tarta de chocolate. 6 runs, good hit. As Sofiqul Islam comes back, and it's a slow delivery, and he just chipped up in the air. Will he get there? Oh, almost. It's a desperate lunge from Islam, and he beats him hook, line, and sinker with the slower ball. Or now he's got a bit of cramp or something. Charges, tries to get there, just can't. He goes down like a sack of potatoes. And it looks like he might have picked up a bit of a cramp in the process of doing so. Well, what a wicket that could have been for Sofiqul after being smashed on a massive 6 down the ground. He could have had his man, but he's not to be. Azam will survive. On Islam, well, he's back on his feet. Looks like he's okay. And he just maybe it was his ankle when he went down. I wonder if we could see anything here. It's quite difficult to see anything on our screens at the moment because of the sun. But I think he takes a bit of a tumble as Vinny Sandhu joins me back.
Yeah, and well, what about that? That'll prize him off the turf. Sofiqul putting it all on the line. Oh, well, yeah, Getafe. Yeah, he'd love a win here. Otherwise, they join the 0-2 club, formerly occupied by the Madrid Stars until that win earlier on in the day. But, yeah, pretty close to a 50-50. How many drop catches? Is that 3?
That's
4?
3 now.
That's 3 already?
3 already.
The first one was taken. This one's into the gap. Fielder can't get there, wipes himself out. 4 carreras más. The way things have gone this morning, hey, maybe 100 is a winning score. We saw 98 was a winning score between these two teams in match 1. But yeah, if you drop catches, as Getafe did earlier on, talked about the fact that maybe that could have been the difference as well, because, I mean, in the end, I mean, it looks like they might be able to restrict them to something in the 80s or maybe 90. Every run counts. Akhtar has been a bit of a mainstay at the top of the order. Doesn't always have the prettiest technique, but I suppose, you know, runs are the only currency when you're batting. He's been leading the way for the Stars.
Yeah, you got 2 teams here, I think, who, well, what we're seeing, what we saw in that first match, are probably stronger when it comes to the fielding and bowling discipline. So if you can get to that 120 mark, 110 to 120, then you'd back yourself to defend it. And certainly we've seen that from Madrid Stars, and I think that's why Wahid Akhtar will know that a good knock from him here help his team to that score, and they'll be looking to restrict Getafe once again. Getafe though, oh, that's crunch, Benny. That is a cracking hit. That is out of the middle of the bat, and Wahid Akhtar, well, he's played and missed at these a fair bit today, but when he gets it out the middle, he crunches out to the boundary. What a hit.
Well, bowl short at your peril, and Islam might not be in 100% peak condition after that effort earlier in the over. I think he deliberately bangs it in short, but just sits up and begs to be hit, doesn't it? Akhtar didn't miss out.
We haven't had too many big overs in the day so far today. This has gone 17. Could we have our first magical over here? Sofiqul Islam. Just, well, it looks like he's sending the wicketkeeper back. He's saying, no, I don't want you standing there, get back.
Yeah, that ball was slow, that last one. The keeper probably understood, had his ideas. Maybe he's trying to fire him up. This will be a chop over as Islam will hobble away after conceding 18 in his first over. We are at a fitty contest, 33 for 1 after 3.
Yeah, it definitely is. Yeah, you're right, though. He is hobbling around, so he's not done himself any favours in that call and bold attempt to try and get the wicket of Azam. Azam has been dropped, by the way, on 3 occasions, 1, 2, and 9, and there's been a drop in every over so far of this innings. 33 for 1 after 3.
Not the kind of consistency that you're looking for. I'll say it's not necessarily easy picking up the ball in this sky. I think it's a light-coloured sky, light-coloured ball, and there's no clouds, there's no kind of points of reference, but it depends. It's all situational. If the ball's hit very high or very hard, you can understand it, but it's more these regulation ones that you don't want to see put down. Here we go with Kamil Ahmed. First one chopped into the body, doesn't go too far. Quick hello to everyone in the chat as well. I think the sun's about to take over, so I won't be able to say hello for much longer because I won't be able to see for a while.
It's very difficult, isn't it?
But the sun kind of comes behind us and then it disappears. Maybe we can get the camera on us down here. We can get an idea of where the commentary corner is. This one's going to the deep square leg corner of this ground, running away for 4 runs. Again, he's very strong there, just muscles it.
Yeah, he just races away. So Cuatro Mas, Wahid Akhter just looks like he's determined.
We're in the commentary corner. So there we go. You can see that we don't want to fall down there. Show everyone.
You stay away from this wall. Stay away from that.
We can't get too excited. I won't be doing any backflips over here. I'll say hello to these people. Buenos dias. Buenos dias. See?
Yeah, they're just that.
Que
tengas have a bit of a break.
Igualmente, I think they said. All right, it's up in the air. This could be a cat's nose just over the top. And that runs away for a Maximo. A bit of a teaser for the fielder. Gets kind of banged in. He's got his own weight, doesn't he? But, yeah, like I say, he's been a bit of a key player, hasn't he? Wahid Akhter, model of consistency.
Yeah, very key. I mean, he's racing along here. Made 38 of 24. Remember, in the last match, he's almost there already. Oh, that's an awesome hit. That is a biggie. Boom. Shaka Lagia. That is a monster strike. It's brutal hitting here from Wahid Akhter. So he's gone past the 34. He's on 39 of just 15 deliveries. And this is what Madrid Stars were missing in that first innings today. Even though they were able to get that victory.
Who can turn a start into something more? That's the big question, isn't it? Well, this is going to be 4 more. He just whips it away. Don't get too close to him. I mean, you look at the way he sets up. There's some obvious places to bowl. He stays outside the leg stump. Look at that front leg is always going outside leg. Got to get full and outside off. I mean, they keep bowling right into his power zone, and he's gobbling it up. 50s up as well for the Stars.
Yeah, Kamil Ahmed. He has gone magical with the ball to go.
Well, there we go, offside. He gives an opportunity. Oh, well, maybe he gets a fingernail on that. It's a very good effort. Then we see a stationary ball fumbled by Abu Bakar, who's changed sides of the field, but the ball will not stop following him. But there, better plan. Get outside off, make him reach for it. I mean, it was a great effort. Probably technically it's another drop. And Bakar, I was a bit worried this was going to sneak through his legs to the rope, but that will be the end of the 4th over. Goes magical, 21 off it, and it's 54 for 1 after 4.
Wahid going really well. He's moves to 44, but yeah, I think you got to say that is probably a bit of an opportunity. It's not an easy one.
I mean, you'd love to see him trying to make the play there. He could have easily sat back and conceded the 1 and just said, all right, I'm going to stop the boundary. But I think you look at the guy situationally, Akhtar's been a real key to the batting. So you get, it was worth the go, and as it was, only took 1 anyway. Okay, time for over number 5, and this is Mohamed Mehdi Tamim, who's going to be bowling it. Little dab cut first up. Akhter will move to 45.
Yeah, Tamim, see if he can get a breakthrough here. I mean, in that last match, it was Suful Islam who took 3 for 16. Mubarak Hussain was the other bowler who bowled very well. We haven't we saw him bowl his first over, went for 7, but they haven't gone back to him, which is a bit of a surprise.
They bowled pretty well. That's probably the worst attempt at trying to get a wide off the umpire. I love it. Some batters think the only way that they possibly could have missed the ball is if it was wide, but this is so far inside. Saying, hey, come on, help me out here. I know some people don't like that. I always just think it's worse on the batter than anything else. As long as it's a good call. The umpires have been pretty good with these. Another one through that offside channel, gets through for another dot as I'm struggling a little bit, the big man.
Yeah, you can see the captain there, Wahid Akhtar, just having a chat with him and saying, hey, you're doing this, it's your feet, is it? But yeah, 10 of 7. They've got other options here with the bat, and I wonder if he's thinking, we haven't seen it yet here in Madrid. I wonder if he's thinking about retiring if he doesn't get going.
Slides into his pads, he can't hit this either. So he's missed 2 outside off, and he gets one of his pads, he misses that as well. It's just not happening for him at the moment. Gets them, and even if he got inside that one, it's probably, well, it's going to be a wide down the leg side. It's the way the cookie crumbles sometimes. Well, that's a big filthy edge. That should be out, and it will be out. So Akhtar does go. Again, trying to go towards the leg side, gets a leading edge, the catch is well taken, so his luck runs out, and Stars lose their skipper at 56 for 2.
Yeah, that's a big moment, because I think we've said this already and reflected on it. Both teams are relying on 1 or 2 batters to score the majority of their runs, and I think for the Madrid Stars, it would be the captain, Wahid. So Wahid will go. I mean, he scores 45 quickly. So batters have still got plenty of time here to bat. We're just 1 ball short of the halfway point here. So, but with him gone, somebody else has to take over. Azam really isn't getting going. He's struggling. But Ashan Yaqub, now we know that this guy certainly can muscle the ball to the boundary. And let's see how he fares.
Yaqub jammed up. It's well bowled actually by Tamim. What a great over that is. There's just 2 singles and a leg bye off that, so 3 in total, and 5 overs in. The Stars are 57 for 2. Let's welcome you into commentary corner. Well, you saw it from over there. Now you can see it from here. Beautiful sun in the background, and a sunny day here and in Madrid. And I suppose, yeah, first game wasn't quite as crazy as yesterday, but what we did see is double digits defended. It just shows that if you can get it right, I think with the bowling and you hold your catches, you put yourself in a good position to win games this week.
Yeah, that's one thing that we were saying yesterday, that we feel that once teams do get used to the pitch, once bowlers get used to the pitch being slightly narrower than it is, and start to focus on the line and net, that we feel that it won't be that easy to score here. No, and we certainly saw that in the last match. You can certainly put the squeeze on.
But get that Yorker in. Get that Yorker in. Once the ball hits the pitch, it's just step, hit. It's kind of like just batting practice. What you see there, bang, in at the feet at that kind of length.
Jam it in.
Yeah, jamming it in. And look, even if you just miss, I don't think the consequences are as bad as some other pitches around. There you go. You bounce it, you get hit. It's about as simple as that. And on another pitch, that might take off, might give you something. But as it is, you can just kind of play the line of the ball, angles in, lifts it over square leg, 4 runs to the Stars.
Yeah, classic example of what we were talking about there. If you're going to bowl it short, then the batters have got time to adjust and put it away. So, changing the field, they do put the square bats, the square leg mid-wicket, long on, long off, and a sweeper on the 5-man back at the moment. Better ball, could come back this time from Chowdhury.
Yeah, still close to a 50-50, which is what we like to see. That's another one. You see, it is full. At least it's closer. I'd love to do some sort of analysis. I mean, we don't quite have the technology to do this, but kind of every metre length versus strike rate.
Yeah.
Because I honestly feel the shorter it is, the scoring goes up. Another metre shorter, the strike rate goes up. Another metre shorter, strike rate goes up. And we talk about length, but sometimes I think that length is even more important than line in this cricket. So this time it's off the back leg, actually. I think the umpire's been fooled.
Well, you can see Chowdhury, he wants it. The wicketkeeper there, that's Shamim. He wants it as well, but once again, as we quite often do see in some of the cricket here in Europe, that they all go up to the square leg umpire saying, well, what are you asking me for?
See, right off the pocket, actually. It's a kind of casual appeal from Chowdhury. Hey, isn't that out? Umpire says no. There you go. Good example of some good umpiring. Often you only notice the umpires if they make the occasional error, but let's notice them for the good reasons here. This should be out. Surely it will be. And so Azam will have to go 10 off 10. Never really got going, did he, in that innings? Well taken there by Safiqul Islam, who seems to have made somewhat of a recovery. Now that will be the end of the big opener. Tasawa goes, and it's 62 for 3.
Yeah, I don't think that's a bad wicket to lose, actually. I don't think that Tasawa Azam was helping his team out at all. Remember, he was dropped on 1, 2, and also on 9. So 3 drops, and he wasn't able to really capitalise on that and help his team out. So I think his strike rate was not one that they were going to set the world alight. So he's on his way back, and maybe someone like Bilal Asif, who comes into the side here, can get going and get that acceleration game. They're looking for, ideally, I mean, at the moment, expected to ball about 108. They want to try and get close to that 120, I feel.
No doubt. Last ball, the 6th. That's a pretty good ball, but it is whipped away. Maximo. Very good start for Bilal Asif. Happy to have him in the side. It's not quite the Yorker. Gives the batter something to work with and lifted away to finish the over. Madrid Stars 68 for 3 after 6.
Yeah, that's what we're talking about. You can have a batter out there that's struggling. You can see him struggling. And I mentioned at the time when Waheed Akhtar was batting with Azam, you're sometimes better off just say, look, I don't think you're cutting it today, not in this innings, so I'm going to bring somebody else in. I think you've got to be ruthless enough to make that call. It can be the difference of, 20 to 40 runs sometimes, depending on the match situation and where you are in the innings. So you've got to be brave enough to make that call.
Am I seeing things, or do I see 0 no balls, 0 wides in 6 overs?
Well, you're not seeing things. That's the way it is at the moment.
What a difference today makes. I loved what you said this morning about Irfan Hussain, who's in for Getafe this morning. But yeah, Romania has the widest pitch I've ever seen. To the point, and I don't actually like this, but they actually have to put lines up this side to show you what's meant to be the edge of the pitch. Which makes it, cricket doesn't need more lines.
No. Well, we certainly don't need more lines over here, do we? We had that confusing all sorts of fielder. That could go all the way. Has it gone all the way? No, it just bounces before.
Wow, I see it. Try to swing the leg, gets a big edge. I still think that this is a must-have outfield position. Bounces just inside. Probably the highest first bounce we've seen, actually. But a lot of balls go in that region. Instead, they've got, it's almost this Southern Cross field, as you say. It's a very straight fielder, then a long on, long off either side of him. Well, that's a good strike. It's a really good strike. Down the ground, Maximo for Asif, coming in and made an immediate impact for the Stars.
Oh, how about that? That's what we're talking about. Look, he's faced 3 balls, hasn't he? And he's already gone past the score. In fact, in 2 balls, he got to the score that the man he replaced with got to. So you've got to be able to make those calls.
You called it, didn't you? You said maybe it's a blessing in disguise. Sky's wearing off now. Banks in a little bit shorter this time. Wants 2 here because he's feeling good, but doesn't feel that it's a possibility. So we'll have to settle for 1. Yaqub has made a little bit of a slow start. Has hit 1-4 in his 7th, but we also saw this morning that he can hit the ball a long way. Tamim, a couple of balls to go in his spell.
Oh.
He's lifted up out of the ground, right on cue. It's a Yaqub Bamo. That one goes over everything, including the wall. And I like this. Just holds the pose there, doesn't he? Clears that front leg. Got the perfect ball for that shot. That was a biggie.
That's a lovely shot. Sensational. And, well, that one, you see him saying, come on, where's the camera? Smile, please. Click, click, click. Ball by the shot, Maria. And just like that, the Stars, they started a motor on. And at one point, remember, the expected was 108. I say they wanted one about that 120. They're almost there. 115 expected at the moment. But we do know, we've seen that between these two teams, a wicket could change everything.
Last ball for Tamim. And it's just punched down towards the bottom of the bat. And we'll just concede the one. It means Yakub will retain the strike. Tamim finishes with pretty handy figures, 1 for 21. And after 7 overs, the Stars are 87 for 3. And don't be alarmed, you can have a look at what's coming up around the scene of the European Cricket Network this year, of course, all around Europe. I know a few people asking, okay, when will we branch outside Europe? And they're starting to branch it as when, because we've had USA and Canada play each other.
Yeah.
We've had Thailand play on the network as well. So who knows, maybe. But this year we are kind of keeping it on the continent with a couple of journeys, I suppose, to England, who are still geographically a part of Europe. But yeah, also big news is that Melton Western Shield to take place in September with that format that was so popular in February. So plenty to look forward to, including a few overlapping tours, a bit like now. We've got 3-day overlap, which means we can't be in 2 places at once.
We'll get to a point where we'll have 3 events at the same time, won't we?
I think
we
we
did
actually
that
had
last
4
year.
at one point. That was a big day. Might have been the day of the infamous walk-off in Estonia as well.
We found Hussain.
When, yeah, I suppose it was revealed you can't get called for chucking if you leave the field. It doesn't make the official record because officially it's no score, but the only team to make 200 and lose.
Yeah.
Made 200 and then forfeited the game on principle, one that didn't really stand up as far as the laws of cricket or the spirit of cricket went. Anyway, 90 for 3. When you have so much cricket, you can't expect it to be drama-free. In fact, you can expect the opposite.
You've got to have a bit of drama.
It's real, it's raw. And yeah, we bring it all to you unfiltered. A little bit of a whip away here. So this is Irfan Hussain, who is a guy we have seen playing internationally for Romania. And he's pretty handy with the bat and the ball. I think he's a great pickup for Getafe.
Yeah, bowled very well. So if I'm coming back, you've also got Hussain, who no doubt will come back and bowl. So it's going to be difficult to get after them. But that's a nice looking shot in the gap. And well, this is almost a little bit of the old mini chopper shot. Nicely played by Hassan Yakub, who seems to be getting better every time he goes out there. So, yep, there he is. A little bit of the old chopper shot.
Yeah, but again, see, it's not full enough to jam him. So he's able to manipulate it. They had just opened up a bit of a gap there as well. So Hussain, he's good enough to try and hit that Yorker. Last ball, the 8th. There you go. See? Very good example of making the adjustment, and just couldn't get a good swing on that. So Hussain does finish well. He goes for 9 in the over, which isn't too shabby. It's 96 for 3 after 8.
Yeah, he's bowled well, 1 for 17. I wonder if they go with Mabruk Hussain here straight away, or whether they're going to hold him back for later. No, they're not. There he is. Mabruk Hussain will come on, and he was fantastic in the field as well. He's another, you mentioned Irfan Hussain being a good addition, but liking Mabruk Hussain as well, who gets the ball here now, wants a nice tidy over in here. Madrid Stars, they've looks like they're going to go, they will go better than the 98 that they scored, and was enough to get them the victory in match number 1 between these two. But what can they get to? That's the key here. How many can they get to?
I know a few people might be wondering, where is Getafe? It's actually basically a municipality in Madrid, in the Madrid metropolitan area. So it's just south of the city, about 13 kilometres south of the Madrid city centre. There's around 200,000 people living there. So it's one of the more populous regions of Madrid. So yeah, they make the trip here to take part in this European cricket series. It's quite a heavy industrial area as well. And there's an air base there, and also the main campus of the Charles III University is situated there. So it's a bit of a student environment as well. You might have heard of Getafe CF, the football club. They compete in La Liga, which is the top tier of football here in Spain as well. Right now, they're winless, though, in this European Cricket Series. Trying to turn that around. All happens in the night. This is the night. There's going to be a punch, and it's over mid off who's in the circle, so that's going to be 4.
What an impact innings this has been from Bilal Asif. So moves now into the 2023, and that's just ball number 7. So 4 more there from him. And he just literally, he's got such a good eye. He doesn't try and clobber this. He just realises, well, if I get good bat on this, the middle of the bat, and I hit it nice and straight, I'm going to get my boundary. So looks like they're pushing long off and long on back now. Both pretty straight. They've moved the sweeper from the offside in.
Slow ball this time, but he picks it and he hits into the gap. Asif's made a huge difference here, hasn't he? 27 off 8. Yeah, maybe they'll look back to the kind of lost overs in the middle where, man, I know they've recovered well, but if they had maybe had Asif in a little bit early and he batted like this, they could be pushing 130, 140.
Yeah, these two going well, Yaqub and Asif. And 123 now expected. That's what Madrid Stars would have been looking at, that 120 plus score. So Hussain needs a comeback delivery.
Wow, that's almost taken out the umpire. It's going to beat the fielder. That's great striking from Asif, who's 31 off 9 now. Umpiring, you got to have your wits about you. And Andrew Elliott just ain't sure he stepped the right way. If he stepped the other way, probably had a ball going through him.
He's got some dandy dance moves,
well, we saw him get hit yesterday, if you remember.
We did,
just
yeah.
Once, so
copped one on his foot, didn't he?
Once bitten, twice shy. But,
3 fours
must
on
be
the
sunny,
spin.
because Andrew's wearing a cap today.
Ooh.
Swing and a miss, yeah, so it breaks the momentum, doesn't it? Hello to everyone in the chat once again. Adi and Tesserande mentioning that most people don't know this, but the very first international match was between the US and Canada in 1847. I did know that, actually, and had the pleasure of calling USA versus Canada last year when they played on the Netherlands soil. Yeah, it is interesting. But yeah, cricket didn't really stick. I think one thing is just the prevalence of baseball when that was developed in the second half of the 19th century to a professional level. That's 6 as well. So Asif misses 1 but doesn't miss twice. Hussain gets the treatment in that over. 19 coming off it. And with 1 over remaining, the Stars are building a bit of momentum here, building up a head of steam. They're 115 for 3.
Yeah, good little partnership this developing between Ashan Yaqub and Bilal Asif, and they'll be hoping to stay together for the remaining 6 deliveries and get them past that 120 mark. And the way they're hitting the ball at the moment, they could even get past the 130. So big over here coming up. And it will be Ashan Yaqub who's on strike, but Bilal Asif, 37 of 11. Sensational batting from him. So the field now just been set there, sticking with the 3 men that are almost, it's almost like that Southern Cross field, straight down the ground. No sweeper out on the offside. And that's because these two have been hitting it on the on.
Seatbelts on, its last overtime. It's going to start with a blast. It's a Maximo. Well, Stars, again, they might look at, they may be getting these guys up the order a little bit. They've got some other options up there. Sometimes have been firing, sometimes not. But that one is lifted up handsomely. Perfect start to the last over for the Stars.
Yeah, good hit. I mentioned before that Ashan Yaqub for me has been getting better with every opportunity he's had there in the middle. And this is his best knock so far, 28 of 13. And him and Bilal Asif are really rocking and rolling. 120 up now, 121 for 3, 5 balls to go in the innings.
Well, that was there to hit as well, but he's hit straight up in the air. Can anyone get there? No. Well, yes and no. And guess who? We might have a run out here. We won't. But it was Abu Bakar who, well, he might actually be admitted to Madrid Central Hospital with leather poisoning the way it's been going. He's had so much of the ball, but once again, he couldn't hold on. They'll get back for 2, a ball that doesn't leave the infield.
Well, Abu, I don't know what's happened with him, but he's definitely forgot to put his catching cap on today, the captain, is another opportunity. He just never looked like he wanted it. In fact, it almost like the last moment he took his hands away from it. And then there probably was an opportunity for a run out, and unfortunately Chowdhury couldn't take the ball cleanly. So again, I think Getafe, they may be regretting all the opportunities that they've put down.
So I've got a couple more facts about that 1844 cricket match. It was actually 1844 between USA and Canada. This is something that I remember reading a little while ago as well. Yakub faces up, gets in the slot, puts it away. He's on a real heater right now, Yakub. Maximal, 6 marks.
Now this one is going out of the ground, it's cleared the fence. There's not too many that have done that, John Howden.
And I said,
we'll go fetch that one.
If they went earlier, they might be looking at 130, 140. Well, they probably will get 130 now. That's 129 with 2 balls to go. Yeah, so, but cricket matches back then, guess how many players were involved? It would vary, but that was a 22 versus 22 match.
22 versus 22?
In the 19th century, it was quite common that the 11-a-side thing only kind of caught on in the second half of the 19th century. I wish I had longer to talk about this, but I've got to call more sixes. That's another one. And wow, that's even further. Maximo, Yakub to 42. 135 with the ball to go.
Tremendous hitting. Boom, shakalagia, que guay, que genial, que grande. Well, you can have 22 on the field, but nobody's catching up with these. This is tremendous hitting from Ashan.
Okay, so the other thing I was going to say is that it was also the first international sporting match, about 30 years before there was an international football match. So yeah, there's a bit of trivia. And this is going to be out. So they do hold a catch, but gee, the damage was done. What a partnership between those two. Came together at 62 for 3 with the innings kind of teetering. And in the space of just 4 overs, they have put on 73 runs. So it's been a huge contribution. And the Stars shining pretty brightly, hoping to sweep Getafe here. They've got a very handsome 135 on the board.
Yeah, great knock there. And his work's not done yet. Work's not done yet. That's been smashed away. But yeah, right at the end of the innings. And he'll finish with a good knock there, 42. But remember, we're going to see him have to go well with the ball as well. 135 for 4. They were always on course for that 120 score, but in the end, Vinny, that partnership you're talking about certainly gets them past the 130, 135 for 4.
Yeah, and look, it was kind of a mixture of things, wasn't it? I mean, early on, they dropped some catches, but did that matter or not? I don't know. In the end, who knows if these two had come in? Maybe it could have, because if they'd come in early and they hadn't fired, then you avoid this kind of all-on, lights-out attack at the end, but you've got to help yourself sometimes. I also think the bowling, although it was okay, but okay on this pitch normally goes the journey, doesn't it? You really got to try and bowl more Yorkers. When they did that, they weren't hit. But especially 2 batters with their eye in, it was just, that was the difference. I think they'd been there long enough to feel comfortable. And yeah, in the end, we'll get a good sense of Getafe's batting, because I don't think they're out of this by any means, but they're going to have to bat very well to chase 136.
Yeah, and it goes back to what I said before the start of this match, really. The top 3 in both the sides will be very key, and somebody's got to get going, and that's exactly what we saw here. I mean, Shoaib Khan and Taswara Azam, they never really got going as well. Shoaib Khan, he went for a royal duck, so at least he didn't waste any opportunities, whereas Taswara Azam, well, 11 balls to 10 wasn't really what was needed. It was putting a lot of pressure on the captain, Wahid. But once Azam got out of the way, I said at the time there, I don't think that was a bad wicket to lose, and it proved to be, because Bilal Asif came out and he was smashing the ball to all parts of the ground as he made his way to 37 of just 11 balls. And having somebody like Bilal out there seemed to rub off on Ashan Yakub as well, because he found the middle of his bat as well, and he got motoring. It was a sensational little partnership from those two, which helped them get to a score of 135 for 4. So Getafe, they're going to have to do the same. I think that at least 2 off their top 4 batters are going to have to click in this one as well. There's the scorecard. Once again, the captain, Wahid Akhtar, he does rally, but this time around he gets the support that he needs as well from Ashan Yakub. and also from Bilal Asif. So I think Madrid Stars certainly will be very happy with that. Most surprising thing, only the one extra from Getafe, and it's quite incredible that that one extra also comes in form of a leg bye. So a very great effort from them. That is quite incredible. Here's those bowlers there again. Nobody was particularly expensive. Mubarak Hussain, his first over went for 7. The second one a little bit more expensive, and he goes for 19 in that one. But 2 wickets there from Mahmood Chowdhury, as well as Irfan Hussain picks up a wicket, and so does Mohamed Mehdi Tamin. But Getafe know that the work has got to be done with the bat if they're to win this match. They weren't able to chase it down in the first match when they needed 99 for victory. This time around, they're going to have to go a little bit bigger. Need to go 136. Madrid Stars, after not getting a win in the 2 matches yesterday, are looking to make it 2 wins out of 2 against Getafe. Are they to do it? Are they not? Join me, Rico Full, and Mr. Maximo when we return in under 10 minutes' time.
This European cricket event is proudly brought to you by HCL Software, Rado, 1xBet and Victorinox.
Hello cricket lovers and welcome back to the Alipa Sports Centre here, and we're right in the middle of the second contest between Madrid Stars and Getafe. And the Madrid Stars, they have the upper hand over Getafe so far after winning the first match 98-89. This time round, being put into bat, they've done a little better. They've got to 135 thanks to the captain, Wahid Akhtar's 45 of 19, and then a good partnership between Hisham Yaqub, 48 of 18, and Bilal Asif, 37 of 11. They've put themselves in a good position. That's the bonus point equation there for you. Restrict to 94. Now remember, they did restrict Getafe to 89 in the last match. So if they can do that again, they take all 4 points. Getafe, if they've got their eyes set on 4 points, and they've got to knock these runs off inside of 7 overs. So welcome back, everybody. It is World Pygmy Hippo Day. Yes, they do exist. Is observed today to raise awareness about the endangered species of hippos. The pygmy hippo is the smaller cousin of the hippopotamus. They are endangered species that are rapidly moving towards extinction. There's only around 2,000 of these lovely animals left in the world, mainly found in the Ivory Coast, Guinea and Sierra Leone. Pygmy hippos are around half the height of a hippopotamus and weigh less than a quarter of a full-size hippo. And they are believed to have diverged from the common hippo about 10 million years ago. So come on, everybody. Pygmy Hippo Awareness Day. Let's do what we can to save the endangered pygmy hippo as we get started. Chipped up in the air. No Royal Ducks to start this innings. It will be just a single. It is Hisham Yaqub, who was fantastic with the bat. Looking to see if he can also be good with the ball here and give his team a good start with an early wicket. Irfan Hussain, I think he's going to have to be pretty key for Getafe. Gets off the mark with a single and hands the strike over to Safiqul Islam, who likewise needs to be pretty key. That's a lovely shot. Gets into a very good position. Gets his head right down and gets right underneath this delivery as he chips it up. And he would go up, 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 all the way. 6 runs. 6 carreras. Yeah, nice looking shot. Yaqub, a bit like what Vinny was talking about earlier. You want to try and execute that Yorker length delivery, but if you get it slightly wrong, then batters will just put it away. And as batters get used to the way this pitch plays, I think we're going to start to see a lot more of these type of runs. Batters will just want to be waiting for the loose delivery to put away. If it's not a Yorker, they're going to be onto it. They're going to start to get a little more trust on the pitch. That's high up on the offside. That's a good looking shot. That too will go all the way. And he doubles up on the Maximos, does Islam. Good hit. And nice to see that he doesn't seem to be struggling with that foot injury as well after that caught and bowled attempt. So 2 Maximos on the spin. But one thing that Madrid Stars will know, that if they can get through the first top 3, then things will slow down. Getafe, they did have the upper hand for most of the first contest. It's nicely bowled, a little bit shorter, right at the body this time of Islam, who just quite happy just to nudge this away and take the single. They need to go. Start who needed to go around about 13 and a half, and with this over going the way that it has done, they should do that quite easily in this first over. Hussain back on strike. And plays it away, but guides it straight to the third man, who's inside the 30-yard circle. It's probably not the worst of shots to play. I think there's definitely a place for this type of shot. If he goes either side of the fielder, they're probably likely to find the boundary rope with this outfield being so fast. Shorter and punished. 6 more. Good hit. Powerful hit. Safiqul Islam is looking the business here. And this is an expensive first over. With that Maximo, it will be a magical start. 21 coming from the first, and that certainly will make a little bit of a dent off the required rate. So Yakub not able to follow up his good batting performance with the ball. It's a magical start, and Getafe, who are looking to level this series between them and the Madrid Stars this morning on day 2 of this European Cricket Series, Spain in Madrid, the capital. Well, they've made the perfect start, but can they maintain it? That's the question. Yes, it looks like they will go to the reliable and the experienced left-arm pace of Chima, who I think bowled very well in that first match. He seemed to have got his radar switched on. He didn't bowl too many loose deliveries down the leg side. In comes Chima to bowl his first, bowling to Irfan Hussain. Wants the single. Well, thinks about it. There was mile there, and there was one or two who said, no, hold on to it. The fielder then probably a little bit confused and puzzled, just held on to it. So they get the single. Hussain quite happy at the moment to just take the singles and get Islam on strike. Rico Full here, and Vinny Sandu joins me back in our lovely elevated commentary position.
Yeah, commentary corner, central. That's going to be 6, and it's a bit too short. It's more than a bit too short, really, from Chima. Maximo for Sofiqul Islam. Got to say, first ball of the over, you had to throw that. I mean, Hussain would have been out if it had hit. There's about 7 people backing up. Why would you hold it? It's a key wicket. Wickets are your real objective here in the power play if you're Madrid Stars. I've just got a feeling Getafe, they might click and do this, even though they couldn't chase double digits earlier on in the day. That was a good ball, though. Oh, now Hussain wants to goes over. Commit again. They don't throw.
Yeah.
Doesn't get the glove off.
You're absolutely right. They're not throwing here when there's plenty of bodies backing up. In that case, you had Chima, and then right behind Chima, you had another fielder that backed up. So you've got to have a go. You've got to try and get there. And you've got to, one wicket can make a difference here, especially the wicket there of Islam, 25 of 6.
Well, that's going to be whacked as well. And maybe that's why Islam didn't want to give the strike away. It's a sonic boom time. It's Maximo, 6 runs.
Loving the sound of this. And now that we've got the branding out there as well, it looks even better, doesn't it? And that one hits the wall. There's a bit of the as it hits the wall and comes back to the fielder. And, well, could we have another magical over here?
Yeah,
13 off it already.
Automatic ball return system, a.k.a. a concrete wall. Wow, trouble. They're actually favourites now, Getafe. Just missing, I think. These two maybe don't have the greatest understanding between wickets, basically what we've seen so far. But they're getting it done, aren't they? You know, we were talking about 22-a-side matches earlier, and yeah, I actually have seen. So I know that it was said that sometimes you'd play 22 versus 11 and things, but yeah, I've actually seen some scorecards of 22 on 22. They're very long. And I've even seen some pictures, like kind of old drawings.
Yeah.
Imagine 22 people on the field. It's the bowler, the keeper, and 20 others. So
well,
10 per side, maybe. There's your roller. Haven't seen one of those. Not happy with himself. I will say, actually, and I'm not just joking, I think it can be a little bit tough with the conditions batting second versus first, because the pitch does shift a little. I know it gets adjusted after every game. Anyway, time will tell. Pretty good game this one, 34 without loss after 2.
Yeah, I'm just trying to imagine, so you got, like you said, you got your bowler and your wicket keeper, then you got those 20. Can you imagine when the ball goes up in the air?
Oh.
How many people? mine. Especially if you don't communicate. It could be sort of like a rush hour in Mumbai, couldn't it? I mean, it wouldn't be. It could be pretty dangerous. And how many? So was that when there was 8 ball overs then? I suppose it must have been.
I actually think back then it was more like.
Or was it less?
You'd have 4 ball overs originally.
Possibly.
I know with Test. I mean, I think it wasn't standardised. Is my short answer. Because I know that when Test cricket first started, they used 4 ball overs, and then they went to 5, and then 6. I think 8 was a pretty recent one. I think between around 1929 and 1980, Australia used 8 ball overs, and the main reason they went back is, I think, for TV reasons. So you get more commercial breaks.
Yeah, it looks like there's been a few adjustments being made. Well, it looks like Ravi's doing some sort of weird, funky dance routine out there in the middle. And look at him, he's doing the moonwalk now. Go, Ravi, go! Play the music. Well, now the batter wants to get involved. Well, it's done. Well, there you go.
There you go. Ravi can put down kind of curator on his on his CV now.
Yeah, Ravi Panchal doing a great job. And yeah, big shout out to all the ECN crew here.
So, I was going to say, one reason, I don't know exactly why they went from 6 ball overs to 8 ball overs in Australia, but I think might have had something to do with the heat. You don't have to change as often. Oh, that's a wild one. I've got to say that the keeping of Wahid Akhtar has been very, very good. He's had a lot of tough ones to deal with. He's not afraid to get off his feet. Predicts it pretty early. A bit like his batting. I mean, he's probably not going to win too many kind of beauty pageants for his style, but he's effective.
He's effective.
That one's hammered. Square of the wicket. Again, not a great length to bowl, just angling in towards the hitting zone. The result is cuatro carreras.
Yeah, I mean, when you consider how well they bowled in the last match to defend that 98, they bowled a really good length. They got the Yorkers going, but just not getting it right here today. I must admit, it was very nice to speak to Dan Walker's father today, Nigel. He's here. We had a bit of a conversation in between the innings. He's here watching the cricket and enjoying the commentary, he said. That's nice to know.
Thanks, Nigel. You're too kind. I was having a bit of chat with Dan earlier, and Sven. They were just getting ready for their game. They'll be playing this afternoon. But yeah, I think Dan's lived here since 2007. I think Sven's lived here for 6 or 7 years. And I was asking him, obviously, you know, Dan's very fluent in Spanish. And I was asking, you know, about how he picked it up and how confident he is. His answer was very confident. Sven hasn't been here as long, originally from South Africa, about 6 years, but I still think he's very good conversationally. That's a good shot, straight down the ground. That could be a boom time. Yeah, a little more of a click.
Little bit of a
It's a little bit of a, what do you call it, a sonic knock.
Yeah.
Not really a sonic boom, but the result, maximal 6 runs.
Yeah, I love that. आ देख ला मेरा शॉट आ देख ला शॉट तो मार देता हो कितने छोटी जी फोटो खींचने वाली मेरी 2 दिन फोटो अभी खींच दे smile please click 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 or clickety boom as we hear that ball hitting the wall. A lovely shot. Hey, I have to tell you though, I know that your Spanish is coming along good all the time, but you will notice, especially when you're out and about later today, a distinct difference in the way the Madridians speak compared to what you've heard there in Barcelona.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. Oh, in Barcelona. That's going to be a kick over the boundary. Not the greatest effort that time from Shoaib Khan. And when you need a turning point, you hate this, especially when you're in a key position. Just sticks out the foot. It's lazy. I hate to say it. You've got to bend down. You've got to get your hands on that. And it cost his team a boundary.
Yeah, Shoaib Khan needed to do better. Yeah, I mean, Madridians do tend to, for me, speak a lot faster.
I have noticed that.
Yeah.
I have noticed that.
And there's a bit of a sort of accent. It's more throaty.
I'm not very good at hiding my expressions as well. So if people are speaking really fast in Spanish at me, I end up just squinting and looking at them like, huh? like I have a real concentration face. Oh, well, too short this time. And that's going to be another 4 runs. So Hussain heats up. That brings up well, in fact, they already had the 50 partnership, but that makes it 54 without loss.
He's so disappointed here, hasn't he, at 6. I mean, I don't know if you keep the camera on him. Hits this, and watching me, he's like, only 4?
That's when you know that it wasn't a good ball. When you're upset, you've only hit it 4. I know that feeling as well. Short outside the leg stump. Yeah, so in English, obviously, I can understand it very naturally, so I don't have facial expressions that kind of say, what are you talking about? That's pure, isn't it? That one's not going to be a boom because that's over the fence and far away. Maximal 6 carreras, and he's not getting it right here at all. This is a very expensive over now from Kashif Aziz. It's gone magical, 26. With the ball to go, this could go supersonic.
Could go supersonic. It's just beautiful hitting though, isn't it? It's smooth, it's swift, it's timed to perfection. Hussain is looking good. That's the biggest 6 that we've had straight down the ground, by the way.
That was a good one. Over mid-off, over long off. Yeah, looks like it's hard to believe this team couldn't chase 99 earlier, but this is ECN cricket, and each game's different. Each game has its own unique flow and energy. Supersonic time. It's a big, filthy full toss on the knees and turned away by Hussain. Maximal. And they get 32 off that over into the power play. Khataf in control. In fact, they're almost halfway there. It's 66 without loss.
Quite incredible. What a power play that is. 66 come from it. And that over almost doubles the score. It was 34 without loss at the end of the second. And Kashif Aziz goes supersonic thanks to some incredible hitting there from Irfan Hussain. Both these two, Hussain and Islam, well, they are mounting on the pressure on Madrid Stars. And they've taken the rate required to just 10 per over. And the way they're going here, they keep going at this rate, they'll finish this match maybe around about the 8 over mark.
Yeah, it's a very good power play. Importance of early wickets, hey? 57 off the first half, and then 78 off the second half of the first innings. Already 66 here. Got to break this partnership. You got to do it pretty quickly.
Looks
Now,
like,
yeah, they're going to turn to Kashif Rana.
yeah, the frog coming on the bowl. Rana is frog here in Spain. You know that, of course. Yeah, Rana. Rabbit. Let's see what he's got.
Oh, well. Oh, jeez. Thought they got past the bowler, did Sofkul Islam. There was going to be a dismissal here. It looks like it might be a run out at the moment. Well, earlier on we had some hairy moments between them. Again, outside the leg stump. You can't expect it to end well. That's a beautiful leg glance with a bit of power as well for 4 runs.
Yeah, I like the way he gets himself into position pretty early. Right? It's not the best of deliveries, but, you know, he eyes on ball, head nice and still. He realises that the ball's going down the leg side, just gets himself in a good position, gets the legs out of the way, and he just creams it to the boundary. And now they're setting a field to a bad ball. I don't like that.
Yeah, true. He's got to get that line right. No one back on the offside except for the long off. Doesn't stop him going leg side, and that is humongous. That's up the hill. We need to name that mountain because we've had a few go up there. It's
Madre mia.
we just call it Mount Maximo. I said there's the kind of Mount Rushmore below it, but that was a huge strike.
Yeah, well, I sort of call that the it's called the sort of the allotments or the cabbage patch. That's just a lovely hit. It ends up going halfway out. Well, luckily, at least the ball rolls back down again.
Jeez, leg stump as well. And scary, but that's probably the better of the scenarios. That's going to be a wide, but it will have to be a rebowled. Unbelievable that we had such a clean first innings as well, as far as the extras went.
Yeah,
so it
one
is possible.
leg by. Just the one leg by. He bottles it. Got to go for this.
Oh, well, field for a bad ball, bowl a bad ball. Fielder does his job. Maybe it does work out.
I think you got to go for this catch, though. I think it was long enough up there for the fielder. He's got time to see it, come in, dive forward, go for the catch, try to break this partnership and get yourself back in the match. Because at the moment, it's only going one way, and that's in the way of Hetafe, who are looking to bounce back with the win.
Well, high. Somebody's got to get to this. It's not easy. It has come a long way, but he holds the catch. That's a very, very good piece of, I was going to say outfielding, but it's probably infielding in the end because that's where he ended up. Shoaib Khan, he was a little bit lazy before, tried to stop a ball with his foot and it went for 4, but that wasn't lazy. That was a very good piece of work, and he gets the dangerous Irfan for 33 and breaks the circuit of this opening partnership that was worth 78 in the 4th over. It's 78 for 1.
Yeah, Kashif the Frog. Mr. Rana has struck, and it is the man who was guilty of doing some sloppy fielding a bit earlier. And Shoaib Khan that holds on to the catch, so they do get the breakthrough. And maybe with that breakthrough, Madrid Stars will feel that, well, maybe there's a little opportunity for them to get themselves back in the match. But it's not going to get any easier because look who's coming out here now. This guy can crunch the ball pretty well as well as Kamil Ahmed.
See if that's a blip or a trend. That wicket. I still say they've got about 60 to defend here. That's a nice little cut first up, finds the fielder. They won't get a run. So that will take us to the end of the 4th over. Getafe, despite the wicket, still very much in charge at 78 for 1.
Yeah, Rana that over does recover well. It didn't start very well with the 2 boundaries, but just the 1 run and a wide in the last 4 deliveries, so just 12 come from it, picks up the important wicket, the breakthrough. So wonder what they do here now. Do they go back to maybe, depending on who's on strike, it will be Islam on strike, so you probably don't want to go back to someone like Chima or Yaqub just yet, but you're going to have to use them. And, be interesting what the thought process is going to be here for Waheed Akhtar, the captain behind the stumps.
I've been digging into the 22 versus 22 because Adian, he made me think, because I'd never heard of that you just bat 11 in each innings. But what I've been doing a little bit of digging. I'll tell you what I found, because even I didn't know this actually.
Oh,
Jaiswal gets that very wrong, and that's going to be a minimo. Just when you've turned the corner and you've broken the opening partnership, he sets a tough task with the keeper Akhtar. I mean, it's miles high, and then look when it bounces very awkwardly for the keeper. You can't stop it, and that's 5 free runs and a free hit to come.
Yeah, that's not what you needed from Jaiswal. Jaiswal, it's been one of the pick of the bowlers the last few days. He had that issue in the last match, didn't he? He couldn't finish off a good over. Started well, went for only 10 in the end, but it looked like it could have been just 2 or 3 from it. Oh, big monster, Adios Bolota. That goes all the way, 6 more. And Getafe are looking to finish this off pretty quickly. Dare I say, they might even be thinking 4 points.
Oh, wow, surely not. But who knows, anything's possible in the European Cricket Series. It's moved to 48 now in Sofocol. And for the guy that was hobbling around before, we saw him stop, drop and roll like he'd accidentally set himself on fire attempting a catch in the first innings. Now he's on 48, and now he's going to get it.
No.
Real gift, and that's going to go as well. A Maximal.
Well, I reckon this one could also be called, you know. I don't think it was that slow. Let's have a look. He's back in his crease. How high is this? That's a no. That's going to be called, you know. And he's raising his bat, and quite rightly so. Not because he's hit a 6 or going to get a 7 up, because that's his 50 regardless. So Sofocol Islam, 50 runs. And I don't know if they're calling this or not. For me, it was high, Vinny.
It's on the cusp. I think they have let it go. They thought
no
fractionally
way.
before below his waist. But I don't know if it'll make a difference the way things are going. A 16-ball 50 for Sofocol Islam. The bat's showing up. Now he's going to get more, but how many more? He'll get 4 more. Really, maybe you're right. Maybe they could do this. It'd be a remarkable 4-pointer. They'd have to go at more or less 19 and a half and over rate, but that's kind of what they've been doing so far.
What they're doing at the moment. Just saw a quick sneak look at the wagon wheel there from Sofocol Islam. Hit shots all over the place. What I liked about his start is that he started by hitting some over the top of the offside as well. He's batted well here. And he ain't done yet, especially if you're going to feed him Gandhi balls like that. Gandhi balls, he but ke shot mare aadata na. Changiya juttiyan pairiyan bowler nu. Sandeep Jaiswal, normally very reliable. Well, it looks like that he could be on his way to a supersonic over as well. 23 have come off the first 4 deliveries.
Wow, this has been a brutal assault on the bowling. 105 off 4.4. All right, Jaiswal already gone magical. More runs coming, 29 and counting. It might not even be safe, the 32 that we saw earlier, as that's a Maximal, and this now seems like an inevitable procession for Getafe towards their opening win. But how many points are they going to walk away with?
Taking them to the sword. That is what's happening here. Islam is on a heater right now. And, well, poor Sandeep Jaiswal doesn't know where to put it. So 29 off the over, a ball to go. Remember, Kashif Aziz in over number 3 went for 32. Oh, no, he's lost it. He's got the lurgies. And now they're, well.
You know, that's so funny, because something about when one batter's on 70 and one's on 0, because Camille just really wants to go. He says, I'm on century watch, and you ain't taking this free hit away from me. That's not even on the screen. That's gone very, very wrong from Jaiswal. Now this over has gone supersonic. In fact, we could be looking at the 36. I think we saw it yesterday once.
Oh dear, oh dear. Well, we definitely got the lurgies. Islam looking to unleash.
Oh, well, it's free hits can't be had anyway. Can they keep it in? They'll probably spoil each other. No, they won't. Gets drops, but it won't really matter. because it'll be a single, and it means that Sophical will retain the strike with 23 required now. I'm trying to work out if there's any way he could do it. Probably not. But anyway, 71 and after 5 overs. Do not adjust your sets. It's 113 for 1.
Yeah, I don't know if you saw this. You have a look at our upcoming events. Excited about this. Going back to Dreux. That's going to be great. New. Before then, of course, a new pitch in Bologna, a new ground. Go back to Malta for the spring series. And, of course, don't forget the big news that we shared with you yesterday, a night series there in Belgium. But notice there that Kamil Ahmed just stayed in his crease, saying, nah, just stay there. And you saw Sufyan Islam say, come on, you've got to get to the other end. We've got to take the single.
It's been interesting. It's probably, of the 2 days I've never seen more internal negotiations for strike. But anyway, obviously, of course, Bologna starts on Sunday as well, and you'll be there, Rico.
I'll be
Corey
there.
will join me, or join you actually on Thursday. I've got Thursday off, but then Corey will do Friday and Saturday with me. All right, well, we're going to turn to Tasawwur Azam. But now we're talking BP watch, aren't we? 23 off 12 to do that, and there could be 6 of them. No, it's been taken. So something, who knows, that could be a big wicket, because it might just allow the Stars to keep their point here. And right now it's too early to say, but I've just got a feeling it could be tight for who stays and who goes for finals qualification. But what a knock, 71 from Sophical. And yeah, he's not looking too physically injured now, is he? He's looking pretty good. Gives the lucky bat away. That walks away, surely with a win in the pocket. 113 for 2.
Well, it's a brave call from the captain, Wahid Akhtar. He says, you know what, Azam, have the ball. We need something to happen. Maybe you can make it happen, or maybe he can. First ball, and he gets the wicket of the dangerous Islam. And the thing that's worth pointing out here now is you literally got 2 new batters out there.
Yeah, so now that's not going to help either. But
that wicket there, you're right, could be a big wicket.
Yeah,
could
look,
be a
that's
difference
for
of
the
a point.
bonus point.
Yeah.
Remember, there's 4 points on offer every game. Generally, it's split 3-1 to the winner and the loser. But if you win by a lot, you steal the loser's point. You take all 4, and that's what they're hoping to do. Yeah, they'll do that if they can chase it before the end of the 7th over.
Yeah, Azam, nice start. All right, well, he was dying to get on strike, wasn't he? was Ahmed. Well, he will be on strike. Well, he comes down the track, gets on the pad, and he's gone.
Yeah, that's a good call, I think. He was a long way across. Got a long way across. And so, after wanting the strike, Kamil, he wanted the free hit, didn't he? He never got it. Now he's going to be sent packing without scoring.
Well, Azam the man, as Ahmed will go here.
It's a long way down. I get that, but is this ball missing? I don't think it's missing.
You don't?
Because you can actually see leg stump there. I mean, look, it's an umpire's call for me. I know what you're saying. He's long way. I say long way down. He's about 1 metre out of his crease. I think it's a fair enough call.
I think it's a fair enough call. If I was standing there, my thought process would be, it's come a long way down. The ball's got a lot to do. Is it going to just miss the leg stump? But ifs and buts, I think umpire's call.
Yeah, I just suppose you're trying to work it out. I think the fact that you can see the leg stump behind his leg, just for me, kind of swings a little bit. So let's just we agree that it could have gone either way, and hey, if you miss the ball, probably deserve it. Probably not the play blocking it out when you've potentially got the bonus point in here.
Remember Getafe in that last match? They made a good start, and when they lost a couple of wickets, everything dried up. Now they've lost 3 wickets here. Surely they'll get the 21 they need of 27 deliveries. That's a good-looking shot.
Lack of game awareness, I think, blocking that first one. And you need 21 off 8 and get a single the next ball. So yeah, that catch of Sophical Islam just might be good enough for Stars to keep their point. It would be like a even split of the points instead of a 5-3 split out of this contest.
It's a bit full toss here. The umpire's quite happy with it. Let's have a look.
Front
Yeah,
foot,
sneaking
yeah.
under.
That one is, you can tell, already below the waist. So, end of the 6th, it's 117 for 3. That still could do it. I mean, that was a decent over from Azam, but probably only, or might be the only over he gets. I guess we'll see.
Yeah, my thinking here is you go now back to Yakubu Chima go with your main strike bowlers, because
of course you have.
you got batters that are new, they haven't got going yet, and you just feel you win one over here. All right, look, they're needing less than one ball, but one good over can change everything, and I think that looks like what they're doing. Looks like it is going to be Chima. He's got the Southern Cross field in place, and Chima, he's just got to try and get that Yorker going. Start on outside off. He does get a little bit of movement in. A couple more wickets here, and I think we could have a really nervy finish to this match.
Just got to avoid going for 19. That's pretty much your objective. Chima, I have seen him go for big runs at times, but actually 2 new batters at the crease. So 19 for the BP for Getafe. First one gets through everyone, including the keeper. That's going to be 4. Any bat on this? Yeah, a little bit of an inside edge, but it wasn't a huge one, I will say. And having seen Akhtar stop a lot of balls to his left, he's probably too wide. He's starting way too wide there. And he can't get across.
Not an easy one. Not an easy one, because it swings in, gets the inside edge, wrong foots the keeper, and drops in front of him as well.
You don't want to be having to move to your left at all. And so he just started almost kind of outside the edge of the pitch there to Chima. Made it hard for himself, little positioning thing. Ollie Rahman hit the ball well earlier, 15 off 5 required. Gets a piece of this. Finds the fielder though, and it'll only be a single. So Ifratul's going to have to try and find something here himself. 14 off 4 required for the 4 points.
Chima thinking all the time, as he can see he's a real thinker as he walks back. Says, right, what do I need to do here now? I think if I'm him, I'm thinking full and straight to Ifratul. Hasn't really got started yet, and Chima just checks his field as I think he wants to make an adjust. He wants the fielder to come inside. Yeah, he says, look, I don't want you up there. I'd rather have you in a catching position.
That's smart, I think. He's protecting third with a chance to the hanging edge. And bowls it there, but it's pretty well struck by Ifratul. Throws the hands at it. That'll be 4 and keeps the 4-pointer alive. That's that 10 off 3 now required for Getafe.
Getafe, after they would feel they threw away their first match when they did everything right apart from chase down the 99 they needed. They had a wobble and they could never get back on track. But what a reply this is from them. And those of you that are thinking that maybe they didn't have the depth of the batting, you have to think again. It'll be a very comprehensive victory.
10 to win. Steps back, swings away. There's nobody back here. This will probably run away for 4 as well. Yeah, all friendly bounces here, aren't they? I think there's a little bit of the Portugal drainage here as well, because, just have a look at this skip on. In Barcelona, this is the kind of ball that actually holds up.
Yeah.
But now, 6 off 2 required.
And all right, here we go. So
the crowd's getting into it.
They are indeed getting excited. Are we going to see 4 points here? They're needing 6 of 2 deliveries.
Maximo to sweep the points here. Won't be. And now it'll only be 1. It's a good crowd. This game's about to finish. But, simply, it needs a 6.
Yeah.
Don't know how you could hit a 5, but maybe I'll be surprised. Assuming it's a legal delivery, Rahman needs a Maximo to take all 4 points. So this becomes a huge delivery for Madrid Stars. Rahman for the 4-pointer. Won't get it, well bowled. It'll be along the ground. So we will go to the 8th over. And look, they'll have to settle for the 3, although I think this game is pretty much done. You can see there on your screen, the Stars have achieved a point. 132 for 3, and that means the points will be split 4-4 between these teams this morning.
Yeah, I just saw the disappointment there as that ball wasn't hit for 6 from the Getafe bench. They were all standing hoping that the ball would disappear over the ropes. It wouldn't be, so they're going to have to sit back and just settle for the 3 points. This is what's coming up next.
Yeah, I was just going to say, but that catch of Sofiqul Islam turned out to be huge.
Yeah.
That Yaqub held on to. Yeah, Madrid CC versus the Sultans this afternoon. Both teams undefeated through their first 2 matches yesterday. Madrid CC won the toss. They've elected to bat. And how about their opening pair yesterday? Sharma and Walker been really good. And then you've got their very experienced and powerful Imran Siddiqui at 3. So I think that game will very much depend on the first power play in the first 5 overs. Let's see if the Sultans can can dislodge them. I will say the Sultans, they did score big runs yesterday, but they also went for big runs at times. And so, yeah, they're going to have to get their bowling right. That game will be starting in about 35 minutes. And looks like we might have a bit of an early chase here, which allows us to get a slightly longer lunch break.
Yeah.
Looks pretty good already.
Lunch looks good. I can see a few people digging into it. Looks quite nice. Looks like a bit of shepherd's pie, I think.
Well, that one is fielded. Oh, almost creates a run out, actually. I was about to call the end of the game, but fielder was in the right place at the right time.
Yeah, good pick up and good throw. Just a single, so goes back over to Rahman. Oh, well, he wanted to finish it with a big shot, didn't he, Rahman?
I can just tell, I'm not a doctor, but Wahid Akhtar, the keeper's legs are starting to feel pretty heavy on him. He's done a lot of work in the last couple of days, keeping 4 games, 2 to win. And that will be it. Finds the hole, and Rahman finishes things off. So although the Madrid Stars have a point, Getafe, they walk away with the win and 3 points here. So honours even. First time we've seen a doubleheader split so far in this European Cricket Series.
Yeah, and Rahman goes ole, ole, ole as he hits that one for 4 and gets the win for Getafe. They'll be happy with that. They'll be would have been pretty disappointed. They're going down in that first match, but they've come back well. They would have been, of course, immensely happy if they had picked up all 4 points. It's not to be. So you're right, 2 teams will get 4 points apiece for their work this morning. It'll help them move themselves up to midway through in that table.
Half an hour, I should say, until the next game, where we'll see Madrid CC taking on the Sultans. So have a little break, but then come back and join us. Or I think in a few moments, the Norway chase will get underway. They're chasing 137 for victory against Portugal. Half centuries for Gabby Sakira and Serafu Ryland there for Portugal. They only lost 1 wicket on the way to 136. But right here, it was a similar target. In fact, it was 136 the target for Getafe, who needed a good start. Well, Rico, they certainly got it.
Oh, it was a cracking start, wasn't it? I mean, there was no mistakes from the 2 openers. Hussein, he was just going at an incredible 300 strike rate. He made 33 of 10, but it was Saiful Islam who, I think he's had a good morning. He was very good with the ball in the earlier match when he picked up 3 wickets, and he made amends for not quite making too many runs with the bat in the first one with this great knock. 71 of 22, and when you have a look at his wagon wheel, he played shots to all around the park. But what an important catch that was, because we said at the time that catch is the one that probably gets them, that's the Stars, at least a point.
Yeah, I think so, because if it wasn't for that, I think they are getting swept here. It's kind of a 2-point swing. Who knows? These 2 teams might be fighting for position. It's a point that one team gets that the other doesn't, so it's that kind of double whammy effect. That one was taken by Yakub. That was the catch we're talking about. And then this one, I know you kind of split the jury a little bit, but I think he got a long way across for me. I know he's a long way down, but I still was pretty confident that ball was going to hit. This one didn't hit, though, and got through the keeper. Nice little kind of cameo, if you like, from Ifratul as well, but I wonder if they went back to regret the fact that Ifratul blocks his first ball, because really they were going to win the game no matter what. They had to really attack it in 7. That was the winning moment as Getafe, their first win on the network since 2022, where they had a memorable win against Madrid United, and I think they had 3 wins over Sevilla back in that tournament as well. What a good chase that was, and they do it with 14 balls to spare. 71 for Saiful Islam, a real star out there, of 22 balls. Hit 10 maximos. That's right, 10 maximos and 2 fours. Supported by Irfan Hussein, who was good early, going at 300 plus strike rate, 33 off 10 for him. Ollie Rahman and Ifratul tried to get them across the line in 7 overs. They couldn't quite do it in the end. Despite a very, very good chase, they had to settle for the 3 points. The Stars, unfortunately for them, they just walk away with 1 in this one, but they're a bit lucky to walk away with that one, I think, as the bowling sometimes went wrong and sometimes went really wrong in that innings. Had a couple of huge overs, a couple of supersonics, a 32 run over to Aziz, a 31 run over to Jaiswal. As far as the wickets went, Tasawar Assam with 2 for 10 off 10 balls certainly did what he could to try and keep things in check. Kashif Rana with 1 wicket, but never got as second over. We will take a break, be back in around about 25 minutes, take you into the next exciting match as Madrid CC, the Reds will take the stage against the Fonseca Sultans. We'll be swinging into action in a few moments when we return to La Lipa for more ECS Spain in Madrid. This European cricket event is proudly brought to you by HCL Software, Rado, 1xBet and Victorinox. Hello and welcome back. Great to have you with us as we get ready for the afternoon session. And coming up, we have Madrid CC versus the Sonseca Sultans. Now, these two teams won both of their games yesterday. Madrid CC actually got a bonus point in there as well. So they have 7 out of 8 possible points with the Sultans on 6. But it's going to be a really good second half of the day, I'm very sure, because whoever gets the better of this contest probably gets favouritism, I think, at this early stage at least, for this week. So let's go out to the middle now where Tyrone Peters has the two captains, and we'll see what happens in the coin toss for match 7.
Sonseca to call.
Head.
Head is the call, tails it is.
We're going to have a bat.
They will have a bet.
Dan Walker wins the toss then and wants to have a hit, and why not? They really did put their foot down with the bat. And Chaitanya Sharma, I said, he's an early candidate for MVP. Just looks like a good all-round player. He'll open the batting also. He's got a key role with the ball. He's got a very good pair of hands. So Madrid CC, I suppose one concern they might have is availability of players heading into the weekend. But right now, they just need to get down and do the business, try and make it 3 in a row. But the Sonseca Sultans, their first day in ECS cricket yesterday, and they certainly didn't put too many feet wrong. They will say they have a bit of a Madrid United feel about them. A lot of players that we have seen playing for Madrid United previously, but they were able to kind of out-muscle their opponents, the Stars, and they actually looked pretty good with the bat. They had a few guys scoring runs and contributing. So I think that they'd be very, very confident that they can get the job done here as well. Rico Fort is in the commentary box. I can tell you Madrid United, the Reds are going to bat first in this one after winning the coin toss. Over to you as we get ready for lucky match 7.
Thank you very much to Vinny Sandhu. The question is, who will it be lucky for this match number 7? And two teams who yesterday performed well. Sonseca Sultans got 2 wins over the Madrid Stars, 174 to 130, and then they chased down the 107 they needed with 12 balls to go. And Madrid CC, they had a very exciting and entertaining match against Madrid United. First up, 149 to 143. And then the second match with Madrid United only scoring 100. Madrid CC knocked them off with 18 balls to go and took all of the points. A quick look at the team. Madrid CC, they got Sumun Hussain and Abdul Hakim coming back into the side. Abdul Hakim bowled beautifully well in that first match yesterday. And the Sonseca Sultans, they got Kasim Ali coming into the side. Two teams that are undefeated and looking to go head-to-head here. And I get the feeling, I don't know why, but maybe this also could be a bit similar to the first match, the first 2 matches that we had here this morning, where the teams will share the points. Well, let's wait and see how it goes. And, well, we're in the Goldilocks zone, as we like to call it, with the Sonseca Sultans just slightly favourites, 54% there, you can see, to the 46%. Born today in 1963 was the man known as the Gaffer. Do you know who we're talking about? Alex Stewart, of course, went on to play 133 tests, which is good going for a man who didn't start till he was 27. That's when he made his debut. Stewart's record would have been even better if England at the time had a decent all-rounder. When he was forced to keep wicket, he averaged 35. When picked purely as a batter, he averaged a hugely impressive 46. Stewart also captained England to the first win in a 5-test series for more than 11 years, and that was against South Africa in 1998. So happy birthday to the Gaffer, Alex Stewart, who was born today in 1963. Of course, I've mentioned already, today it is National Empanada Day. Speaking of food, thank you very much to Cricket España and, of course, to everybody out here involved working behind the scenes for a wonderful lunch that we had today. It was very nice. A little bit of shepherd's pie. It was very nice too. And some vegetables to go with that. So we're well fed, we're well watered, we're ready to go. Here's the first. Khurshid to bowl it, and it's just going to be pushed away in a single take. And that was certainly one of the features of Madrid CC's batting yesterday. They were running the singles very well between each other, so off the mark straight away. Also, as well as National Empanada Day, International Feng Shui Day today, and also is a day that we observe and do our bit to help the pygmy hippo, which is part of the endangered animals around the world, in danger of being extinct. And well, the batter was in danger maybe of being extinct there for a moment, and that was T10 Sharma. Now he's a man now, I've got to say it, and Vinny Sandy's not quite back yet, but Vinny made a very early MVP call about T10 Sharma yesterday. It's hardly surprising. He bowled well and he batted beautifully. He scored 70, and when he was comically run out actually when we thought he might actually go on and score a century, and then he helped Madrid CC get all the points with a fine 44 as well. So he's in good form as he just clips this one away and gets a single. The fielder goes down on all fours to do the fielding. That's Jamal Chowdhury. Well, we've had our lunch and I've shared with you what we've had. Vinny's still eating dessert, by the way. It is very nice too. I think it was a bit of a rhubarb something or another. Vinny will come back and tell us. So once he's had his pudding, he'll be here to join us. So he'll also tell us what he had. But that's crunch. Don't have to run those, as Dan Walker, he was in good form yesterday as well. In second match, he made 48 to 26. And in fact, it was suicidal run to get himself out and get Sharma on strike, which helped Madrid CC yesterday then win, not just win a match inside 7 overs, but of course take all of the points. So he's in good form himself. As I said, he made 48 of 26. That's not a good delivery, and it's a wide. I think the umpire just checking in his mind that ball doesn't go over the stumps at all. It doesn't. I think that's a good call there by the umpire Ijaz, out there with umpire Payal. So down the leg side. So yeah, I had that shepherd's pie. I haven't had a bit of shepherd's pie in ages. It was very nice too. Some broccoli with that as well, and a bit of couscous. I do like a bit of couscous. Squeeze a bit of lemon on it. It's very nice indeed. But yeah, we've been well looked after here, so thank you very much. I know John Howden, the CEO from Cricket Espana, is here looking after us, doing a tremendous job. John Woodward as well. Great save. Superb. Well, I don't know who the goalkeeper is for Real Madrid, but this man, he certainly could be the talk of the next man to take over. That is proper goalkeeper style. Oh, that's tremendous work. Superb. As Yunus. Wonderfully well done. It's the end of the over. And first over comes to the end. And 12 on the board. Not the worst of overs there from Kawar. And just as I say that T10 Sharma is going to be key for Madrid CC here today, I think Kawar Khurshid could also be a big player in the 2 matches between these two today for the Sultans. Raj Kumar. And I know that, well, my Bollywood knowledge is not the best, but Raj Kumar certainly does sound like a Bollywood star. I think there was a Raj Kumar, wasn't there? And not the Bollywood, well, it could be the Bollywood star, Raj Kumar. There he is. What do you reckon? Villain or hero, Raj Kumar there? Well, yeah, come on. Anybody tell me what they're there for lunch? Well, I say lunch. It could be dinner for most places. So let us know what you had for lunch. Up in the air. It's going to clear the fielders and clear the boundary as well. That's going to be 6 runs. As Dan Walker continues to play those lovely shots outside the off stump. I mean, that's key, because I know that here you'll see that a lot of fielders, especially in the power play, are on the onside, and even outside the power play, you tend to have 3 or 4 fielders on the leg side, and they will now put a sweeper out. So that means that what looks like the mid-wickets come in. So long on and mid-wicket back. Nice contrasting colours here, the purple and the orange of the Sultans. He gets a bit of an inside edge on this and probably does well to do so. And then Madrid in their traditional bright red and white, looking pretty dashing. I suppose we are in Spain. I suppose Madrid CC have to be careful when they're playing. They're never playing in a field where there's any of those Spanish bulls around. That could be interesting, couldn't it? Kuma again. Short, not a good delivery down the leg side, and Payal will signal wide to the scorers. Welcome back to everybody in the chat as well. Lovely to have you all with us. Everybody chirping away. Hello to Tim. That's hit well, and it's going to go all the way for 4 runs. Nicely struck. Lovely timer of the ball at T10 Sharma. One thing that was part of his game plan yesterday was the way he was clipping the balls of his pads quite easily. No hassles at all. And he did the same there. Good timing. So 4 más. Bit of discussion and some advice being given to Kuma. 12 or 4 deliveries. Madrid sees he could start. Sharma will be eyeing up, hitting over the top of square leg, I feel. He loves to play that little clip. And slower delivery, real loopy delivery. Takes all the pace off this. There's Raj Kuma, and Sharma, you can see he's trying to get underneath it, but just couldn't do so. In fact, by coming out to it, he ends up kind of yorking himself. And even gets away. Oh, well, the fielder's little. It's quite gingerly trying to get to that, and having a look at all of the Sultan players. They're sort of all arms folded and thinking, well, why didn't he try and stop that? That was my question. You can see he just sort of kind of gives up on it. Does Qasim Ali, who's playing his first match, and well, I was going to say his first bit of work could have been stopping that boundary, but he just seems to have given up on it. There will be a boundary at the end of the over. The over will go for 16, and the score moves to 28 with that last 2 overs complete, as Vinny Sandhu has finished his puddings and joins me in the, well, I suppose we're calling it the stadium corner here.
Yeah, well, I'm now the reason. Tell you in a minute, because we've got to go back to the action. But
still got a bit of cream on your lips.
I was going to say, I'm the reason there's now a time limit on how long you're allowed to spend in the food room. But that is brilliant. That's Jemima that's organising the food for us.
My Jemima. I got to say, it's fantastic, isn't
There's
it?
about 3 or 4.
What a spread.
And I've got a rule. I need to try them all. And then you'll like how it ended, actually.
Hey, don't forget your diet. You're going to have to,
well, in all seriousness,
double up on paddle.
She said, it was I think it was peach and almond pie.
Okay.
Or plum and almond pie.
All right, I was going to say, yeah.
Plum and almond pie.
I weren't sure it was rhubarb for a moment. Plum,
Yeah.
okay.
And I said, look, she said, you've got to try it. So I said, okay, if I need to. This is the dessert after I'd had the four different things for the main course. So I had, but you know what, I'll be good. I'm going to have the smallest piece. So I picked up the smallest piece, a little bit of whipped cream. Okay, a little bit of whipped cream, no problem.
Yeah.
There's about 9 or 10 left. She says, you've got to have another one. I said, okay. So despite having the smallest one, I ended up then having a normal size one as well.
Oh, that's short delivery.
Oh.
And oh dear, he's running too much. If he stayed where he was, he probably would have been taking an easy catch. He comes running in, Raj Kumar, the Bollywood star, and finds the ball going over his head.
If Raj Kumar is a Bollywood star, I don't think he read the dance routine right, because he zigged when he had to zag there.
Well,
he actually made really good ground, just the wrong way.
Yeah, the star became the villain. That's the story between them. And you became the villain as well. Look, when I left you, I did hear that conversation when Jemima...
Oh,
that's close. Oh, shake of the head from the umpire. Bowler can't believe it. This we have to see again. Oh, we have to see this again. This looked pretty close from where we are.
He's wide-ish of the crease, but you can't be that wide of the crease here. I just think this is dead. Tell me what you think. Is it sliding down leg or not? Let's have a look. I can understand. Yeah, I can understand if you could think it was missing.
Very close.
The replay actually justified the umpire's decision a bit more, as this will be lifted away for 4. You know, the thing is, it looked like it hit him further in front of the stumps because it bounced off the left of his pad. So live, I actually thought
this is cannoning into middle and leg, but it certainly isn't doing that. See how it just slides off that pad and bounces to the left of screen? And it gives you an impression it hits him more in front of middle. But I still think it's one that could have gone either way.
Yeah, I there was one in the last match, wasn't it, where I was saying, nah, I would want to know if it, in that one I thought, yeah, it could have gone either way. If the umpire says he's going to miss, I would have settled for that. And I think the same there. I think if it was given, fair enough. But the umpire, what we have to remember is no matter what camera angles we can get, the umpire is in the dead right spot.
It's in their opinion, and it's a fair opinion. All you want is the umpire to be asking themselves the right questions. And I always, here's something, this is the lawyer in me, even though I didn't make it that far into law school. The laws say that if in the umpire's opinion the ball's hitting the stumps, then they should give it out. Well, there's never such thing as a wrong decision. Because unless they give something that's not their actual opinion.
Always pitching outside leg.
No, but my point is, it says in the umpire's opinion.
What do you think of that one, though? I know we're changing the subject. Ball pitching outside leg, a smidgen, not giving out, but it's going to cannon into the stumps.
I can understand.
Where did that come from?
It was because they've actually changed the LBW law like 17 times. And they keep opening up more ways. And they just haven't opened that one up yet. It's designed to prevent negative bowling in and targeting the pads. That's why.
Well, the slinger is in, by the way, Eunice.
But you missed my point there, I think. If the rule says, if in your opinion something, then even if your opinion is wrong, the law said to follow your opinion.
In your opinion.
So I'm following my opinion. Anyway.
Yeah, opinions can be dangerous, by the way. Going back to my opinion about your desserts.
Yeah.
So, yeah,
You're in there with me.
I heard that there's so many left. No.
Why didn't you stop me?
You said 9. By the time I made my coffee, there was only 4 left. And when I left, I heard her say, I think everybody's done now, Vinny. So I don't know if you had the others. I'll tell you who else is done. The batter, because Dan Walker goes for the shot, and it's I say easy. We've seen these drop today, but Mirza Baig makes no mistakes, and Dan Walker, he'll fall for 16. So the first wicket does finally go, and Walker is going to get walking. He's going to have to go back 16.
I actually like the way Dan opened up the offside a bit more than yesterday. He hit a really good offside 6, and that was the right shot there. Just didn't quite get it out of the middle of the bat. So I just think yesterday, maybe it's how they bowled to him. He hit a lot over mid-wicket, but I think he knew straight away that he's that straight to the fielder. So the old sling factor. Ayers Yunus picks up the first wicket, 39 for 1. Just going back before we go back to food chat. That LBW also, there was Sharma, which is a big moment in the innings, isn't it? 'Cause if you get rid of him, you can save yourself maybe 40, 50 runs. But yeah, it's an awkward angle that Yunus bowls. Yeah, so I'm going to do the right thing. Take the spotlight off me with lunch chat and put it squarely on one of the crew who shall remain nameless unless his name is Joe Foster, who is bringing Tupperware to the ground. And as soon as she said, "Oh, take as many as you can," he said, "Thank you. That's
Mr.
my cue."
Foster.
Funny you should mention that. And just kind of whipped out the Tupperware, saying, "Oh well, if I have to, I don't want it to go to waste."
You know what? You know why that is. As we were getting into our transport to leave yesterday, they were talking about how good the food was, because it is magnificent.
It is very.
And
good.
there was a lot of talk about apple crumble being left.
So it's just smart.
And Samir and Mars were talking about the apple crumble, saying it's the best that they had. Even it was comparable to what we had in Porto at the beginning of our season. And I think all of a sudden, probably Joe thought, well, if there's food left at the end, and it's good food, well, you know what?
I know he went to the shops
do
last
something
night.
about this.
Do you think he was picking up the old Tupperware?
He's a clever boy. He's got a good appetite, though. He's a growing lad, is Mr. Foster.
Good contest, this. Have to settle for one this time. So, Suman Hussain into the lineup. Good to see him out there for Madrid CC. Yunus, he asked some interesting questions. This is kind of, I'd call it Madrid Derby light, because this is a very Madrid United seeming team when I look at the team sheet for Sunset Consultants. Obviously Madrid United, quite a big club, and kind of expanding beyond one team essentially. So yeah, these two teams I think will know each other really well. Generally more experienced guys in this Sultans team.
It's unlucky. It's once again gets a bit of edge to this. It flies past the keeper. Can't do anything about that, can Kashif Iqbal.
There's no one down here to protect the equipment. Watch this. This bangs into the camera. Wait for the shake. Ready? Dunk.
A little wobble.
And that's 4 runs. Maybe a bit lucky. There's the ball. It's closer to the pin. And I think that shot would win. That's the end of the over. And it's 45 for 1. So, yeah, pretty interesting game so far. Sultans, they scored a lot of runs yesterday, but they also probably conceded a few many for their liking. But, yeah, Yunus, he's actually started with a no ball off the pitch yesterday, but he settled in pretty quickly. And I remember, he's a very tricky bowler.
I think bowlers will, and we're going to find this, you know, now that the teams have got a few games under their belt. We'll see the same, I think, from Madrid United tomorrow. The bowlers will get used to the pitch, and we'll see better control. We've certainly seen that today already. I mean, look at how the number of extras have gone down. That's hit beautifully. Lovely shot. The timing of this man, Jatiana Sharma, is exceptional. And he doesn't rush into this. So it's a similar sort of delivery that got the wicket of Walker. But he just waits a little bit longer before executing the shot. And he gets it sweet out of the middle. Sweeter than the plum and almond pie that Vinny was polishing off for lunch.
Don't remind me about it. Kumar with a comeback.
It's going to be 4 more. It's not a good area to bowl. They've got nobody on the 45. And Raj Kumar, I'm actually surprised they go back to Raj Kumar. He bowled over number 2 and he went for 16.
Maybe his agent called and said that you better give him a second over. I'm pulling him for another movie.
Probably, yeah, probably after that, the catch attempt, which went horribly wrong. But anyway, Kumar has got to try and, I think to somebody like Sharma, you've got to try and keep that ball outside the off and hope he miscues. They want to take it on. It's very good running.
He's got cramps a bit there. Yeah, I mean, he loves to get his arms free, Sharma, doesn't he? It's the kind of ball where, yeah, it just kind of has to jam in and get something on it. So that's pretty well bowled by Kumar. Obviously thought there's a reason to bring him back on.
It's worked away. Once again behind square.
Great
Good stop.
Oh, yeah, don't take 2 there, because he would have been gone.
Good call. Very good call there from Sharma.
It was Sharma who actually had a better view of the bowler and just said, But what's one thing to think something, you still got to communicate to your batting partner. That's what he did well. He put his hand up, yelled a big no. That was a rocket throw as well from Yunus. He's not only a very good bowler, he's an excellent fielder.
Goes for it and gets it. 6 runs. Sharma continuing to impress. Remember, his score was yesterday. The 2 knocks he had, 70 of 31, 44 not out of 18. And now here is getting once again a good score to his name. Moves close to the 40s once again. Nice solid hit, 39 of 15. And that's going to get in the gap. There's only the 2 men on that side of the field. They've got a very straight long on, so you got mid-wicket and square leg. And I think they're debating here whether you actually do want to get another one across to him, but you're going to have to wait for that to happen as we are at the 5 over mark. And it's a good time to join us for the start of, I suppose, the afternoon session here. We've got 2 matches between 2 good teams, both unbeaten at the moment.
It's got a really nice symmetry. It's kind of our old school format. Sometimes we do it, I suppose, at the beginning and the end of the year when we don't have as much sunlight to work with. So 67 for 1 after 5. It is down to here, Mr. Maximo. Rico full right there. And welcome to Madrid. We thoroughly enjoyed our first day and a half here. I've also loved the way the teams have approached it. I mean, unlike some other places that we have gone where the players are a bit more used to it, still pretty new for a lot of these players. Some are brand new to ECN, some might have played a handful of games 3 years ago, but I'm loving the enthusiasm. But I'm not really loving this, though, because that's Raj Kumar, who unfortunately will not get with the program this time, goes straight through him for 4. Now he has to pick it off the fence.
Well, I told you before, is he the hero or the villain? The way he's going at the moment, I think he's getting more votes for being the villain at the moment, and some of them coming from his own players, especially that from Amir Shaukat. He will not be happy that one's gone to the boundary.
Yeah, Sharka doesn't look like the most patient bowler with his fielders. And fielders won't come into it here because that's going to go up and out of the ground. Maximo! I hate to say it, but it shouldn't have been that batter on strike because it should have just been a one last ball. You can see what a difference Sumon has coming in.
Yeah.
Whack that one out of there.
Good hit. Gets pitched up a little bit more from Amir Shawkat. He says, right, I'm not going to give you a chance to play the cut shot. But that's hit down the ground. So what next? Goes quicker, down the ground and over the fielder. 6 more. Boom. Shakalagia. Hit firm and hard. It doesn't get too much elevation on this. But that ball rattles the fence once more. 4-6-6 so far. A hat-trick of boundaries. And in fact, the last 5 balls have all gone to the boundary. And this one will not get stopped. But that means that Sharma quite happily will go back on strike. I think he'll fancy going after Shawkat here as well.
Crooms actually sent in a video. I heard about this yesterday. It was a big LBW shout in county cricket yesterday. Get it into the leg. Must have got some of the leg. But this got given out yesterday.
Oh, this was terrible, yeah. That was horrendous.
Yeah.
Horrendous. That was actually,
appeal.
when I was saying to you this morning, have you seen some of them? That was one of them. There was one, a horrible one, that leg side. Anyway, this one, can anybody get there? Yeah, the keeper can. Good work taken there by Iqbal. So they'll get the wicket, and it's the big wicket there of Chatyana Sharma, who goes for 43 of 17. And if there's one man that you want to see back in the shed, if you're the opposition, and that's him. So well done to the Sultans, and well done to Amir Shawkat.
Yeah, well, I actually heard about that yesterday, but couldn't load the video. Nice catch, good anticipation by the keeper. Does a good job there, doesn't he? Kashif Iqbal. And so that is the key wicket of Chaitanya Sharma. This time he does have to go for 43. And after 6 overs, Madrid CC are 84 for 2.
Yeah, 84 for 2. Yeah, but I mean, there's just, when you look at something, I know you're squinting to try and see that because of the sun, but it's an awful, I mean, if there was another set of stumps there, it probably would be missing that one as well.
Yeah,
But given caught with the pat, yeah.
At best, it's 5th stump. But umpires, they're able to make mistakes, I suppose. One thing about
What did he say? It was the opinion?
Yeah, it's in his opinion. It was upside down that time. This is outside up because that's going to be 6 more. Beautiful check drive by Suman Hussain. He's hit the ground running in this series. Maximal 6 months.
And he's been joined out there by another good player. And that, of course, is another good all-rounder in Sadiq. Imran Sadiq has joined him. He's a very tall man at the non-strikers then.
I remember, I don't know if this is still the instructions, but in county cricket, they actually said if the batter doesn't play a shot and is hit on the pad, the benefit of the doubt should go to the bowler. I remember that being said. That was about 20 years ago. And I suppose the idea being it's not a good look, batter's padding up. So if you think it's going to miss, just get pad out of the way. Let's see if it misses. So that's taking it to extremes, though.
Yeah.
That one yesterday.
Yeah, that's taking it to big. I mean, yeah, I remember when when I was playing in England, we always used to say, the umpire didn't play a shot. And that's a drop. It's another. Oh, now he can't even throw the ball in. Dekhiya prone khadya hatanu gi lagi hai. Catch when he put on that ball. Sit when he's hakda. That's a batten.
Well, you know who that is? That's Syed Shah. And 24 hours ago, there or thereabouts, Syed Shah went on a bit of a journey. And that journey involved him running backwards at full speed and backwards somersaulting off the mound. This time, didn't have any of those dramas, but he made his own dramas. Dropped to Gooba, and now it's going to hurt even more because the next ball goes for 6. Maximal 6 to Hussain.
Oh dear, well, Imran Sadiq gets dropped on 0. And next thing you know, because the strike changes, Hussain goes boom! Shaka Lagia, thank you very much. Ball does come back now to the bowler here, Mirzabaig. So the Sunsucker Sultans are going to have a bit of a run chase on their hands here. A 140 to 150 score expected. It's in the pads, and they will take the leg by. And Madrid continuing to hustle and take whatever's available to them. Running in between the wickets has been very good. So having been dropped on 0, Imran Sadiq goes back on strike to face Mizabeg, who will feel that he should have had this man back in the shed already. It's another lofted shot. One bounce goes to the fielder. Good pick up and throw. And they'll come back and take the single. The bowler's having a bit of a complaint here, though. I think that's good fielding. I think you should be having a go at that. Here's the end of the over. That's 7 completed with 100 on the board for Madrid CC.
Yeah, so quick look at what's coming up as well. A few people were asking me, when will we be back in Spain? Can we come back? Can you come back to Madrid? Well, it's not the calendar this year, but who knows? Things can change. I know we are listed to come to Alicante, more specifically Sporting Alfaz there, Alfaz del Pi, in November, and then the next week we'll be in Valencia. Now, Alicante, we were last there in 2022 for European Cricket Series, and Valencia. So our first time there, and that's near where you live, isn't it, Rico?
Valencia's not that far away from me, as that is muscled for another biggie, 6 more. And this time it is Sadiq, who, having been dropped on 0, now finds his first boundary. Yeah, I mean, Alicante, the Alfaz de P ground, is about an hour drive, and Valencia is probably another 40 minutes down the road. That's, of course, where John Howden is from.
But when you still had your bar restaurant going, did I tell you this? When we were there in 2022, I wanted to come visit it, right? But the only form of transport I had was a scooter I'd rented.
I remember.
And I worked out it was going to be about 2 hours in the scooter at the speed that could go. And the weather wasn't too kind. So I still haven't been to your neck of the woods, but I'll be a bit closer there in Valencia, I suppose. And I've heard a lot of really good things about that city as well.
Valencia is beautiful. We'll actually be in Levante. And look, we've got to say this, of course. I know that a lot of people in and around Valencia were affected by flooding earlier in the year, and we saw and heard some horrible stories. I hope all of those people are now back on their feet and things are looking better for you. And of course, our thoughts go out to you. But it'd be nice to be there, and we will be in Levante, which again, like this is smashed for 6 runs. It's very similar to this sort of ground. It's another baseball ground there in Levante, but it's right in sort of like a sort of, I don't know the correct word for it. It's like a sports hub of Valencia, where around that baseball ground there's also five-a-side football, there's basketball, netball's played. You mentioned rounders is played. It is beautiful. You're going to absolutely love it.
Yeah, I can't wait. I've heard a lot of great things about it. But despite a couple of wickets, they seem to keep the scoring up, don't they? 149 expected here.
Tries to get under this. Got to be a stop. Oh, it's a good effort.
Yeah.
Really good effort, because he doesn't quite get, he's anticipating a high bounce here, but this one doesn't really take off. He does well, actually, to get a hand to this.
Yeah, he does. It's a really awkward one, because he has to basically slap at it. He doesn't know how fast it's going to hurry on.
Hussain has rapidly moved on to 46 of just 14 deliveries.
Yeah, he's been a great inclusion, hasn't he?
Oh, monster. Now that's gone up into the cabbage fields. That's in the allotment. Farmer Joe is going to have to get that for us. Big hit, and that is 50. And what a quick 50 that is. 50 of just 15 deliveries. Muy bien from Suman Hussain. Shaba bahut badaiyan. Hussain ne apni half century puri kar li, and he's done it. Rapido,
you said it. And Madrid CC batting themselves into a pretty good position. Having said that, we know Sultans. They made some big runs yesterday. But right now, after 8 overs, Madrid CC 123 for 2. Hussain with 6 maximos and 3 fours in his half century. And he's striking at more or less 3.5 runs per ball.
Yeah, last 4 overs have gone very well for Madrid CC. 22, 17, 16, and that one over number 8 goes for 23. And we also know that it all happens in the 9th. That's the saying that we have here on European cricket. It's going to be hard for the batters to maintain that strike rate, because they're up against a very good bowler. IS Yunus will come back to bowl his second. 1 for 8 so far off his first over. The slinger from Madrid.
So they're in a great position, expecting 154, but still only a 60% chance. So I'm just giving Sultans a good chance of chasing down whatever they're set. Here's Mr. Sling.
And, I just get the feeling, I mean, it's not the first time that this has happened to Younes for what he's bowling, and he does. I mean, when he lets that ball go, it goes quick. That's all he's trying to do, get it quick and fast and outside the off stump. You got to have third back to him, really. Otherwise, yeah, you're always going to get this happening. And they do now. I think there's probably a bit of an error perhaps there from the captain, Zafar, because
should
he
be
is
the first guy back.
Yeah, he
honestly,
gets put back now.
Should be. Now he's there. Imran gets hit at number 4. Yeah, he's a very experienced player for Madrid CC. Quick hello to John Woodward. I know that Woody's got to go off to work, but he will be listening in his car, maybe not watching. Woody, thanks for your help once again.
And this is going to be 4 more. So swinging hard is Imran Sadiq, and he's going to get another boundary. So, well, as Younes sees first 2 deliveries of his second over, both go to the boundary. There's been a lot of 4s in this innings, isn't there?
Yeah, it's been quite a lot of 4s, you're right. So,
comes the slinger once again. Can he get the Yorker right this time? He tries. That's going to be 4 more in the gap. It's just a little bit too short. And one thing about Younes now, I reckon this is because of the arm action, Vinny. I mean, because he's slinging the ball, the arm's not coming from high up, doesn't get the same amount of bounce as the other bowlers. So if he doesn't get the Yorker right, the ball is pinging out of the middle.
yeah, and because he's bowling at pretty good pace, you don't have to hit it that hard for it to spring off the bat.
Last 6 balls have all gone to the boundary. In this over, first 3, all gone for 4. This one should be stopped. It will be. And
Credit to Syed Shah, who still put his hand up to field in that position today after he took a tumble yesterday. I would have been saying, look, I've had my viral moment there.
has that gone on socials yet?
I think they're still refining the footage.
Okay.
I saw it popping up in a few places where we didn't post it,
Okay.
but it had already gone around a little bit last night. 2 to come in the ninth.
Oh, good shot. Really good shot from Hussain. He just keeps on going and he keeps on pumping it down the ground. That's 6 more. And just misses our camera tower. He'll get a good shot of this going by. There it goes. And not that far away. Lovely hit. All happens in the 9th, remember, and it is all happening in the 9th.
I realised actually that's Suman Hussain's first ECN 50. Has played 9 matches, played 3 in the original ECS in 2020, and he played 6 in 2022 when we had some domestic cricket with these teams. But yeah, pretty amazing that he's brought up so quickly. He hasn't seemed too amazed though. The run's going to keep on coming. This time 1 off the end of the bat. I think I'll be happy with just 1 there. So Younes ends up going 1 for 28 in his spell, and at the end of 9, Madrid CC 143 for 2.
Yeah, another magical over, and what happened in the 9th? And it did, 20 off them, so an over to go. And Madrid CC will be looking, let's go magical again, and finish in the mid-160s. That will be the plan. Only have lost the 2 wickets, and Madrid CC looking to see if they can make it 3 wins on the spin. The only team that can match them is their opponents, and Second Sultans also won both their matches yesterday. So one of these 2 teams will remain unbeaten. The other one will get their first loss. Who will it be?
Yeah, it's going to be a lot of runs. I'm thinking 150s, maybe even 160s with a big finish. Here we go, 10th overtime.
Just a single this time around it should be. No mistakes from the field as they do go back to Zafar to bowl. Zafar, in fact, hasn't bowled yet already. You saw when we saw that bowling card, there was a number of options to go back to. But they've gone with a new bowler here, Waka Zafas. Should once again be fielded. It will be. So trying to go big on the leg side of both these batters. But at the moment, the length that's being bowled here by Zafar is not one that either Hussain or Siddiqui can get under.
Zafar's got a bit of ECN history as well to him. It's frustrating though when you're beating the same batter a couple of times, although I won't be that upset to see Hussain at the other end.
Yeah, disappointment still. You'd expect the keeper to take this quite comfortably.
Kept very well as well. That's probably just a bit of a concentration thing. But Waka Zafar, he faced the first ever golden ball playing for Madrid United against Levante Lightning in 2020, and he hit it for 6 or for 4. Close enough.
Well,
anyway, I think I must have seen the future there because this is hit for 6, and yeah, the bye changes the strike. Imran likes what he sees, and he puts it into the stands. Maximo brings up the 150 for Madrid CC.
I'm loving that shot, the way the bat goes all the way around and ends up behind his back. Lovely, good swing. And gets it proper, gets it good, gets 6, brings up the 150, 152 for 2. 2 balls to go. A full toss. And straight into the hands of the fielder. Zafar celebrates. As Imran Sadiq will be disappointed. 29 of 11 deliveries. He's done the right thing, but he'll be disappointed that he gets out to a full toss. Nice comfortable catch though there, taken down the ground. See, it just goes to the straight shot, but puts it straight into the hands of Kawa Khurshid, who holds on to it. So Madrid CC lose their 3rd wicket with a ball to go at 152 for 3.
Yeah, it's been a really good cameo there from Imran. Zafar will get a wicket in the end. It'll be a classic 6 and out, 152 for 3. Here's a fan favourite, Gaurav Saha coming out, face the last ball. Let's see if he runs for anything or not. Maybe he won't have to. Last ball coming from Zafar.
He's got his running shoes on today, and he'll get a leg bye signal there by umpire Payal. It's the end of the innings for Madrid CC, and they finish with a very healthy 153 for 3.
Yeah, and in the end, computer's pretty smart. I think it's what it's predicting for most of the innings. That's exactly where they end up. But a pretty good last over there from Waka Zafar. Always got a lot of time for him, of course. Not often we get to see him here on the network, but he chips in with that wicket, and last couple of balls doesn't get hurt. Only the 1-6 in the over, really. And then we had a bye, a leg bye, and 2 singles. So 153, still a pretty challenging target of 154. Madrid CC, for them, I think they've got to bowl and field well. If they do that, they defend it. But if they are a little bit off and Sultans fire, well, maybe we'll have a 150s chase here in match 7. Let's have a look back at the first 10 overs.
Yeah, let's have a look. It was a good start from the 2 openers, with the captain, Walker, putting in a brisk 16 with Sharma. That first wicket partnership was worth 39. And it was Mirza that held on to the catch to remove Walker. But Walker was looking dangerous. I like the way he strikes the ball out on to the offside. But it was a slinger, Yunus, who was to get his wicket. It was pretty well struck there by Dan Walker, but just didn't quite get the power in the shot, allowing Mirza to take the catch. But that would bring a batter who also showed his explosive style, Suman Hussain, out to the middle. And there was a moment when Chaitanya Sharma and Suman Hussain looked like they were going to help Madrid CC perhaps to a score in the 180 zone. Both of them were muscling the ball to the boundary. Their hitting was pure, it was solid, and it was firm, and you needed something to get the breakthrough. Well, they couldn't get the wicket off Hussain, but they did manage to get that of Sharma. And in the end, you know, if you get Sharma out of the way, this was that wicket actually. Good work done by the wicketkeeper, Iqbal, to get there and hold on to the catch. And we thought for a moment that maybe could just slow things down a little for Madrid CC, and the Sultans maybe restrict them to maybe the 130 odd score. But it was not to be, because Imran Sadiq came out and he was in pretty good form as well. He played some nice solid shots on his way to 29. And even when he would get out, Suman Hussain just continued things on. And there was a period there, I mean, let's talk about from over number 5 to number 9. The score was 22, 17, 16, 23, 20. So you have to say it was a very good over there right at the end from Waka Zafar, only conceding the 8 runs. And he did pick up a wicket in there as well. So I still feel Madrid CC... Yesterday, I felt they bowled and fielded pretty well. I know that Madrid United came close to the 150 they needed for victory. So it's a similar sort of score as what they put on their first match yesterday, not 149, 153. But the opposition, in that case, it was Madrid United, did come pretty close. So Sanzaka Sultans will feel they do have an opportunity. But having said that, I think they know that somebody from their side has to go pretty big. Amir Shukat, if he gets going, I mean, he is dangerous. He's certainly got to be one. Reza Baig can also be destructive, as well as Kashif Iqbal. I think they're the main ones to go well. And then there's always Kawar Khurshid, who also put a good half century in yesterday when we saw him. That's that scorecard. And once again, the run sheet around, but the key thing was the partnership that was built around Suman Hussain, first there by Sharma, and then a little bit later on there by Sadiq. On the bowling front, you see a number of bowlers used there, 7 in total. You can see that the captain just wanted to try different things at Waka Zappa, and sometimes it worked, other times it didn't go quite as well. Pick the bowlers though, you would say there, you'd probably have to say that Yunus bowled well, though he went for a few too many in his second over, and also well bowled to Kawar Khurshid. But Khurshid, once again, I think could be the key in this contest. So we're going to take a quick break, then myself, Rikaful, and Mr. Maximo will be back to talk you through the reply from the Sultans. One of these two teams will continue and maintain a 100% record. The other will face defeat for the very first time. Join us back in a few moments' time to see which one it will be. Hasta pronto, mi familia.
This European cricket event is proudly brought to you by HCL Software, Rado, 1xBet and Victorinox.
And welcome back to the beautiful capital city of Spain here in Madrid. What a lovely shot that is. Looks absolutely sensational. Got the city there in the background, and then here in the outskirts, surrounded by some beautiful sort of wooded areas. I mentioned yesterday that there's some 300,000 trees in the capital here in Madrid. It's a very green area, and they actually work it out to almost 20 trees per person. That's quite sensational. It's very green, it's very fresh, and it's an ideal setting for this wonderful Lipa baseball ground at this Lipa Sports Centre. And it's been absolutely wonderful being here. A new place, a new city, a new venue, and some excellent cricket. And I think we're going to have a treat in the conclusion to this match, as the Sonseca Sultans, they need to get to a 150 score to be victorious in this one. 154 is the target. And, they want a good start here, and they want to try and win the power play. Madrid CC, in fairness to them, the power play wasn't the biggest. They only got 37 in the first three, but they had all their wickets in hand. That's a lovely shot, really good shot. Gets his foot out to the pitch of this, gets a little bit of width, but he follows through the shot, gets it in the gap. 4 runs to start for Kashif Iqbal. But yeah, not the biggest of power plays, but the damage was done in the second 5 overs, where they were 45 for 1 after 4. Halfway point, thanks to 22 coming off over number 5 from Raj Kumar. They were 84 for 2, but that's where things started for them. It just continued to go upwards and onwards from there for Madrid CC. But the Sultans will want a good start, and they're getting a good start. 4 and 6, and looking pretty slick is Kashif Iqbal. As Vinay Bardwaj, who's a strange choice to be the opening bowler. We saw Vinay only get 1 over in the first match that Madrid CC would play yesterday. Then after he bowled a pretty good over, he bowled 2 overs in the top 6 in the second. But now he's been promoted as the opening bowler, and he has been torn into by Kashif Iqbal, who seems to like the pace and the length that Vinay Bardwaj is bowling at the moment. That's another boundary. 4-6-6. Boom shaka, boom, boom, boom. That's the start that we've got here at the moment. And now Vinay Bardwaj, well, he's trying to stop this over going from bad to worse. It's on the leg side, and sort of would have been better off waiting for this one. Iqbal tends to come forward and tries to go back. There's Milan there. Nice to see Milan Bernardos playing. I remember him as a junior. I mentioned that earlier in the day when he came to the Cardiff Oval a few years back. And he's shot up since then. Talking of up, this is up, up and away. 6 more. It's a good little shot. It's almost like a little paddle shot. He's kind of reaching for it, but gets hold of it and kind of slaps it to the boundary. It's going to be another Maximo. So over has gone magical. 22 off the over with the ball to go. So the gamble to go with Vinay first up hasn't quite gone to plan. I said that since Sultans would want to win the power play. Well, they've made a good start. And just out. Oh, it's going to be 4 runs. It's just over the fielder, but I think in the process of trying to take the catch, T10 Sharma trying to take a one-handed jalebi, he gets in the way kind of the other fielder, who sees it pretty late, gets beaten by the bounce. It's too spicy for him, too much masala on that, and that's the end of the over. 26 off the first, so it's the perfect start for the Sonseca Sultans, and with a start like that, they've already taken that rate down to just over the 14. 15 matches since a golden ball. You know there's going to be one here. It'll be the first also here at this Lipa Sports Ground. T10 Sharma, he's got the feel of a man on a mission, man on a purpose, as he stomps to his mark. In he comes, bowling to Amir Shukat, facing his first, who, well, just sort of drops the bat on this. He's quite a defensive sort of bat in the way, no look shot. It's not normally the way that he plays. He's normally super aggressive, or whether he just decided, well, look, at the moment the way that Iqbal is going, he's just better off taking a single and say, look, while you're in and while you're creaming the ball to the boundary, keep on going. Though you feel that T10 Sharma might be slightly more challenging, and doesn't really get this away. So it was one to put away, but ends up going straight to Milan. Just a single. Hello to Thomas Martinez. I know it was a great pleasure in meeting Thomas yesterday here at the Alipa baseball ground. We chatted a little bit, and it was lovely to meet you in person, Thomas, and hope to see you in the next few days before I go, of course. Played into the ground. It's going to be just another single, so after a lot of boom, boom, booms, it's the old tiki-taka. As another single gets taken. Don Hisham also in the chat, and hello to Asad Abasi. Hope you're well. And Jonathan Woodward saying, ouch, that was a painful first over, but it's going well now. Johnny. Oh, great Yorker. Really good delivery. He's, well, Corey would say different gravy, wouldn't he? Is T10 Sharma. Been playing, I think, for Madrid since last year. Came over last year from India. I know that Dan was telling me that he's played good level of cricket back in India, and you can see that. That's what a strike is going to get in the gap. That's going to be 4 runs, so a good shot. Just goes a little bit fuller to Sharma. It's almost like he says, all right, I'll just try and do something different. Doesn't quite execute the Yorker, and that gets played nicely by Iqbal. So maintaining a good strike rate. So they're almost already at the score that Madrid CC were at the 3 over mark. And let's see if they can, if he can, another boundary here, and then they will be there. And he wants the single because he wants to put himself back on strike. I like that as well. It's a little bit of pressure on the fielder, and Gaurav Saha doesn't get put off by it. But when the batter hits the ball straight to you and charges, it does put a little bit of pressure on the fielder, but he deals with that well. Just going to be a single. So a nice tidy over there from Sharma, just a 7 coming from it. And the score at the end of 2 overs, 34 without loss. So good start from, especially from Iqbal, hitting the ball very well. Iqbal was pretty impressive behind the stumps as well. And he's out there with another dangerous batter, and that's Amir Shukat, who at the moment seems quite happy just playing the provider role. But I think you've got to play your own game. And Amir Shukat, he is somebody who likes to go after the ball himself. So he doesn't want to get into a position where he changes his game, and then when he does need to play some shots, he ends up sort of batting himself out of form. Edge, and he's going to fly away to the boundary. A bit of bad luck for Imran Sadiq. His first ball will go for 4. Un montón de suerte por Kashif Iqbal. But sometimes you do need a little bit of luck, don't you? You need the rub of the green. There's this one. Oh, he just misses the camera, does it? Is there a shake here? Oh, no. It catches it a little bit the old wobble. But no damage done. But damage to the scoreboard. That's going to be 4 more. And Iqbal, at the moment, everything's going right for him. Not a good delivery. That's going to be 4 more. You know, it's a tremendous effort. On the football field, this probably would have been a red card offence, but on the cricket field, you can get away with it, but he can't get anything on it. It's a proper slide and dive here, and good effort. Get the feeling, though, even if that ball had caught his legs and stayed on the field of play, he was actually sliding on the rope there, 7 Prinslot. So that was always going to be 4. Oh, hammered. Absolutely hammered. Captain Caveman style. That is going to be 6 as well. Manos arriba there from the arbitro. Umpire just puts them up like you just don't care. And that's another that gets clobbered. 4, 4 and 6. 48 without loss. I said they needed to win the power play. They needed a good start. And the Sultans, they have got a good start. It's only a start though. And we know and we've seen a wicket can change everything. And at the moment is Iqbal doing all the hitting. We saw a 15 ball half century in the earlier innings from Madrid CC. Can we see 14? And not quite, because this one will go for 4. Takes him to 49 though. 49 of 14. Iqbal, they're not bowling well to him though, it has to be said. Too short from Sadiq. It's another boundary. 18 off the over. Madrid CC got the runs on the board, but they're giving plenty away. That's better. Better areas. Better length. Also outside the off, and Iqbal, who's been hammering everything on the onside, hitting over or through that long on and mid-wicket area. Gets tested outside the off, and he doesn't have an answer to it. And let's see if Imran Sadiq can once again put the ball on that spot. Well, he goes short, and that's not the way to go. That will go all the way, and that will be 50 to Kashif Iqbal. It's a 16 ball 50. Que genial. Eso es stupendo. Great innings. Bahut badaiyan Kashif Iqbal nu apni half century puri kar li, and he's done it in just 16 deliveries. Moves to 55, and with that Maximo, it's the end of the over, and it is 58 without loss after 3 overs, and that over goes for 24. So we've had a 26 and a 24, so they got 50 off just 2 overs, and Sharma went for 7, and it is 58 without loss. Rico Full here. Vinny Sandu who joins me back in our commentary position.
Yeah, nice to be back. Yeah, what a good start for the Sultans. It was always a threat, wasn't it? Yeah, just trying to think. Not often do you see a 50 completed within the 3 over power play. I have seen it before. I've actually got the record for the most runs in a 3 over power play. It was, and that's by 1 batter. I'll give you a guess. Someone we know very, very well on the network. Okay. Very, very, very well.
Very, very well on the network.
Let's just say he's played more matches than anybody else.
Here he comes. Well, we got to be talking about another Spanish player.
Yeah, we are.
This is a sweep, and I can think of only 1 or 2 people. Ishan will come to mind first.
You've nailed it, and I knew you would, Rico, because yeah, Ishan.
What about when Hamza scored that massive score? What did he score?
Remember, you need to face most of the power play.
Yeah.
And actually, him and Yassir actually split it pretty evenly first 3, even to the point that I think Yassir stopped Hamza facing 1 ball. Uh-oh. Good take by, or good stop at least, by Dan Walker down the leg side. Yeah, so Isan, I'm going to get the exact figure, just looking it up, but he scored, I think, 66 out of the 94-run power play that Pakakare. It was actually a 3 over chase, and they did it in 3 exactly in ECS Barcelona.
It's wide off the very straight and long on, so that is going to be 4 more. Now, I get the feeling here, looking at the captain, Dan Walker, that he's going to move everybody around. I think we're going to probably see that Southern Cross field here, because that was hit nice and straight. And let's just see what they deploy here.
Yeah, just noticed Charlie Hunt jumped into the chat. Hello, Charlie. Hopefully you're well. Said great to see Madrid with a great ground for Spanish cricket. Having seen the woes that Madrid CC have had as a club and Madrid as a city, to get a ground is really great. So great to see. Oh, that's fantastic. Hello, Charlie. He'll be watching from England. I know he's quite busy, the first round of county cricket.
Yeah, there's that field we see, and you can see there, just, yeah, there you go. You just saw the way the other fielder going down the leg side. Good decision from Payal.
Oh, have a crack. They're going to back it up, so it won't be more than just a 1. Hey, well, we're having a bit of county cricket chat. Charlie, what do you think of that LBW that went viral? Charlie would probably say he's been given out for worse.
Yeah, he'll probably say that I've given him out worse. I haven't, you know. When I've given you out,
Yeah.
Charlie, you've been plumb every time. You know it.
Yeah.
Mind you, George Wombeck was another story. But anyway, Charlie, let's not go there. Oh, well. That's...
Oh. Did that carry? It's Sven out there. Sven took a couple of really good catches yesterday. His reaction tells me that
Wasn't there
maybe,
a funny sound on this?
maybe it did just carry.
I think it...
No, it doesn't
No.
carry. It's great effort from Sven, actually. By getting that close, he makes the block
It
easier.
does well.
Sven is a blue spanner. I'm not saying that in a nasty way. He's a guy that's one of our moderators in the YouTube chat.
All right, will he
Here we
get
go,
another
Sven.
chance?
Sven!
This time?
Yeah, no.
No. Oh, he's laid an egg.
I see
He's laid
hands,
an egg.
but I don't see ball.
Oh,
well.
Well, it is Easter time almost.
He didn't
Well,
really
there
know.
you go.
Was he going fingers up, fingers down? I don't think he knew.
It's a grizzly
Well, I
egg.
didn't see the ball on the ground. There was a reason. There was a Sven in the way. Anyway, I don't think his teammates do
He's
either.
celebrating.
Yeah.
Look, he's saying, look, watch, can we go back? He thinks he's caught here. If we go back to the bowler, we'll have to go back to it, I think.
If it had lodged somewhere, I don't want to be the one that has to go and find it. Put it that way.
Look at
back.
Hakeem.
We're back.
Let's go. Let's see Hakeem one more time, because Hakeem was celebrating. I think here it is. Here, watch. Here he goes. Ah, yeah, Jagadev says we got it, and then all of a sudden said, "Oh no, yaar ki kar dita." Anyway, this one is off the field. It's going to be a no ball, free hit to come.
Freebie. Hakeem. You won't get a wicket with this one either.
Does that mean we take his spanner away now?
No. I mean, maybe. And of the fourth over, it is 68 without loss.
Why do we say spanners?
Because that's...
it's cricket. Why can't we say bats?
Yeah, but YouTube gives you a spanner. It wasn't... Some things aren't in our control.
Anyway, that's not in Hakeem's control, but he does bowl a good over. Only the 10 come from.
That's a great reaction shot from Hakeem. Anyway, don't worry, Sven. Next one. That's cricket, though, isn't it? I said earlier, when God created catches, he immediately created drops.
Yeah.
68 or 4, 170 pace, but can they keep it up? Bit of a thriller, by the way, in Portugal, but it looks like Norway are going to get over the line. They need 4 off 10, but pretty much it's extras versus versus Portugal over there. Portugal have taken 5 wickets. Joe Child trying to keep the game alive for Portugal.
Hit well in the gap. 1 bounce, 4 runs, 4 más. Iqbal keeps on going, you know. Hey, just keep an eye on Iqbal. A lot of people say, don't say it, Rico. Commentators curse, but he's going well. He moves to 65 with still 82 required, and he's doing all the running. I mean, Amir Shorkat, he's got the best seat in the house at the moment, watching a very good innings unfold in front of him. You can't keep bowling there to him. It's going to be 6 more. This goes all the way. Manos arriba, arbitro. Eso es 6 carreras más. No es una buena lanza, es muy corto, pero ese golpe es muy bien. 6 carreras más. And they've got to get this right, and they've got to get it right pretty quickly.
Yeah, sure do. Madrid CC, told you, we're going to dodge a couple of bullets on the other side. Right now it's Kashif Iqbal going large. He batted okay yesterday. He's really taking things up a notch today, Kashif.
This is played down the ground, and this is where that field change comes into play. As they do put, got 3 pretty much straight. In fact, you've just got the long on the offside, who's inside the circle. That allows the extra cover to be out. So you've got 4 players from square leg to long on there on the leg side. And that's where Iqbal has been hitting. Well, I don't quite know about this. If we can see this ball again, guys. I mean, look, Amir is just blocking and taking singles. But this is a ball you've got to go after. I mean, that is just, I don't understand what he's playing at here. You've got to, I mean, have a go at it. I mean, he's playing, that's not his normal game. He's just blocking. All right, he gives the strike back. But Ooh, how is this missed? And I wonder if the keeper here, the captain, feels this is going to go on and hit the stumps. And as a result of that, he doesn't stop it. It will go down as buys. Just have a look at this. Oh, yeah, you can't believe it. All right, let's see what Amir does here now. Does he actually try and play a big shot? Or does he try and block another one? That's more like it. I mean, if you can hit a ball, hit it. It goes up in the air, going, gone all the way. 6 runs. Yeah, no point plodding at it. Hit it, man, hit it.
Maybe one of the issues is there have been a few collapses in this series, so maybe just being a little bit selective, put it that way. But that one certainly was hit pretty well. The bowler's annoyed with himself. Iftikhar was brilliant yesterday, player of the match performance. That over ends up going for 18. It's the end of 5, and the score is 87 without loss.
Going very well indeed at the halfway point. 67 required. Kashif Iqbal, 72 or 23. Get the feeling though, this is one where you get the big wicket, and that's the wicket I'm talking about. Get the big wicket and everything changes, because all the runs apart from one boundary have come from Kashif Iqbal. Now he will depart. He goes for 72 of ball number 24. I mean, it's a delightful innings from him. But Abdul Hakim, who thought he had a wicket earlier, remember that when he was celebrating, thinking that the catch was taken there on the boundary by Prinsloo. Well, now he will celebrate as he says, all right, boys, if you're not going to catch him, I'm just going to knock the stumps over. Chaka de Patte. That is a boogie, oogie, woogie, grizzly fire ball. Knocks him over, and Madrid CC have the first wicket.
Yeah, fantastic bowling as well. It's full, straight. Let's see if it is a turning point. Still got almost 70 runs to play with here. Tawar Rashid will be the batter coming in at number 3. Good innings though from Iqbal, out for 72.
Gets played away. Now this is going to be interesting here. So now, of course, Amir Shakat is going to have to play a different role. Just the one boundary to him so far on the 11 that he has of 8 balls.
Well, John Woodward just coaching his team from the road. Don't know how he's texting. Hopefully he's pulled over, saying that yeah, his team Madrid CC need to get some fuller balls on the offside, try and stop this hemorrhaging of runs. I'm sure he'll be happy to know that Kashif Iqbal is now out. And a few comments as well. Might be Thomas, who said that Sven might have cost himself any chances of getting picked for Spain, but this is a cracking shot from Shaukat. We saw him do it yesterday. Can go both sides of the wicket. Cracks that one away for 4 runs. Yeah, so if Corey's watching, maybe Sven's chances of playing for Team Spain just evaporating with that drop catch.
Ah, come on.
He can always make it up.
He did very well before that when he saved 4 runs.
Took 2 catches yesterday as well. Took a wicket yesterday. What more can the guy do? But man, great to have a blue spanner in the international setup.
Oops. Oh, well, there's no chance really for the keeper here. It just doesn't come up at all. Just having a look at Ravi there. He's got a nice little spot, hasn't he?
Yeah. Ravi's got his little umbrella.
Sombrero up there. I bet you he's got a cool box in there. I bet he's got some ice creams in there.
I'm still a bit annoyed at him for beating me 12-10 in the paddle showdown last night, but I'm not going to get bitter. I'm just going to get better. Let's not go into who's 15 years older than who. And an international cricketer to boot, Ravi. That was fun though. Hey, look, I don't know if we can see him down there. He's just... There's Ravi. Go on, give us a wave, Ravi.
Just watching.
We've got you on the camera.
Just watching the world go by.
There you go. Look at him.
There he is.
There's a good-looking rooster, isn't he?
He's doing it. Look, fair play to him. He's doing.
I know he looks like he's doing nothing, but he's doing so much behind the scenes. That's a good stop down there. He's probably doing
good throw.
Whoa.
Good throw.
That was a good throw, actually. Just caught him napping.
Yeah, Ravi, yeah, he's keeping the scoreboard ticking, keeping his eye on the ball. He's doing his bit there, Rapster. In the shade. Saw him doing a bit of moonwalking out in the middle a bit earlier when he was sorting out of the pitch. Hakeem, good over this. And he gets ruined a little bit by this one, which is probably going to go over the fence. Yeah, it will. Over the fence, bounces and hits the camera stand as it comes to a halt. So big 6 to finish the over. It will in the end go for 15. And it's just that no ball that was bowled, meaning that he had to bowl that one again,
true.
which cost him. So the 100 comes up with Sonseca Sultans on 102 for 1.
Are we on thriller alert here? I feel like we could be. So I know they're ahead of the rate right now, and you've got two very, very good batters here, but I mean, if they were to get out, a new batter, I mean, Mirzabag's listed to come next. He hits the ball pretty well. But yeah, Madrid CC, they just got to answer the right questions and take any chances that come their way. They do go back to Abdullah Iftikhar.
They take the run here. Is there any bat involved here? The umpire says yes, there was. Ball's a bit of a wide there, actually. I think this is sort of delivery. If you're going after it, you put it to the fence. Otherwise, you leave it alone. And he gets a little bit of glove stroke handle on that, and it'll be a single. And gives the strike back to Shokat, who has now come out of defensive mode. He's pressed the turbo button. That is a delightful shot. That will be 6 runs. Really good shot. And as you said, Vinny, when he gets going, he does play 360.
Yeah, good choice this time. Plays the line of the ball. Whacks that one. So a bit of a pressure reliever. A bit of breaking news. Norway have picked up their first win of the series against Portugal, so that'll go to a deciding match 3 tomorrow. It's a pretty good team effort, actually, from Norway.
That's a good chase, isn't it?
It's a very good chase, but I will say, Portugal, they've had some games where they've been able to control the ball and some where they haven't. 57 extras in that second innings.
Ooh.
But still, got nothing on us. That's up, it's in the air, and that's going to go for 6. It's a Maximal Khurshid. I like this as well. It's a very good cricket stroke. Loves to use the flight, basically dares him to go after it. And he says, well, I double dare you, and he puts him out of the park.
Madrid CC, they just haven't, apart from Sharma, who bowled a pretty decent first over. And I've got to say, Abdul Hakim as well, 10 of his. They just haven't bowled well, and the batters have been enjoying themselves. And now Abdullah Iftikhar, who was a little bit expensive in his first, he went for 19. Oh, that is just hit me bowling, it has to be said. It's where you set the bowling machine and say, I want to practice hitting down the ground, put it on slow speed and put it on a maximum must. And that's what this is being bowled at, and Kawar Khurshid is absolutely loving it. That is 3 sixes on the spin. Shaka Shaka, we're doing it Calypso style here in Madrid.
That's the sound of the back breaking in the chase, I think. Not out, but well bowled. He did push that one a little bit quicker. It was a kind of a slider that came in. He's a very clever cricketer, Iftikhar, but just hasn't gone his way in this over. And he's still got a chance to make a difference. Still has the ball to go. Can he make up for it? Can he pick up a wicket here? Last ball is 7th.
See if he goes for the same one again. He does.
Weesh.
Oh no, that's terrible. That's going to be a minimal 5 runs. And gets it completely wrong. Well, now you know why it wasn't out the one before, because he is straining it down the leg side, and then you got a spirit of thought there for Dan Walker. Vinny, how do you get anywhere near these if you're behind the stumps?
Just the quicker one that he throws in, and you can see that the line's all wrong. And yeah, that one hurts as well. That is the kind of pressure of the 6s earlier in the over as well.
Yeah, as a keeper, you can't do anything about those, can you?
No, unless you have some sort of cat-like reflexes. We'll bring that up to you in a minute because we've still got a ball to go. This is a free, not a free hit actually, because it was a wide, but it'll be hit anyway and it'll go for 4. So count them up, 28 off that over. And the Sultans are swinging those cricket bats. And are they swinging it? So a big win against Madrid CC right now. It's 24 off 3 overs required. Sultans 130 for 1 after 7.
28 off the over.
Go back and have a look at that. Those teams with Madrid CC. They're certainly looking forward to seeing them out there again. And the next match should start in around about 40 minutes. So a bit of time still to go. But it's the Madrid CC team batting first after being sent in. Obviously, Sultans fancy themselves on the chase.
Well, looks like it is going to be the Sonseca Sultans at the moment. That'll probably keep that 100% record intact, needing 24 of just 18 deliveries. It should be a straightforward task, but anything can change. How about this run up? Wow, he's almost running in from the boundary. He fancies himself with a long run up here, and it needs to be a good over, and if one man can provide it, it's Sharma. His first over was good. Needs to knock the timber over. Bowling to Amir Shukat first, and that's a good looking shot. It's going to get away from the fielder. 4 runs. He goes short into the deck. The problem with this is, I can see what he's thinking. Short outside the off, but that ball on this surface, as you've touched on so many times, Vinny, if you bowl short, it just holds up, and it holds up to be hit.
Yeah, and it was hit and hit very well. The ability to go both sides. Both these two at the crease right now, they're equally comfortable going offside than leg side. It just makes them such a tough proposition to bowl to. 20 off 17.
He's played that well, plays the pull shot, and the two fielders almost fighting with each other to get there. Nicely done. It's Sven who has to just do the backing up. The fielder comes in front of him and beats him to it.
Well, at least the fielder that came in ran in front of the other fielder and made a definite decision to field it. I think when we see two fielders half going at the ball, that's when we have bloopers.
It's another good shot. He's played this shot so well, hasn't he, since he's come in. Kawar Khurshid, I think of all the batters that we've seen, he's hitting, especially over the offside and over extra cover, has been superb. But you just get the feeling here that Madrid CC haven't done their homework. I think to this batter, Kawar Khurshid, you have to have the extra cover back on the boundary, probably bring the sweeper on the offside, or bring the sweeper a lot wider, because he likes that shot. He likes to get that foot across and hit. I wonder if there's a little bit on this. I think there might have been from the reaction of the batter. I think this might have been, if it carries, this might have been a chance. Let's have a look at this again and see if we can see anything on it. I think there might have been a little snick on this. So a little bit of luck as Khurshid gets, I think he gets dropped.
Yeah, sounded like it, didn't it? For sure. Might have to file it under too little, too late.
Let's have a look if we spot anything here. So ball comes in. Looks like there was a little bit on there. Just doesn't carry.
Didn't carry anyway, but still frustrating.
Firmly hit. Fielder's got to get down, and does.
Well done.
Nicely done. Good bit of fielding.
He's a good player, isn't he?
Yeah, he
Out
is.
there.
He's good to watch, isn't he? He's so good to watch. Ground fielding. Beautifully done. Sadiq.
Stop, drop and roll.
It's a good delivery. I like the length of that. It's that Yorker length ball outside the off. And batter can't get anything on it. It's the end of the over. 140 for 1. 8 overs complete. 14 of 2 overs required for victory.
Yeah, they should do it, but now you just need someone to deliver the miracle over if you're a Madrid CC fan. Thing is, Sharma's bowled out. Chaitanya Sharma, 2 overs, none for 17. But all the other the bowlers they've got to choose from out of their 5, Bhadraj went for 26 in the first, and Siddiqui went for 24.
Yeah.
But I think you've got to go back probably to...
Has Hakeem bowled out? What's he got still?
Hakeem, yeah, he bowled out, 1 for 24. So I think now going to Siddiqui probably would have been my choice too, but he's got to get it right. Got to just jam in the Yorker if you can. These guys have been brutal on anything bouncing. Biggest over of the game so far, 9th over.
A bit of bat on this, and well, watch gets the body behind it.
That's okay. They get a bit lucky here, because a lot of these, if they're in the middle, they're disappearing for 6. So it's a metre short of where he needs to be. And you can tolerate singles here, but you can't really tolerate boundaries. Another couple of boundaries, this game's as good as done.
It's played away. Fielders can't get there, and that boundary is played and continues to play well. You got Amir Shukat. He plays very much in that backward point area. Look, classic cut shot, nicely played, beautifully executed. And then Kawar Khurshid is complete opposite. He likes to go over extra cover. So these two have complemented each other very well.
By the way, I've got some chat news. This time he gets a bit carried away. Missing out on that one, but it's been a good partnership. Looks like it'll get the Sultans to victory. Thomas Martinez is coming to the ground for the last game. He actually said he was going to try and match my vest, so let's see about that. And Thomas, I think we'll get you in the comedy box for a bit of a stint. Just a few overs. Rico, you can go have the last piece of pie if you like.
There's none left. You've had them all. In fact, I know where they are. Joe Foster's got a mini double box, as that will go all the way for a cracking 6. What a shot this is. Outstanding hit for 6 over point.
That's what I mean. Two-way players, hey? Yeah, he salt and swing both ways. That was a cracking shot over point. Maximo, it's almost done. Big 150s chase. It's going to be completed here in match 7, and it throws this tournament wide open, doesn't it? I love that any team could have a good game or a bad game depending on, really, a bunch of factors. But 3 to win off 8. Sneaky just, yeah, again, length to play with. Just, it's a very comfortable pace of a pitch. Like I said, when we've seen these style pitches, if you don't get it right as a bowler, well, you're not going to have a good time.
Well, Chakadipatti, full and straight, wanted to finish it in style. Did Amir Shukat, 32 of 19. I like that also from Madrid CC. They bring everybody sort of in to put the pressure on. Amir Shukat thinks, all right, I've got the opportunity. Even if I miscue it, I'll get the boundary and win the match. Doesn't go to plan. They get another wicket, but maybe it's too little, too late.
Yeah, I mean, it is fuller. Still think it could go up a bit more, but Shukat just kind of loses his head and tries to smash it over the leg side, but still, he's got him pretty much there, hasn't he? 151 for 2. A pretty good innings there. Didn't have a lot of the strike or lose there either, but out for 32 off 19. 151 for 2 makes it 3 required. Now, John Woodward is probably going to play tomorrow morning. He said, well, the bright side is, at least if I do bowl, probably not going to go for more than this. So I like the way you think, Woody.
Hopefully we won't have to remind him of that. All right, here comes Sadiq. And he likes it. He likes it, but I get the feeling it's probably just straying down the leg side.
All right.
And he keeps the game alive, doesn't he? The game is still alive. We do go into the last over. Still 3 runs required from it.
Okay, I mean, anytime you go to the last over, anything can happen. Now, here's the issue. You're going to run into Khurshid, who's 36 off 12. So my tactic would be get everyone back. Even if you concede the 1, then maybe you can get into the next batter. Problem is the next batter, Mirzabag, is a genuine batter. He's no tail ender. So you're running on fumes here if you're Madrid CC. But you got a chance. We have seen defences like this, but they are kind of once in a blue moon. And the other thing is you're going to have to do, looks like you're going to have to deal with a bowler that, or bowler that either hasn't bowled yet or it's gone for runs. Bardaj went for 26, but yeah, it looks like they're going to go. Am I seeing things? Let me just see. It's a long way from us, but I think they might be going for Anand Cole. Yeah, they are in the last over. All right. 3 to win, last overtime.
And gone. Being given out. Now, Payal has to think about it and decides it's going to hit. I'd like to see it again. I got the feeling that,
Well,
I mean,
a couple
it's
of things
height
here.
is the thing
Well,
here.
the thing is, not many balls go over here. Okay? It is climbing, though, and it's leg stump-ish, but it's not really conclusive even with the replay.
Well, I tell you what, it's 5 balls now to go, 3 still needed, and Khurshid is gone. I must admit, I do feel, for me,
The thing is, he didn't do
that's
himself
gonna
any...
be too high.
It seems that way to me too, but on this pitch, it doesn't bounce as much. It is on the way up there, and let's see, King runs, it hits him in the body. So, for me, I probably agree with you, but you can understand he did collapse and he got very, very low. And that's, and Payal, well, she starts pretty low to the ground. So, I mean, I suppose just chose the wrong shot there, didn't he? But he's got a team really close. And, yeah, Kyle gets the big wicket. Now you just bring everyone in and hope for the best.
Yeah.
Can you put the squeeze on? All right, back to live action. Here we go.
Ooh.
Oh, the one they left back.
Yeah.
That's a good shot from Majid, all the experience. Now Mirza comes in with, or comes back on strike. 2 required. I think now you probably put everyone up. I think if you can maybe have 1 floating back, but you don't want him to don't let him just knock it down the ground for an easy one, tie the game. Well, he's not thinking 1, he's thinking 6, and he's going to get there. Sultans pull off the chase with a Maximo, and Madrid CC Oh, their unbeaten start to this ECS comes to an end. It's a big chase, isn't it, from the Sonseca Sultans to take the win.
Yeah, what a good match. Over 300 runs being scored. And Madrid CC, well, I know many at the ground thought that it was a good score and possibly good enough for them to get the win. But the Sultans, I said at the time, win the power play and you give yourself a chance. And they did win the power play, 58 without a wicket going down to 37. Madrid CC also didn't lose a wicket, but they maintained and they were helped by an outstanding innings really from Iqbal. For me, I think he will be perhaps the player of the match, 72 of 24. And then Shortcut came good when he had to. Kawa Khurshid batted very well, a little bit unlucky perhaps to be LBW, but no mistake there from Mirza Baig, who bangs the ball over the boundary for 6. An entertaining and exciting match comes to an end. The good news, Vinny, is these two teams will do it again.
Yeah, and I'm sure Madrid CC, they will want some revenge this afternoon. This is what's coming up, and we're about half an hour from the first ball. Once again, Madrid CC, they will be batting first this time. It's because the Sultans have sent them in. They probably feel like they're the chaseologists after whacking their way to 158 and the victory with 3 balls to spare. So, look, it's a funny one, isn't it? If you don't take those early wickets, then you're probably going to have a bad day against the Sultans. Well, there's Ravi, who's certainly enjoying things from his vantage point. But, yeah, it was Kashif Iqbal. Don't forget, his 72 early, then kind of stepped aside. But top 3 essentially got the job done here. And Madrid CC, Halfin didn't get it quite right, did they? And they ended up getting punished.
Yeah, the line wasn't always great. I think when you look at the bowling figures a little bit later on, you'll see that a couple of bowlers did do their job right, but they were let down by some of the others. There was no shortage of effort in the field, there's no doubt about that, but the bowlers just didn't execute the line well enough. And it goes back to what we said before the start of the contest between these two teams, that the top 3 batters will be key, and if you can remove them early, and this is when we thought a wicket was taken, but in the end it was a proper Easter egg delivery mode as the Grizzly got delivered, and Hakeem thought he had the wicket. He wouldn't do, but he would get a wicket a little bit later when he bowled a very good second over and he knocked the stumps over, chucked their foot their style, and that could have changed things around, because you know what happens when a wicket does fall. But this is it here. But the good news is, especially for the Sultans, even though they would lose wickets, batters would come out and continue to perform. And in fact, you could probably say that for both two teams, the actual scorecard looked pretty healthy.
Yeah, it wouldn't be ECM without a twist though, would it? And after this partnership where we saw Khurshid just coming in and picking up where Kashif left off, and were pretty brutal on Iftikhar, who then, let's not forget, went down to the last couple of balls and needing 1 run here, 1 run there. But remember, there's that big Minimo. And
yeah.
I think got hit for 3 sixes on the spin, then the Minimo in the over took that one magical. But yeah, just basically running on fumes in the last over. And that was because of this 2-way stroke play. I love the choices that Shaukat made. Eventually he would go for 32 off 19 after batting through most of the innings. That meant Mirza Baig came out to replace him. They went to Cole in the last over, saying, all right, try and pull a miracle out. And the informed Khurshid, well, he went, and as you mentioned, maybe a bit unlucky, but you can understand from the umpire where they stand, they don't have a great view of the height, and they have to make a human judgment. In the end, probably shouldn't have missed it for a guy that was already in. But then, Big Mirza put this game to bed with a big Maximo straight down the ground, and the Sultans remain unbeaten in this European cricket series, and they'll want to make it a perfect 4 in a row in the 4th game of the day.
Yeah, but there's always the opportunity to come back, and Madrid CC will be looking to seize on that as they will repeat that fixture in about 25 minutes time. Here's that scorecard, and like I said, it's healthy. Kashif Iqbal, just focus on his innings for a moment. That's a strike rate of 300, quite exceptional.
Yeah, and that's what set it up. Let's not forget who did the heavy lifting there, but Iqbal 72, obviously the standout. You've got to give credit also to Shaukat and Khurshid, particularly the partnership after they lost Kashif Iqbal, because then they had the chance that it could have just all gone downhill. Madrid CC, well, feel maybe a bit of a lost opportunity there, but as you said, Rico, they will get the right of reply. Wickets to Imran Siddiqui as well as Abdul Hakim and Anand Kaur late in the piece. Sharma bowled a decent 2 overs, none for 17, but there were also a couple of expensive bowlers there. And that was a game of partnerships, wasn't it? 87 for the first wicket and then 64 for the second, and it was almost done. Bug then finished it off. We'll take a break. Back in about 20 minutes' time. And well, they say revenge is a dish best served red. It'll be Madrid CC trying to square things up. Or can the Sultans dance their way into a 4-0 record? Vinny Sandu here, Mr. Maximo with Rico Full, and maybe a special guest from our ECN community when we return to La Lipa for more European Cricket Series.
This European cricket event is proudly brought to you by HCL Software, Rado, 1xBet and Victorinox. Hello and welcome back. Great to have you with us. Time for the last match of the day here in ECS Spain, Madrid. It's going to be match 8 and once again a rematch between Madrid CC and the Sonseca Sultans. I love being here in Madrid and I love having El Piruli, the lollipop, the famous Spanish landmark behind me as well. But out here in the middle at La Elipa, we are ready for the coin toss with Tyrone Peters and the two captains.
Madrid CC to call.
Heads.
Heads is a call. Tails it is.
We'll ball first.
They're going to have a bowl.
Sonseca win the toss then. The Sultans want to have a bowl. Waka Zafar there at the toss. And look, Madrid CC, I do think they rely on their top order quite a lot, and their top order has fired in that last game. Let's see if it's the same this time around. But the Sultans are a bit of a danger team. I think we've already seen that so far, and they'll be keen to finish the day with a win. So two real chances for the whole tournament. I think when I look at these two teams, they seem well balanced. They seem to have a lot of players willing to pop up their heads. Let's see what happens as we get ready for random question time as well. Maybe even a little bit of food chat. Rico Full standing by in commentary corner. Over to you, Rico. Just don't look down behind you from where you are. Let's get ready for match 8 as we get ready for the first ball. The Sultans bowling first after winning the toss.
Hello viewers and welcome back. A wonderful shot of where this ground is. And I've said before, well, we're only one big maximum away of, well, maybe holding up some of the traffic there on the M30, one of the major motorways here in Madrid. So we take a quick look at the two teams that we're going to see in action here. The Sonseca, the Sultans, they'll be hoping to get another victory against Madrid CC. Madrid CC have the opportunity to hit back, and their captain Danny Walker will be hoping they can do that. He's got Krishnan Adhikari in the side, Tahabati and Ityam Mohammed coming in and hoping that, I think the main thing he's hoping that he can get some better bowling, a better line being bowled by the bowlers, because that was the issue there. They batted well, they got runs on the board, but weren't able to defend. They'll have a chance though to do the same again and put it right, because the Sonseca Sultans have won the toss and decided that they would put Madrid CC in again. So it's going to be very much the same, but will it be the same result, or will it be like what we saw in the morning when it was Madrid Stars and Getafe? They did share the points, if you like, in their two fixtures, both winning and losing one and both walking away with 4 points. So I think they would be pretty happy with that. I think that's probably fair as well. I think both teams did deserve a win and a loss, and depending on how this innings goes from Madrid CC, they will certainly feel if they once again get past that 120 mark and close to the 150 again, that they should be able to pick up a win themselves, or they'll feel they deserve a win in the day. They lost their 100% record, but the team that still has that 100% record is the Sultans. And here they go. It's going to be Kawak Rashid who's going to start off with a wide. He tries to bowl that heavy delivery into the body of the Madrid CC captain, Dan Walker, who sort of steps inside this. He's quite happy to take the wide. It's one of those deliveries where if it catches up with you, can quite easily catch a little bit of something on the way through. So I think he does well to decide to leave that alone. And, well bowled, that's just guided away. Running hard. There's Walker wanting to get back, but he won't be able to. Welcome back to everybody in the chat. And Thomas Martinez. Hopefully we're going to see him here pretty soon. I know that he was saying he was going to try and get here. And if he does get here, then well, it'd be nice to have another chat with him. Hello to Kroom. Kroom, hope you're well. Hello to Dr. DeSoto, who also joins us. There's a doctor in the house. It's always nice to have a doctor in the house. And John Heesham have it to you as well. As Khurshid comes in again, that's a wide delivery, a little bit too wide, short and wide, and nicely put away. And Tatiana Sharma starts with a boundary. In good form, isn't he? A 70 yesterday, a score in the 40s, and in that last match, 43 of 18 before he departed. But as we said, the scoring of runs was not a problem for Madrid CC, and it hasn't been a problem really. It just the way they negotiated the bowling. This one could go all the way now. I think it might be pad on this. It will be. So leg bye is signalled by the umpire. It's the men in black for the final match of day 2 here in Madrid is Andrew Elliott and umpire Naveed. Umpires been doing a wonderful job. And well, on this day, we're talking about the format we played. We like good 6-hitters, but on this day, a 6-hitter was born in 1902. This one won't be 6. And, well, good throw here, and could have been in trouble, but just doesn't get the throwing quick enough. But I have to say, I'm not going to be too critical, actually, off the fielder. Madrid CC are very good and quick running in between the wickets. Yeah, Arthur Wellard, born on this day in 1902, had a first-class average of only 19, but he cleared the boundary over 500 times during his career. That haul included 72 in 1935. Up in the air now. Can anybody get there? Should be held. And it will be held. And puts everything behind the ball. Well, he needs a hand to get up as the fielder, but holds on to the catch. And it's going to be the end of Daniel Walker. So Walker will go, and he'll go early this time. And normally these two do tend to give Madrid CC a good start, but look, just loses his head. Plays the wrong shot, but very good catch. That's nicely held. Walker goes for 1. And it will be Khurshid that takes the wicket. He's a good player, isn't he? Good all-round player. We saw him performing well with the bat in that run chase. And well done to Shukat. Also a player that you expect to see doing the damage with the bat for the Sultans. So a wicket does go. That means that Sumon Hussain now comes into the attack. Now, wasn't Hussain good earlier? He batted beautifully. 60 not out of 19 deliveries. So expect to see a good partnership here. And he gets beaten by a good one outside the off, and that's going to be the end of the first over. 11 for 1, and the captain is the first to go. Yeah, I was talking, of course, about Arthur Wellard's first class average early 90, but he was a 6-hitter over 500 times. He went over the boundary in his career. That haul included 72 in 1935, a record until another Somerset man, Ian Botham, belted 80 in 1985. Wellard also hit 5 sixes in a row on 2 occasions. His day job as a brisk, fast medium bowler, though, took him over 1,600 wickets, and he made 2 test appearances for England as well. So a natural-born 6-hitter, Arthur Wellard, born on this day in 1902. So 11 for 1 here. And Sharma will be on strike. We'll be looking to get a good score to his name here as the slinger comes in. This is Yunus. Good start from him. Good delivery on the money. And a nice start. It's a bit of an art form, isn't it? It's always nice to see a good slinger in action. I like to see a good slinger in action, and Vinny Sandhu, I think you like to see a good, genuine slinger in action as well.
I love to sling a few random answers to random questions as well. So this is the last game of the day here, although action ongoing there in Portugal. Here's Yunus. Good player, isn't he? Oh,
now
that hit the edge of the pitch, not the bowler.
Okay.
Watch this.
I was going to say, there's definitely a deflection here.
Yeah, there is a deflection. Watch this. Wow, you'll never see this again. Bang. Put that on the wagon wheel. I suppose he didn't score.
Oh, he's probably thinking, if I got a fingertip on that.
Oh, boy. Any other time you'd see that, you'd assume the bowler's touched it, right? Because look at this. Bang. But the thing is, Yunus didn't even claim it.
I thought it come off his knee or something, because he goes down here just there.
Only on ECN. Imagine receiving that ball from the other end.
This isn't going anywhere. Oh, Yunus picks up. Well, he probably could have thrown it through the spine of Hussain, who said the non-striker. Yeah, hello everyone. Great to be back. I remember we were talking a little bit earlier about how many balls in an over and kind of rules through the ages.
Yeah.
And you're talking about the LBW law, how that's changed and all that. See, I remember it was 4 balls and over until 1889. So that's quite a long time. That includes all the first tests as they're recognised now. Push and run this time. Sharma will have to settle for a single. Then it went to 5 balls. 5 seems weird because it's odd. But I suppose now in a way you have 5 ball overs in the 100, if you think about it that way. But that wasn't too long. That was only about 15 years or so. And then 6 balls kind of became predominant through the start of the 20th century. But then, yes, Australia, New Zealand, South Africa, actually. I didn't know that New Zealand, South Africa used 8 balls from the 1920s to 1979 when it was kind of standardised 6. It's been a good over so far from Yunus. He's only conceded the 1, although he might want to thank the stumps in the edge of the pitch for preventing another run.
It's been a very good over, actually. I like his control. He shows, I mean, for somebody who's got this, you know, this sling action, he's got very good control. I'll give him that. And just the 1 run has come off the over. And I'm pretty sure that Suman Hussain, who's yet to get off the mark, will be thinking boundary on this ball.
Nice little flick away into the gap. That's going to be 4. Good start for Hussain. He's hit the ground running in this tournament, hasn't he? And even his heroic half-century wasn't enough to get Madrid CC the win in the last game. But it's a tidy start, isn't it? 4 runs.
It is. Look, it's a good shot, but at the same time, I think it's a very good over. Only the 5 runs will come off that. You'll take that in any match, at any time of day. 16 for 1, Madrid CC. And of course, it is International Feng Shui Day today. So that means, look, if I could give you one tip on Feng Shui,
please do.
Be tidy and organised, because in Feng Shui they do say that if you're tidy and organised, then your life also will be tidy, organised.
I think we keep the Feng Shui of our commentary box pretty good then.
I think
we've got a lot of stuff going on, but it is pretty organised. Geez, that's well timed as well.
That's a push.
How did that go for 4?
It's almost like a gentle defensive push. And this outfield goes, meep, meep,
is he batting with a rail? Is that a railway sleeper that he's got in his hand? Can't believe how fast that got to the boundary.
Yeah. No, I think you're right. We are very tidy. We keep things nice and organised. And yeah, be tidy, keep things nice and tidy, and that reflects on the way that your life is. Less stress, they say. And put the toilet seat down. Don't flush away your money.
We'll say if you are going to use the toilet, put it back up. For that period.
Put what back up? What are you talking about?
Put the seat up if you are planning on using it. Let's not give bad advice.
Is this like the labels you get when you order a cup of tea or coffee? Warning, product is hot.
I'm a little bit scared that if the days get any longer, they'll start buying us those chairs that act as both. That's in the air. That's going to be 6. Boom time.
Oh, that's a good sound.
Sonic knock. I want to know where's the metal boom gone? We haven't had one of those today. There's some metal down there. Well, that one is absolutely crunched. I've liked this tournament so far because we've had some high-scoring thrillers, we've had some low-scoring thrillers. You just never know what you're going to get. I know that I was also looking at those 6 ball overs, 8 ball overs, 5 ball overs, and all that kind of thing. Oh, well, that could be out. That's up. It's in the air. Oh, it's heading moundwards. Uh-oh. And we've had a little bit of a Tortuga. And a stat man, Said Shah. Well, he's on his backside this time, but he couldn't do much wrong. He probably had flashbacks here, even though we saw he wasn't near the mound, but he was the one that went over yesterday. And then the trampoline Tortuga got him.
Yeah, I think he trips over the rope. I think the
I
rope.
will say, Said's looking a lot less sandy than yesterday. He's put the kit in the wash overnight.
Oh, dear.
Good shot, I guess, in the end. Carried quite a long way. That's good York. That's the kind of ball I'm talking about. Bowlers, have a look at that. If you can hit that length, then batter's going to find it hard to get you away. Yeah, and actually, a lot of the reasons to go to 8 ball overs were the same as us. More balls in the day, in hot places where it's less changing over. Bit of a miss hit here, but it will be a single end of the power play. And 32 for 1. But eventually international standardisation kind of was more important, and they went to 6 ball overs. But yeah, I know that things like the 100. My point is this: we think of certain things in cricket as like sacrosanct, like you can't change that. When actually it's changed several times, just not in recent times. So, for example, there used to be no such thing as a 6. I would have had a hard time if I was commentating back in the 19th century, because if you hit it past the boundary, it was just 4. Doesn't matter if it was on the full or not.
Yeah.
And then I think they started rewarding it with 5, so you get an extra run. Then it went to a 6. But then I think at some point it was only a 6 if he actually hit it out of the ground, so out of the stadium. So it wasn't just good enough to hit it over the line.
Yeah.
So you had to really give it a bit of welly. Maybe we should bring that in. Especially when we've got the baseball fence here. I got to say, I'd kind of like to see on some of these baseball grounds, I said this in Barcelona as well, have the fence, have the wall as the boundary.
Yeah. I think we've had this question before. Well, why was it called? Why is it called an over?
I've got my ideas. That's going to be 6 though. It's going to go over the top. Maximal. Well, we were keeping an eye on Majid down long on, who was starting about 5 metres behind the rope and walking in. Well, you should have stayed 5 metres behind the rope, because that's exactly where it went.
It's exactly
the same
where
to
it
21.
landed. Exactly where it landed. Yeah, I mean over. I mean, why it's called?
I've got my idea. I'm going to check it.
Okay.
But I think it's because you have to change the bowler over. I think it's that simple.
Okay.
Oh, bowler goes down. So far, coming on pretty early this time.
Yeah, you got the 1 over in, and it was a pretty decent over, wasn't it? Only went, I think it went less than 10. Yeah, it did 1 for 8. So that's why they've gone back to him pretty early. Well,
Yeah.
what you got?
Okay, yeah, so it's called an over. Kind of what I said instinctively. Comes from the fact that once the bowler has delivered their allotted set of balls, their turn is over.
Okay.
As in, that's over with. So the umpire would call over to signal the end of that turn. The next bowler would take over from the opposite end of the pitch.
Yeah, fair enough.
Yeah, so yeah, it makes sense. And it dates back to the 1700s, so that has been with us for a while. And the 1774 version of laws of cricket referred to 4 balls to be bowled per over. That's in the air, and this should be over. Watch it! Oh, wow! Great effort! And oh no, it's going to be 4. Another day here at La Lipa, and another moment. Oh, well, this. I mean, we know it's 4,
no.
but I want to know why it's 4. I actually think that he might have landed, he jumped from outside the field of play before he touches the ball. But it's the same man, Saeed Shah. I love it. Here we go.
It's a great effort.
Great effort. Wipes himself out. See, that's already 4, I think. Hits him in the head and goes back over the boundary anyway. So you might say that's 8, because it was 4 twice. Anyway, this is going to be 4. Shah, don't worry about this 4. Go back and show us the other one. Let's have a look.
Look at this. Let's have a look.
Look, he's over the boundary anyway, so it was already 4 there, but boing. Wasn't the head anyway, it was off the hands.
My word.
And then it came back. Then he thought he had to be back in the field. There's so much going on there.
He's going to have his own.
Jared Kimber will do a deep dive on that,
He's
and it'll
gonna
be
have his
about
own
16
video
minutes.
highlights.
I don't know where to start. Oh, give me an easy ball, please. Uh-oh. Foot fielding, foot to hand to boundary. Rico's losing it. It's not easy for Rico to lose it.
My.
It's 3 boundaries in a row. It's foot to hand disease. Watch this. Yes, foot. Another fielder to boundary combo. How are you going there, Rico? 50's up
pulling
for
myself
Madrid
together.
CC as well. Give us another one. All right, in the air. Oh, what's there? Another one? Possible collision. No, it's a Maximo. Oh, pound for pound. You do not see this anywhere else in the world to this degree. End of the 4th. I felt like that over might end up as Exhibit A in a court case the way that was heading, but it's 57 for 1 after 4.
A magical one. Well, magical in terms of entertainment and magical in terms of score as well. Here's 25 come from it.
Okay, with that boundary, the laws say if it's the first time you're touching the ball, you have to take off from the field of play.
Yeah.
But here's a bit of a grey area. Is it the first time your team touches the ball or you? Because if Saeed touches this, then he's got every right to run outside of the boundary under that interpretation. But then he jumps. And then you could argue it's not 4, but then it is anyway because it comes back off him. I think it applies per player. So because it says if the first touch, but is that the first touch for the team? First touch for, yeah, let's not go there. I'm exhausted.
Saeed Shah, you've got to love him. I love him.
Saeed is the most courageous fielder in world cricket. Never mind just in this tournament or European cricket, and he's still got a position in front of the baseball mound, but he's gun shy.
It's a good over this. Good start from Amir Shukart.
Isn't that a wide? Let's have a look. Oh no. Maybe it just bounced off the pitch. On the pitch, I should say. Maybe I can't trust my eyes anymore.
It's the tears that we got in, and that's the problem.
I love it. You were kind of like, you went down in stages there.
Ah, mummy. It's the fact.
I wonder if he wants to field there or just nobody else wants to do it.
I think they might as well. You know, like we got 1x bet down there. I reckon we need to have Saeed Shah on the screen on the baseball bound. I really do.
I would actually consider fielding. Seriously? I don't. Maybe not seriously.
What?
Because he's got to be inside the circle. But if you started on the mound, at least you know where the mound is.
Yeah.
And you can then judge where you're treading.
You know, they have.
I can go back to my fun fact before we move on.
Okay, go to that first.
First, this is whacked straight down the ground. That's one bounce 4 as well. So Sharma really heating up. Cuatro carreras más. Yeah, so the fun bonus that the call of over from the umpire still survives today, even though scorers and players normally now know exactly when an over ends. Yeah. Although I will say it helps as the players because you don't always know.
It does. It helps. The little
tradition to make it official. And also over is technically when the ball becomes dead.
Yeah,
as well.
I was going to say that's the key thing. When you call over, then if a wicketkeeper then says, how's that umpire? No, he called over. It's done.
Last ball, the 5th. On the charge, it'll chop down from Sharma. He'll retain the strike, moves to 38. Shawkat, pretty good over. In spite of all the craziness going on, he goes for 10 in that over, and it is 67 for 1 after 5. Well, Vinny Sandy here, Mr. Maximo, got Rico full. Rico's back.
I'll be covered.
You know how hard it is to give this man the giggles? Because you hold out, you've got a good
pretty good
professionalism that we can't all match.
Yeah, but what I'm thinking is, on that mound, the baseball mound,
yeah.
Sahil Shah, of course, has had his issues there. You know, in Hollywood, where they
I think
we should do him there. He should just put his hand there.
The Saeed Shah Memorial Baseball Mound. That's what we're going to call it. But yeah, I think you should have their handprint in there.
Yeah.
Hall of Fame.
Well, he's already got his butt on there.
Oh, well, only on ECN.
Ah.
That was fun. Let's go back there.
Back to the action.
It'll be a real tourist attraction. Anyway, I'm happy it's Saeed Shah and maybe not some of the other players. Anyway, it's going to be whacked away. It's another 4. Wow, this outfield's like artificial grease lightning, isn't it? Racing anything into the gap, hit hard, is going the distance. This is Jamal Chowdhury. There's some spin in the 6th over.
Chowdhury. Jamal with the ball. Madrid CC, they've just got started to get. But look, while we've been talking and giggling and in hysterics, T10 Sharma has moved on to another score in the 40s. He hasn't scored less than 40 yet. So here he is again. I think 42. This is his lowest score he scored. He's had a 70. He's had a 44 yesterday.
He's still going.
He's still there as well.
MVP. That's Chowdhury.
Oh.
And 6 runs. Next coming, Maximo. And, well, now it's not his lowest score of the series. And he's knocking on the door of a half century after that big strike. And once again, see, not quite block hold, but close. Close ain't good enough on this surface. Chowdhury pays the price.
Yeah, I think if a batter's in and gets in form, then they're going to love being out there.
Okay, I've got another deep dive for you.
Okay.
Obstacles on the field.
Yeah.
Around the world. Okay. Sharma 48. Almost kills his batting partner, but moves to 49.
Okay.
Fielded by Sajjad. So a couple are quite famous. So the lime tree at the Kent ground in Canterbury. If the ball hit the tree, it was 4 runs, even if it was hit on, even if it would have cleared the rope.
Yeah.
And you had to work around it as a fielder. Oh wow, that is going to be out of the ground. So, well, he's had a good day as well, hasn't he? Simon Hussain, Maximo, says mas. Again, look, not quite a Yorker. It's almost, especially the top order. They're so good at cashing in on those. They're okay deliveries, but like I said, you got to be better than okay. I know that the original tree unfortunately died in 2005, but a new one was planted. But I think it's outside the boundary.
All right.
So, and some people, there was a debate I think at the time about do we keep it on the on the field, but I think they said, look, this is how we'll handle it. We do want another tree there, but we don't really want it on the field, probably for safety reasons. 6 more. Don't miss. If you miss, Hossein hits, and he goes maximum. That was a biggie, Rico.
Yeah, that was a biggie. And John Howden, the CEO of Cricket Hispania, that smashes into the wall, not too far away from him as he retrieves that one. It's in the slot bowling, isn't it? It has to be said from Jamal Chowdhury. He's not trying to do anything different, tossing it up outside the off, and Suman Hussain to stand and deliver. He's got to try and bowl a little bit flatter, a little bit quicker. Let's see.
Oh, that's it pretty well as well. As a man, Syed Shah, but he can't grab it cleanly. That will be the end of the over. So Hussain will retain the strike, and Shah will have to wait to bring up his 50. Funnily enough, Madrid CC only slightly favourites, very slight favourites at the moment at 91 for 1 after 6. Okay, other things that I've looked up. The church at South Church Park, which isn't actually on the field. This is in Southend in England, but looming directly over it. So it must have some of the church over the ground, so it can cause some unusual backdrop views and potential distractions for high catches. And then I have heard of this one at Georgetown, Guyana, the racetrack, where the literal horse racing track used to be inside the boundary, which means it was kind of that sandy kind of track. A bit like we had the warning track in Coimbra before they changed it, where it'd be a bit of sand on the field. A false shot this time. Keeper's off after it. Probably does hold up, or does it? Still rolling, 4 runs.
Yeah, you thought somebody would get there when you thought, nah, never going to get to the boundary. But on this outfield, flat and quick, and he gets it. Hey, don't forget, more closer to the ones you're mentioning, a ground
Sporting
you know
Alphas.
pretty well. Sporting Alphas, yeah.
Tree on the field.
Tree on the field.
But ducks on the field, a fair game. I remember that. That's Egan Dantis. Once actually stepped on a duck trying to field the ball, but the duck was okay after a couple of minutes.
I love the way, you know, this we're talking about things on the field of play. So do come in with your owns as well. But yeah, Sporting Alphas has the tree. But also things that happen during a match where the play is kind of suspended for a moment. And Sporting Alphas, they stop when the ducks walk across the field from one end to another.
The ducks run that ground.
Yeah, they run it.
Duck Mafia. I think it's the only time we potentially had a concussion test required for a duck, actually, when that happened. And some people think that's where Derek is hanging out these days.
A lot of people.
A bit of mystery. Good fielding. There's some way this. Of course it will.
Hit his back of his head.
There's no way these aren't going for 4.
This is hit the back of his head.
Has it?
I think it has. That's what I reckon. He gets a hand to it. It spins off, hits him, and goes to the boundary. Let's see if we get any of this.
He gets this.
I reckon that does. I wonder if this hits him off the top of the nod.
It's off the bonds.
Oh,
well,
great effort.
Yeah, it's been interesting. It's the end of the over. Meanwhile, Chaitanya Sharma, by the way, that brought up his 50. Had no time to celebrate, probably just checking the field. It didn't have any structural damage, but he's gone past 50 now. Madrid CC up to 100. He's 54. That man, he is some sort of player here. It's the Chazamataz on fire at La Lipa.
Can they get the breakthrough? Raj Kumar. Oh, he's tossed one up. Now then, is this going to be a no? They're going to have to watch this. And, well, somebody. I mean, that had to be taken. The wicketkeeper's protesting that the fielder doesn't take. The fielder's saying, when you got the gloves on, you come all the way, you might as well take the catch. Now we're going to see if it would have counted or not. And I think it wouldn't have.
That's a no ball.
It's a no ball, I think.
It is. So all that for nothing. I'm just glad the keeper didn't get hit on the head there on the way up, because it took a vicious bounce. Watch this spin. Bang. Straight past him like a leg spinner, and then poor Wakar's left holding the baby, had to go trot after it.
Yeah, there are some. Let's see what happens here first. Free hit.
Yeah, free hit first. Hussain can't get under this one. Probably maybe could have gone over cover that time, given where it was located. We've had the footpath on the field in Croatia. I know we were talking about that with Sam yesterday. Apparently they're trying to work on that. We've had football goals on the field before.
Yeah.
That's a rare all-run 5 actually happened on that field in Germany. That was in Frankfurt. Sharma 54. It's a Gundy ball down the leg side.
Yeah, I was going to say there's a lot of people that say I'm a little bit mean when I give the old the duck sound effect when the batter doesn't score and walks off. But in Sporting Alphas, well, forget the duck sounds. The ducks actually come out and quack you off. There's nothing worse than that. when you get a duck. And
I still think that tree
they
should be
seem to
6.
know, you know. They
Still think
seem to know.
Yeah. Oh, power lines in Bulgaria.
Ah, yeah.
Over the ground. They
Good.
call it dead ball and don't re-bowl the ball, which I think is crazy. You can be basically hit a 6, doesn't count, and that's game over. Oh, wonder if they just double checking if they want to make an adjustment in play or whether they're going to keep going. They're going to keep going. Last ball for Kuma. Play it on the up. That's going to fly away, and that's going to be 4. Pretty good game, this. Don't know if the supercomputer's stuck or it just thinks it's a really tight one, because 51%'s been there for a while for Madrid CC. This time he goes over the top, thick outside edge. And 4 carreras más, end of the over. 110 for 7. Coming up tomorrow, more cricket. Madrid CC versus Getafe. Should be a pretty good contest to start the day. I do believe John Woodward will be in the side for that one, and then we'll see the Sunset Sultans versus Madrid United. Now that should be a very interesting game because they're basically all from the same stock, if you like, speaking cricket-wise. But yeah, Sultans versus Madrid United. Most of the Sultans have played some cricket for or had some association with Madrid United in the past. So yeah, starting the same time, nice and early. Early birds get up. 6:45 a.m. GMT, 8:45 in Central Europe, and 12:15 in India. Back to sling time with Ayaz Yunus. Can he break this partnership? No, but at least to keep it quiet as they'll scramble through for a leg bite.
Yeah, you can see what the batters are trying to do there, Hussein. I think Sharma will be very much the same. He knows they're going to be pretty full, and they're just trying to take a little step outside off and whip the ball away. But if Yunus gets that to Yorker in, then that plan could soon backfire. Very good partnership between these two. Remember, they did lose their captain, Dan Walker, very early, just on 1. So an exceptional partnership. And they're building on it as well. Sharma back on strike on 58.
There goes leg side. It goes very well. It's another 4. Square leg is up in the circle. Now you can see you have to watch it really closely against Yunus. I suppose that was in towards leg stump. Sharma clears the front side and smacks it for 4.
Yeah, that's a 100 run partnership now. These two have gone past. What a good one it's been. And they've scored at a very brisk rate as well. And Chetian Sharma, remember, we did feel that yesterday before he was run out, that we thought he had a chance to get a 100 score.
Jinxing him pretty early. It's only the 8th over here.
I think he's unjinxable, is Chetian Sharma. You jinxed him already, saying he's going to be the MVP, and he
can't tell you Saha is not in the side this afternoon. So he won't be the cause. 62 for Chaitanya. Low full toss, hammered again. That's 4 more, make it 66. And Madrid CC, they are climbing in the percentages as well. Again, I like the way he's got a good measure of, getting that left leg out the way, but not losing his shape too much. It probably helps when the ball's speared in there from Yunus.
Yeah, Yunus got to think about this. He knows that both the batters, as I said before the start of this over, are going to be ready to play that particular shot. I think he's got to try and bowl one a little bit shorter. He's got to try something different, otherwise he becomes a little bit too predictable here.
Well, this time he reaches and he's going to get 4 more anyway. That was a very good shot. He'll equal his best now with 70. But this is a ball, look, it's a good 3-4 stumps outside off, but he basically plays a slog sweep to a very difficult bowler in Yunus.
Yeah, I again go back to the thing that Yunus, the one thing he's got against him is because of where he's releasing the ball from. He's pretty low down. The arm is obviously straight rather than up. So he's never getting good bounce. So even if he bowls a little bit shorter, batters will know the ball isn't going to come up. There's not a pitch where the ball pops up. So once you get used to him, once you're seeing him, I think he score runs against him.
Yeah, this one, slight change of pace, I think, from Yunus. Yeah, it's interesting, isn't it? Cricket started as an underarm game and then round arm bowling was permitted and then eventually overarm bowling. And it's weird that there's been a bit of a regression in the last 10, 20 years with the Malinga effect, that now sometimes you see it used as a tactic. The bowlers try and bowl real sidearm just because it's different. And some, I suppose, maybe just naturally do it that way, or some mimic other bowlers. But it is weird because as a batter, you're not really used to facing that kind of arm angle. Last ball, the 8th. There's a very good slow ball once again from Yunus, and he gets that past Hussein. It's the end of the 8th over. Madrid CC, 124 for 1.
Yeah, credit to Yunus there. Look, he should be really happy with the way he's performed here today with the ball. He goes for 18 off his 2 overs. He'll take that, 124 for 1. And I said he had to do something different, otherwise he gets a bit too predictable, and he does. He comes back with a couple of slower balls. So well finished, a good finish to his spell as Younes. And Madrid CC, though, look, once again, probably close to that score between that 150. Remember, 153 wasn't enough in the earlier match number 7. So they'll be looking to go maybe from here around about that 160, 65 mark. Let's see where they end up.
150 odd wasn't enough last time. 159 expected.
Yeah, they want more than that.
Yeah, here's Raj Kumar. And that should just be a one-hopper down to long on. Thanks to everyone in the chat. I'm just catching up on some of the unusual obstacles. Adion Tesserando says there's a football ground in Slovakia that has a train track between its stands in the field of play. So I guess a train could come through during a game. That's pretty cool. Lewis Clark, actually, from Madrid CC, has something to say as well. It's just bounced on. That's the perfect ball, really, because there's a batter. You think this is hitting some of the edge, but it just bounces on. That makes it a good ball. I'd love to repeat that one, wouldn't he, Raj? Gets straighter, and that's going to be trouble. That's out of the ground. Maximal! And 6 for Suman Hussain. It's back-to-back 50s for Suman. And well, better late than never. He's come and made a big difference to the Madrid CC batting today.
Yeah, certainly, yes. He's given them a lot of strength, hasn't he? Well done, well batted. Ball badaya Hussain. Pichli wari with 50 mari si hun bhi maar diti 50. He's in good form, 50 of 23. What a partnership this is turning out to be, around that 115 mark at the moment.
All right, that's straight up in the air. Anybody? Oh, Ayaz wants it. And, he always gets it on the rebound. Oh, it's been an interesting 10 overs to watch. The men in purple, they've been peppered. You've got to give credit to the fielder there. I mean, he had to run a long way to get there in the first place. He almost overran it, got a bit too close to it, bounced up, and he couldn't get it at the next opportunity.
Yeah, he does most things right apart from catch it. Made the ground up, got pretty still, but just wasn't able to hold on to it.
Oh, it's going to be up in the air and more work for the fielders down the ground. This time it's only a single. Yeah, Lewis was saying that once Madrid CC had to pause a game at Sonseca when a horse and cart rode across the ground. I like that. I mean, we've actually had wild horses in Bulgaria. It was before play, so it didn't interrupt a game.
Well, I know it. When first time we went to Italy, it was the Roma Campanelli cricket ground. 4 runs, not a good delivery. Raj Kumar lets himself down with the last ball. The over was going pretty well, actually only 10 from it until then, but that's going to be 4 more. 14 come off the over, the same as Younes' one before that. And the moves the score onto 138 for 1. But yeah, Roma Campanelli, when we were there, because there is a racetrack. It's literally a cricket field in the centre of a race course.
Yeah.
And at the weekends there, when the races are on, there's a lot of horses, and we always had to stop the match and had to wait for the horses to go by, because otherwise the horses would get sparked. You know,
yeah,
so we had to stop. They get spooked. Yeah, that's the right word. And so if the ball got hit straight and they were there, that could cause all sorts of problems. So yeah, we've had that.
I mean, if you had one horse that you could one horse and jockey to field some of those balls. Bit of cricket polo crossover. Oh, Gollum saying there's a few extra problems in the IPL today. Just had 5 wides in a row. Hey, don't say it's just ECN cricket. Also, Adian, yeah, I know this one. The home ground of the Houston Astros baseball had like a hill in centre field, so it would go up towards the fence, before the fence, yeah. So then there's an outfield, you have to run uphill. In the air, gone. Well, finally we get one held. Hussain's going to go late in the piece for 53, and it is Raj Kumar that takes the catch. So that's not impossible for Sharma to get a century, but he's going to run out of time. There's only 5 balls left, and he's not facing. He needs 4 sixes, but end of a very good partnership between those two. And they came together 11 for 1. They put on 127. And they still leave it with it being a 50-50 game. It's 138 for 2. And not a bad guy to come out and replace him, Imran Siddiqui.
Yeah, they're just getting back into this though, aren't they, the Sultans? We were saying that 159 was kind of the expected score. We were saying that they want to go, probably would like to go a bit bigger than that. But once again, another good knot there from Hussain. He gets a good round of applause from the Madrid CC supporters.
Let's go 1 or 6. Well, neither. So there's Century Watch, dead. Sharma stuck at the wrong end. Just quickly running through some of these. Has Thomas arrived yet? I haven't seen him yet.
No,
Hopefully he's here for the second innings. I don't know if he might be held up a lot. I know we were hoping to get him in. That's not going anywhere as well.
He's got to go. He's got to go. If he hits, he's out. And he misses. And they're not going to go to. They're not going to go to.
It's worth throwing, because if you weren't going to get him at the keeper's end, you know they're not going to try for an overthrow. So fair enough.
Yeah, it's good cricket. Good, smart cricket there from Sharma. And now this is where that 150 becomes on again. 139 at the moment. Sharma on strike. 3 balls to go.
I think I've mentioned that I've had a game stopped for a swarm of bees.
Yeah.
And I was batting at the time. Didn't know whether it was better helmet on or off. Slows it up. It's pretty clever bowling, actually. It will take the single, though. It's 140.
I'm surprised to take that.
Yeah, I get it. But Siddiqui's good as well.
Yeah. Chemical spillage?
Oh, yeah, that's true. We talked about it yesterday as well.
Uh-oh. Well done. Areva, there he is. He knows all about that area.
I feel like Saeed, he needs a nickname like the Daredevil or something, because he's always in harm's way. That one hits the sand, edge of the sand, and jumps up.
I think he's a genuine cricketing stuntman.
Yeah, the stuntman.
Yeah.
I like that better. Yeah, let's go with the stuntman. Last ball coming up. Oh, it's the old looking slow bowl fast. Gets away. Should be out. Will be out just. So given out on the field, it'll be the end of the innings. It'll be 141 for 3. Well done by Shaukat. I mean, he bowls 2 overs, only concedes 13 in what seems like a high-scoring game. It's interesting because 141, it seems like it's an above-target kind of score, but the fact that they're about 41% shows you that, you know, Madrid CC probably have been a bit below par with their bowling and fielding. But look, they can turn it around. It'll be a good challenge. The Sultans, they'll have to strike lightning twice and pull off a big chase if they're to sweep Madrid CC here, but a pretty entertaining and well poised last innings of the day coming up, I think.
Yeah, I think that's a tremendous effort, by the way, from Sunsaga Sultans. The last 3 overs just come for 31. They looked like at one point we were talking sort of 150 to 160 score once again, and they keep it down to under 150. So well done to them. They'll feel pretty positive that they can go once again and get a win here. Good catch, that one, wasn't it? By Shaukat. I think he was very good. I think he'll be very key again with the bat. This one was just amazing. The ball hitting the edge of the pitch and then came back on to hit the stumps. But once that first wicket did go off down Walker, I think the partnership we saw there from Tatiana Sharma and Suman Hussain was absolutely outstanding. It was a really good knock. We saw an array of shots played to all parts of the ground, and desperate efforts as we saw here. And some more comical moments on the field of play.
Boy.
But
It was all kicking off, wasn't it?
they just couldn't stop them.
Yeah, they had the one-to-one fielding, the old foot-to-hand fielding. The bingo card wouldn't be big enough to get all of these things on, I think. But, yeah, look, where did it go wrong early for Sultans? I think they bowled too many balls in the hitting zone, or the hitting length to the top order. About there.
Yeah.
It's not a bad ball, but on this pitch, it's almost giving you a written invitation to smash it out of the ground. But as you said, they would turn things around late in the piece. I think, see that kind of bowling, that kind of length just seems like almost like throwdown or range hitting kind of bowling. Better effort, but I always had a feeling that was going to go for 4 because everything seemed to be finding the rope, didn't it, at this stage. But this was the partnership, wasn't it, that really turned things around for Madrid CC. The number 1 and number 3 going head-to-head. Late in the piece, it was juggle time again at La Lipa. Yunus couldn't hold on to that. But it was the stuntman there, Saeed Shah. He was able to have the last laugh, taking that catch. And then I was waiting for the big throw at the bowler's end and potential 5. But in the end, it was a well-executed run out. Good to see him trying for that run, though. Madrid CC got their work cut out for them, but they do have the runs on the board. Nobody can take those runs away from them. They finish on 141.
Yeah, and what you'll see here coming up on the scorecard, another fine effort from Tatiana Sharma. 77 not out. He faced half the deliveries in the innings, and it got some very good support there from Suman Hussain as well. On the bowling front, I think the bowlers did come back pretty well. Have to give them some good credit. I think the slower bowlers, especially someone like Amir Shaukat, particularly bowled really well there. And also, I think, once again, no surprise that Kawa Khurshid put a good spell in as well. Gets 2 overs in, 1 for 23. And then I think they're the two guys, I think the two men I mentioned there, Shortcut and Khurshid, who are going to be pretty key once again with the bat. I think we're going to have a very exciting conclusion to the day. My pick for the day was that all teams would win one and lose one today. I wonder if that's the way it's going to go.
It'd be an even day if that's the case, but Sultans, they want no mercy. They want to go 4-0. Great start to their tournament. Can Madrid CC defend this total? Looks good on paper, but the Sultans have been in form. Stay tuned. Really big finish coming up today too. Vinny Sandu, who Mr. Maximo with Rico Full. See you soon from sunny Madrid on a beautiful Tuesday afternoon for more European Cricket Series.
divine. Blue water and yellow sand, just you and me. Summertime, get ready, we are so divine. Blue water and yellow sand, let's live our dream. Summertime, get ready, we are so divine. Blue water and yellow.
This European cricket event is proudly brought to you by HCL Software, Rado, 1xBet and Victorinox.
Hello and welcome back to the beautiful ground here, La Lipa in Madrid, just about 5 kilometres east of the centre of the Spanish capital. And right now we're getting ready for the last innings of the day. New so far in this one, we saw Madrid CC sent into bat. They scored 141 off their 10 overs. There's the bonus point equation. Of course, any team that can chase in 7 overs or less will take all 4 points out of a contest. If you do bat first, you can still get the 4 points, but you need to restrict the opposition to 70% or less. In this case, 98 or less. But I think it'll be a pretty close game. Earlier in the day, we saw a big chase with 153 not being defended by Madrid CC. Sultans were in some kind of form then, but can they do it again? It'd be a bit of a confidence buster for Madrid CC's bowling because, yeah, 140 plus, you expect to get the job done. Shake, rattle and roll here with Abdul Hakim. It's going to start with a wide. It's not the greatest start, but we're going to have a good start here because I've got a very special guest. We were waiting for him. Apparently he was held up in traffic, but now he's here with me. Straight from the chat into live commentary action for the first time, Madrid's very own Thomas Martinez. Well, buenas tardes, Thomas.
Buenas tardes. Hello to all viewers and Spanish especially. It's nice to be here.
I'm very, very excited. We'll switch back to English because more people will get it, even though I can definitely use the practice. But yeah, Thomas, you are from Madrid. You told me that you're a cricket lover. So how do those two work out? You're a natural-born Spanish person that likes cricket.
Well, it's about watching it and liking it. I did like the game. It's a game with many skills, so many little details. It's fun watching it.
Yeah, I'm glad you have fun. There's a big swing and a miss here. Yeah, walk a bit late getting the stumps over. Yeah, so where did you learn cricket in the first place, or where did you pick up cricket in the first place?
Well, it was the third quarter at Bedford School, 1993.
Yeah.
And they told me, you want to play rugby or cricket? And I chose cricket. And I started learning there. Yeah.
Well, you're still in one piece, so I think you might have made the right choice. And another miss. So it's turned out to be a reasonably good over here from Hakim after losing his radar first. Now, look, we do have the chat on here, so if anyone would like to have a chat to Thomas live. And it's always interesting for me because obviously you've been following ECN for a little while now, and we really love your contributions in the chat. I'm also impressed with your language skills, obviously, being bilingual. But yeah, now's a question for Thomas. And you were here yesterday, you checked it all out. I was hoping to give you a tour. I still haven't given you the real tour of the commentary box, but you can see that we watched it on the screen up here. It's a bit different than we're up in the grandstand. So obviously you know we're in the igloo or in the dream box sometimes at the Cartama Oval. But yeah, if you've got questions for Thomas, why don't you throw them in? This one's going to be a wide. But yeah, how have you enjoyed seeing the European Cricket Series close up? It's always a bit different in real life, right?
It is different. I would love people in the chat coming to live events because you tend to get the whole thing, the commentary, the spontaneous commentary from the Asian commies. So good. Stop. This ball again.
Yeah, that's Hakim. Hasn't got to the boundary yet. Feels like I'm being prophetic there as this will run away. This is such a fast field, isn't it, Thomas?
It is. And
yeah, that'll be the first boundary of the innings. Yeah, but we're so happy to have you here. What do you think about this cricket field? I mean, it's pretty cool, isn't it?
It is cool. I mean, John Woodward was telling me yesterday he got a bucket full of dew, but it was pretty quick. The artificial grass.
Yeah, it seems to kind of slope towards the boundary as well. Yeah, we love our position up here, actually. Oh, dropped. You have a fielder there just for that, and that's Sven. And look, it's so amazing. We have one spanner in the commentary, we have one spanner at deep mid wicket, and they're both involved in the action. Sven, to be honest, this was crunched at him.
But called us through this one, Thomas. Just couldn't hold on.
He couldn't hold on. Pretty much like the first match, he got a hand, but just couldn't quite grab it.
Yeah, that's a frustrating one. Iqbal, he will survive. He's coming off 71 this morning. Now he gets a full toss. That's kind of into the gap, but not hit too hard, so it'll just be a single. Yeah, but you probably realise now, this is something that always fascinates me when people that have watched, I mean, you've watched hours and hours of probably hundreds, if not thousands of hours of ECN cricket now, but when people come and join us, and I know we had a very famous game at the Carlton Oval where we had 3 or 4 or 5 Spanners up in the dream box with us when Netherlands chased 183 to win. In the air, that could be out as well. It's right off the fingertips, and that's going to be 4. So Shalkett gets put down first ball. We'll say it was a difficult one as the fielder was up in the circle. That's the end of the first over. It's 13 without loss. And so, yeah, it gives us a chance at the end of the first over to welcome Thomas Martinez. He is here live at the ground. And firstly, welcome. What do you look straight at the camera and say hello to all the chat friends?
Hello, pals. I'm here. It's lovely setting. They can. I mean, up here you can see the game so much better. Yeah. I mean, we had a look to the screen, but it's so good, such a good view. Yeah,
we're very lucky up here. Not often we have the cover of the grandstand as well. And Thomas, we want to say the reason we do this is to grow the game in Europe, to have more European cricket lovers, have more cricket lovers around the world. You're a really good example of someone that I always like to hear what your thoughts are. I love to see you engaging in the community. So I guess big thank you for coming, and it's awesome to have you here live.
Pleasure. It's a pleasure. It's great being here. I wish many could be here to appreciate the difference.
Yeah, and so one thing I was going to say is that people probably don't realise that Rico and I, or whoever's on, that we're actually multitasking. We actually have to do a lot of things while we're commentating it. Yeah, I mean, we're kind of used to it now, but like for example, I'm having a chat with Thomas here, which I'm enjoying. But I sometimes have to say to people who come in next to me, I say, look, if I'm not looking at you, if it looks like I'm not listening, I am listening, but sometimes, obviously, we're getting distracted with, obviously making sure we have the right angles, and we're trying to create the best broadcast for everyone out there as well.
It's amazing, guys. I mean, they're on to any single detail. They get everything, and they're doing things at the very same time.
The other thing is, obviously, we have our roles that we do here. Bowled him. Yeah, kaboom. Shalkett gets his stumps blown up there. Siddiqui has been good, and he's just basically swung all around that, similar to how he got out earlier. And yeah, this is the ticket, I think, here, full and straight. And we could hear the stumps going over from up here, couldn't we, Thomas?
Yeah. I was actually watching straight because it's so good.
Yeah, I mean, obviously we get the benefit of seeing the replays as well. But yeah, I think if you don't get too full here, you're going to have a bad time. I think some bowlers just have been bowling a hittable length, but that was smart from Siddiqui. Kind of mirrors one of his dismissals from earlier on today. So yeah, and then Rico's even pointed out, I think it might have gone, there's a few rabbits in the area. Have you noticed that?
Yeah.
Is that, how do you say rabbit in Spanish?
Conejo.
Conejo, that's
Conejo,
right.
Yeah.
Conejo. Yeah, well, they look pretty cute. Actually, I'm glad you came in at this time, actually, because I'll actually be heading into Madrid City Centre for the first time tonight. And I'm really looking forward to it.
Have you? Where? Whereabouts?
Well, I'm getting dropped in at Callao.
Callao.
But apparently there's a lot around there. And I'm meeting a group of people that should know, but I wouldn't mind him as a local. Well, that's not local anymore.
6.
That's going to go bang almost into the camera tower. And we call that a Maximo. Maximo time, 6 runs. Nice shot. Yeah, so as a local, what are some of the places that you have to check out when you come to Madrid?
Well, obviously the first thing is going to the Palacio Real area. That's classical for tourists. And then all the tapas areas around in La Latina, you get nice beers, nice tapas. It's not far away. You can get all in one. Also Huertas. Huertas is nearby Seoul. So,
okay.
And you also have
I think Seoul's near where I'm getting dropped from today as well. It's not
all
quite
that area is walkable within a mile or so.
I like this from Johnny Heesum. Instead of asking a question about Madrid, he's got a question about, do you know the first rule of ECN commentary box? Do you remember what rule 1 is?
Yeah, I think it's dropping the mic down the stairs. Pretty strong way.
Please don't do that. Of course, we are talking about protect the equipment.
Yeah, exactly.
But we're pretty lucky up here because
we had some hits come maybe 15, 20 metres short, but we're right up the back corner of the grandstand. We're in commentary corner, and yeah, Thomas, I should say, don't lean backwards over the wall because it's about 3 stories down.
Vertigo.
And Crooms continued on the same theme as well. Kevin watching from the UK. Siddiqui to Khurshid. Batted really well before. He's hit hard. Excellent hands though from Sharma. Make sure it's only a single. Yeah, so Crooms says, how much equipment is there to protect? Thomas, is it more than you'd expect?
more. Just watch when you are stepping by. Just watch.
We've got a little bit going on up here. That's true. And yeah, Colin asking, is that Thomas Martinez doing commentary with Vinny? Yes, Colin, it certainly is. Okay, this is a very clever shot. A little flick away, but there's nobody down there, and he lets the field do the work. So Iqbal, pretty low risk shot for 4. Very nice shot, that one.
They are playing well, these Sonseca Sultans. They are doing clever cricket, not aiming for super extravagant things, and they're doing the job well.
Yeah, sometimes you don't have to be super extravagant. You just kind of, use the pace of the bowler. I think he noticed there was no one down there, so he was already kind of thinking that could be a good option. Now this isn't a good option. No ball called on the field. Won't matter if it's caught or not. The call was early, and so you'll see there's no real doubt about this. Pace on. Kashif is going to get the single, but there will be a free hit coming up. Wayne wants to know he's watching as well. Says hello to you as well.
Good day, Wayne.
Adion from USA is saying hello to you as well, Thomas.
Yeah,
and do you know it's World Empanada Day today?
Is it?
Apparently
it's your day?
Yeah, it's my day.
Right.
I already messaged the shop. All right, in the air. It's not really going, but he can't get there. Probably bounce over him. In fact, he does well to cut it off. And the result, only a single. So Khurshid was dynamite earlier on. But that'll be the end of the second over, so it's 29 for 1. Yeah, and Johnny Heeson is saying, Thomas, say hello to Sven while you're here. Yeah, because Sven also is...
Yeah.
Have you said hello to Sven yet?
Yes, I did. I actually told him that yesterday the first no ball got called to me was a bit harsh. You know?
Yeah, it was a bit harsh, but sometimes you got to learn. And Sven, he's learnt pretty quickly. He loves the drama of ECN T10 cricket. How about you? Have you played a lot of cricket yourself?
And not since the 90s.
Really?
Over 30 years, I just kept watching and watching and watching.
I think maybe even if this game finishes early, you can get out on the ground, hit a couple of balls, just, get that feeling back. Because sometimes, but it's great that obviously with this facility in Madrid, I know there's some other places they're trying to play around here as well, to try and get that kind of social cricket going. Because cricket's not just a sport, it's about a social experience, isn't it? And spending time with your friends, with people you like to play with.
Yeah.
Okay, here we go with over 3. And they go back to Hakeem. Oh, pretty tight first over. How about you? It's random question time. Do you have any questions you want to ask me?
Yes. Have you tried the Galician empanada?
No.
Empanada from Galicia?
How does the Galician empanada
well,
differ
there are
from
two kinds.
Okay.
You get the seafood one and T10.
The fact that you have taken it to food chat is very impressive straight away. Oh, that could be out of it. Hits. Oh, he had a crack, didn't he? Had to. I'm going to try and break this partnership up before they can do any damage. And I've got to say, Iqbal was pretty slow getting going there. Okay, so the seafood kind of the Galician empanada?
Yeah, you have a beverage one or the one with meat.
I'll try both. That's easy.
I mean, it's different sort of empanada, and the pastry is nice.
Is it different? The texture of the pastry different?
Yeah.
Is it still closed up? And
yes, it's closed
the
up.
size different, maybe?
But the size is bigger. And
okay, I'm in.
It gets more. It's not spice, but it gets brushed with pepper thing underneath.
Ah, okay.
In the lane.
Well, I like spice. Here's Sven, right on cue. They're keeping him in there maybe for a catch. He had one hit at him before, but a little bit too hard to hold on to. Yeah, I've got to say, we've come at a really good time, I think, of the year with the weather so beautiful. About 23 degrees right now. Straight through his legs, straight through the keeper. I'd be surprised if there's anything on this. Wait for the signal. Oh, leg bias. It might have just flicked the pad. But Walker, it's normally pretty good to his left, but I don't think anyone was expecting it. Actually hits the pad strap and ends up going for 4. So a bit of an unusual one there.
It is.
How about other sports? Are you interested in other sports?
Basketball.
Okay.
Yeah, I did
You're
basketball.
pretty tall,
when I
actually.
was-
Taller than me.
Am I tall? I mean,
Yeah.
I used to be just a point guard, and
Yeah.
back in time. in
Not
school.
tall for basketball, but tall for a person.
Ah, yeah, for Spanish person, the random Spanish person. Yeah, you say so.
Oh, that's pretty cool. I know basketball's very big here. Oh, thick inside edge. That's probably running away too. Fielder versus ball. Ball wins. Great effort though. That's Etasham Mohammed, who we haven't seen too much of, but I like his effort here. But once again, Thomas, this field is just lightning fast, isn't it?
It is, especially if you flick that to the square leg or the fine leg region. It just goes there for 4. You need to place a fielder there.
I've got another random question for you. Now, you've seen a lot of ECN cricket around the place. As Hakeem comes in, gets hit hard. Well, that was a boom shot from Khurshid, who's in some kind of form today. It's purple power with the bat. Madrid CC needs to find a wicket and find it fast. Maximal, 6 runs. That was powerful. End of the third over, 45 for 1. My question for you, though, Thomas, you've seen a lot of venues on ECN. Is there anywhere you'd like to go and visit and watch live? Because I know you can come here because you live here.
Yeah, but obviously Kartama
Kartama?
is one of in my checklist for sure.
Well, hopefully you can do that one day. I mean, you're already in Spain, so that helps. Still, I know a bit of a journey. But how about like in another country, like in an ECS venue? Did anything stick out to you? Have a think. Yeah. No pressure to answer.
I'll think about it. Maybe some Austrian venue.
You know, the Austrian ground's beautiful, Sabah cricket ground. I always think it reminds me of The Sound of Music because it's in the middle of, there's not a lot protecting it. So it's just kind of in the plains, but then you see the mountains in the background. There's a medieval castle in the distance. It's quite a while. But apparently they used to torture people there in the Middle Ages. So it's got a bit of a sinister vibe to it. But that ground's been going around since the 90s, I know at least. Vienna Cricket Club are the home team there. Good choice.
Or maybe Switzerland. They may have some amazing settings there.
Yeah, true. Well, it's funny you mentioned Switzerland because we have been to Switzerland twice, St. Gallen, and that's a football team's second ground. And it's similar to this in that the same sort of pitch is used because there's no pitch on the ground, although it is grass field, and a very nice grass field. Yes, happy to play that one out, Khurshid. Wasn't really in his zone. Bardwaj getting the ball here in the 4th over. But apparently, when we go to Switzerland in September, and that was only recently organised, we'll be in Zurich. And we're at the Zurich Nomads home ground. Remember the Nomads from the ECL recently?
Yeah, I remember. So good.
All right, that's in the air. It could be caught. Oh, it's almost caught. It's going to be 4 runs. Just knocked it into the ground. But it was a tough chance. But we know Madrid CC, they've got some very good fielders out there. Went straight. The fielder was pretty straight. Had to fade to his left. And big Siddiqui couldn't hold on. Big moment in the game there.
It's like 3 drops already.
Yeah, I think it might be. But at least he took that on. I think he knew that was a big moment in the game. He's almost dead straight there. Might have been easier if he was at a regulation long off. 50's up for the Sultans. This one's hit straight into the bowler's kneecap. Well, you know, like when you go to the doctors and they test your reflexes, this is an extreme example. And yeah, that might need a rub. This is where we need Magic Spray Valentina to just pop out, empty a can. But Bardwaj, I think he had second thoughts. Maybe around now. Bang! That's a patella pounder, if there ever was one. But, you know, cricketers are pretty tough. He's just going to get on with it.
I got hit once in the thigh. Luckily not there in the kneecap because even more painful. That was painful. Couldn't walk for 3 days.
Yeah, thigh will bruise up nicely as well. Slower ball. Pretty well bowled. I think it's just heading down the leg side. I got another question for you. So when you did play cricket, and as a player, do you have like a highlight or a particular moment that you think, yeah, that's something I'm really proud of, like a catch or a wicket or a run?
The first time I hit a proper shot, that was my
The first time you
yeah,
hit?
it's the first time that happens. You know, it's the most important.
Oh, wow. Yes, right up in the block. Oh, pretty well bowled. And Sultan's on track in the chase, but there might be a twist or two yet, otherwise it wouldn't be ECN. Hey, did you catch the first innings yesterday? Or did you miss it when you were on the way into the ground?
I caught the second 5 overs over the 5th over. Actually, right after the catch, they control
The unbelievable
Yeah.
throw in from nowhere catch. 52 for 1 here after 4. And that was a real ECN moment.
That was wow.
And Tim Lucas is also saying hi. So, and Colin Mustafa asking, why is Madrid wearing Arsenal's jersey? I mean, yeah, kind of. I suppose there's the kind of the white highlights in it. How about ECN moments? Do you have any favourites with, like, you're like, wow, that was an amazing moment, or particular games, or viral moments?
Viral moments, quite a few. They getting extra runs and running up to 4 and 3.
Right.
That's
4
wow.
all run. Yeah,
Yeah.
the 3 to the keeper's a good
Yeah.
one in Czechia. Yeah, I sometimes flick through my phone just to catch up on them because it's always entertaining. Certainly got plenty out of yesterday.
Yeah, quite a few.
And I suppose the format, it lends itself to action anyway. Because if we have 4 or 5 games in a day, there's every chance you're going to get some close ones. They won't always be close. The fact that we have the bonus point now obviously gives us something else to look at. It can make it pretty exciting as well. All right, Chaitanya Sharma bowling and getting lit up. Wow, that one really has some air. Boom. Maximal, 6 carreras. And that's one of them, Thomas. When you're at the ground, you really appreciate how well that ball was hit. Probably even better than if you're watching on TV.
Yeah, yesterday I saw a couple of them. I was with the ball boy and Jaime. Actually, Jaime was was
Jaime
up there.
Gonzalez from Cricket España.
Yeah, and yep, there were two knocks that were really big.
I'm
like
so happy.
70, 80 meters.
I'm so happy that that you met Jaime, because Jaime, like yourself, he's another Spanish
Quite a story.
person that has picked up cricket. He must have been telling you all about it.
Yeah.
All right, Sharma
Excellent.
would have enjoyed that. And he won't
And
enjoy
again.
this either, because that's going all the way back to the wall and into it. Maximo, 6 more. Khurshid is having a day out here. It's Super Tuesday in Madrid for the Sultans. And Madrid CC, once again, their bowling is going the journey. What do you think Madrid CC can do to try and turn this around then?
It's difficult because only Hakim seems to work under this pressure. We saw yesterday, I mean, he was the one picking 3 wickets and stopping the rod. But after he's done, really complex.
This time, have to settle for a single. So, yeah, Sharma only get 1. Oh, look, I'm so pleased that you've been able to be here with me. And yeah, I mean, yeah, I suppose interesting. Madrid CC, they're going to have to find something, aren't they? Although the game's not over. Actually, if you look at the run rate, if you double it, they're pretty much at the rate. But I think obviously,
You see,
Right.
yesterday they were the opponents United needed like 20 and over, and they all of a sudden they catched up with everything.
yeah, I mean, as you know, things can change very quickly, right? So, yeah, right now, if you double, let's say they get even 4 off this ball, double that, it's gonna be 142. 71 becomes 142. So, yeah, 5 overs will be the winning or the losing moment here on day 2. That's going to be more than 4. That's going to be 6. And Khurshid moves into the 40s now. Maximal. Sharma goes magical in his over. That wasn't in the script. It's the end of 5, and it's 73 for 1. Well, ladies and gentlemen, let's have a look at that Maximo. But then, why don't you come in here to commentary corner? And I've got to say that it's been an absolute pleasure. Vinny Sounder here, Mr. Maximo. Thomas Martinez, one of our biggest and most loved cricket supporters, part of the European cricket community. Thomas, thanks so much for being a part of this series, for being part of the commentary today, and I hope to see you more during the year.
A pleasure. To begin with, I'll be here tomorrow, so it's a pleasure. Great.
I know. Well, who knows? Maybe we'll get back tomorrow. But also, I'd love to give you a little tour of how everything works, and then you can have a look in the TV studio as well, and the director's box and what they do. They're doing absolute magic all the time. But Thomas, honestly, fantastic. Thanks to everyone in the chat as well for your support and for being such a great community. And for someone like Thomas to be able to engage and to be able to take this in close up, it's awesome. So, yeah, Thomas, I'll let you get back to watching the game.
But yeah, we'll see you tomorrow, definitely, one
See
way
you.
or another, right?
Yeah.
Fantastic.
See you guys.
Thomas Martinez, wasn't he awesome there as my special guest commentator? And Rico might have finished off the desserts. Maybe we can get Thomas back in. Maybe we can get a bit of Spanish commentary going. Who knows? Anyway, this is up. It's in the air. It's another one that's launched. It's Iqbal this time. He's been a little bit quieter, but that wasn't quiet at all. That was noisy. And the result, Máximo 6 carreras. Well, it's a partnership which is taking this game away right now. Can they get it right? Bardwaj bowling out here in the 6th. That one's in the air, just gets over the top. Oh, well, tearing their hair out at the moment. Madrid CC, the more things change, the more they stay the same. They just haven't been able to get these key wickets today, haven't been able to create or take enough opportunities. And that's why the score just continues to climb. Iqbal coming off 71 earlier in the day. Bardwaj. He's going to get lit up again. It's picked up and yeah, really, once again, it's that length that bounces off Mount Rushmore back into the field of play. Watch out, there's a grizzly about. Máximo Kashif. A couple of big blows here to put his team well ahead. Hey, Madre. A minute ago, I thought he was about to run a ball. I think he was 16 off 16. Now he's 34 off 29. Literally a minute ago. Slower ball, at least he tries it. Could this be out? No, and he's misjudged it. He tries the stomp method. I like that he was coming in trying to turn it into a catch, but it died on him. Slower ball, they're dragged down. He went with the size 45. But that's 4 more to the total. This over's out of control. It's gone magical. Another magical voice that joins me back now, Rico. Wasn't it great to hear from Thomas?
Fantastic. Thomas Martinez. Qué guay, qué genial. Bueno, hombre. Bueno, hombre. Está muy bien que somos aquí y con Thomas. Yeah, great to have him here. And he just took a couple of pictures, which he may share with people later on, with Derek the Duck. And up here in the competition. But meanwhile, I've been enjoying this onslaught from Sonseca. So, I mean, it's been quite incredible. They didn't start rapidly, but what a start this is now. And with the Kawa Khurshid really turning on the star, 43 and 16. And now he's joined in the 40s by Kashif Iqbal. Iqbal, of course, remember, he scored 72 in the first match. He's in good form. What a match. And well, Madrid CC won't believe the fact that they've scored 150 plus and 140 plus.
Reminds me of a fighter that's just been knocked around and it's like round 11. They're like, oh, I've had enough. Going to keep trying to throw a few punches, but they're not landing many, are they?
Happening.
These two are both clicking now. Yeah, it was great to have Thomas in. And yeah, thanks to everyone. I know they really enjoyed that. Johnny had a question, but I thought maybe I have to ask. Maybe we can ask Thomas that in the chat when he's back in as well. About if Thomas has any family and friends that are interested in cricket. Anyway, hello to James EM in the chat as well. Maybe James Metcalf there. Anyway, here's Sven. There you go. Here's a chance. Got to hold it. And they do. So they go to the spanner. And the spanner delivers. Sven Prinsloo. Oh, well, I like took all the pace out of that. Batter probably kind of thrown off rhythm a little bit. This is a well-flighted delivery, takes it on but doesn't get it. You can see it's more of a top edge than anything. Khurshid, who's been dynamite today, now he has to walk back, and maybe that's the twist after a run of 5 boundaries to finish the last over. They finally break the partnership, and it's Sven Prinsloo that does it. The Sultans 99 for 2.
Yeah, it's been a very good knock, but Sadiq, he's not going to drop that, is he? I mean, look at his technique there. He opens and spreads those hands wide. The ball drops into the palms. I tell you who was happy about that. Not standing that far away from here, Thomas Martinez, because I know that we heard him say a little bit, he felt a little bit for his partner in the chat to Prinsloo when he was a little bit unlucky, I think, yesterday. But look, Prinsloo, he's had his fair share of problems out there. Well, maybe he's back in the Spanish team again with that wicket.
Two's better than one. And this is in the air. Could it be another? Whoa, he's pulled it back. Well, I've got a feeling he might have jumped from outside the line. In fact, it's very sporting. He's called it 6 already. Big Mirza goes pretty close. Just watch where he jumps from here. That's the key. Because he does get it back in play. Oh, I mean, maybe the pictures might have saved him. Is it? Oh, yeah. Hold on.
It's the wrong line. He's looking at the wrong rope behind him. He's already cleared that rope.
He was inside one of the lines, just not the boundary line.
So, Mirzabeig starts.
Would have been funny if we just paused the replay there and took it to review. It's pretty well bowled. Got the deep point back, so look, still a bit of work to do here.
I like the fact that they've taken the gamble to take the pace off. It's the second time that Daniel Walker's done this, and it's worked a treat. It almost worked for them in the last match with the bowling of Adnan. So I like the idea. It does get a wicket, but they need a couple more, I feel, here.
Not going too far.
Interesting shot. There's nobody on the 45, so I don't know why he hasn't tried to play this in that area.
I think he thinks he's glancing it away for 4, but Sven's not giving him that pace. There's no fine leg at all, but he just tries to work it. Iqbal will probably go power this time. Well, he won't have to. Oh, it's actually one. She's smart. You hit that because there's no ball already.
Yeah.
And it was hittable.
Yeah, I don't know why he doesn't hit this. You got to just say, yeah, I'm going to have a go.
He actually watched it, so
it.
Probably worried he's going to get in the face.
He could have covered it.
Anyway, Sven's got to dodge a freebie here. Can he do it? Kind of not. It's going slowly. Can anyone get there? Maybe not, because it's a valiant effort from Etasham Mohammed. But this outfit's so fast. That was just a little tap of the ball, wasn't it? Still runs away for 4.
Yeah, he doesn't quite get it right. I suppose the encouraging sign there, perhaps, for Seven Prinsloo is that it doesn't really bounce so much. I mean, we're used to seeing slow bowlers getting a lot of bounce, so that one stays pretty low. So if you miss it and it's straight, you're in trouble. Just needs to go a little bit fuller, I think. Now Prinsloo is the Nelson. And just get pushed away for a single.
It's not a bad over. I mean, he'll go for 13. Probably had a couple of balls he'd like back, but Sven did start with a wicket, and look, he doesn't disgrace himself at all. Maybe we'll see him again before the end of this 10 overs. Iqbal retains the strike on 47, and the score is 112 for 2. Coming up tomorrow, that should be another great day. I'm sure it will be. Stars get the day off. They will sit and watch. We'll have Madrid CC versus Getafe in the morning. We'll have the Sonseca Sultans versus Madrid United in the afternoon. I already mentioned that's going to be a pretty interesting one because those players really have played a lot of cricket together. So that'll be an interesting rivalry. All starts tomorrow. It's a real early shift here as well in Madrid. We're up well before sunrise. 6:45 a.m. GMT, which is 8:45 in Central Europe and 12:15 in India.
Yeah, Madrid United. They'll be keen to get their campaign started. With their 2 defeats yesterday when they were here, and remember on one occasion didn't pick up any points.
Good bowler to bowl this one, Siddiqui. Gets hit hard. Fielder's got to stop it. That's a very good stop. You've got to be brave. And Iftikhar, let's not forget, he was the HCL Software Player of the Day yesterday for an outstanding catch in that position.
Yeah, it was a great catch diving forward. Good fielding. I quite like this field as well. They know where the batters are hitting the ball. So you've got a line of 3 from mid-wicket to long on.
Pretty well bowled, that one. They've got 4 of their, in fact, maybe all 5 of their outfielders out on the leg side. So just hoping, and in fact, they've got the deep point, that's right. But they've got 4 in a row from square leg to pretty much straight hit. So the idea is full and straight. That's what Siddiqui's done well today.
When I look at it, doesn't it look like a football setup? You know,
like a 3-4-3.
Yeah,
it does actually from our angle. Full and straight, does the job, just a single. Got to see how long you can keep that differential between runs and balls. At the moment, it's plus 12 in Madrid CC's favour.
Iqbal moves to 49. He got to feel that he's the key. He's the man who's got to see it home now from where he is.
Bowled, maybe just sliding, but that's the plan with the field he's got. And so, yeah, Siddiqui is keeping his team in the game here, because that rate could get up to kind of 13, 14, 15 pretty quickly at this stage if they don't keep picking up boundaries.
Yeah, just going to make...
The other thing is they've still got Chaitanya Sharma to bowling over. Sven Prinsloo was the 5th bowler. I wonder if it's worth trying.
I would.
I would. I mean, I just think Iqbal's been so good against pace on as well that maybe you can get him out.
Yeah, I would. He was very cautious the way he was playing Prinsloo.
Cracks. Really good shot. Drills it into the gap. 4 runs. It's 50 for Iqbal. Geez, he's had a really good day, hasn't he? Kashif Iqbal, back-to-back 50s. As long as he's there, I think they're quite heavy favourites, the Somseca Sultans.
Yeah, hasn't he done well? He's had a good day. He's been good behind the stumps, but where he's coming to his own is when he's batting. 72 in the first, as you said, Vinny, and now another 50. Board badaiyan apne Kashif Iqbal nu apni half-century puri kar li. Now he's got to be thinking about winning the match for his team, and that's a Gandhi Botton. Spectacular stop. That saves 4 runs. Great work there from Walker, the captain. It's not a good delivery. Just watch this. I mean, it's quick, going down leg side, and he gets a hand in the way and makes a stop.
John Woodward's come in with a random question, which I do get sometimes, but I love addressing it. Come to it. I'll tell you in a minute. Last ball, the 8th. Siddiqui, full straight. That was the only problem with that plan, is if there's a little disgusting inside edge, it's going to run away for 4. That's exactly what happened. Siddiqui, he'll be lambasting the cricket gods for that, but it will be the end of the over. 121 becomes 125 for 2 after 8. That makes the equation 17 off 12. Now I think you have to bowl Sharma just to try and keep the game alive. So let me explain. GMT, or Greenwich Mean Time, also known as UTC, Universal Coordinated Time, is not London time. It is standard. So because we're in daylight saving, London time is +1. And it's always English people. I'm not saying you're English, John. I know you're card carrying Spanish.
John that.
Exactly.
John won't like it.
Does like wear the red of Spain. So yeah, at the moment, London is GMT +1. So yeah, and why do we show GMT? That's another question I get. The reason is that we've got people in almost all time zones around the world, but they normally know what their zone is relative to GMT. So for example, I'm from Perth originally, that's +8. Europe at the moment is +2. People in America will be minus something or other, depending on where you live. Okay, the go-to is 6th bowler here, Suman Hussain. Biggest over the game so far. That's a pretty good start. Sven does the fielding, hurls it in. So now your job here basically is to give Chaitanya Sharma something to bowl at. Something. Maybe 8. Defend 8. You don't want boundaries. That is a boundary because it's in the slot and it's out of here. Maximal Iqbal has been so good on anything that's been on a good length today, and that's no exception. Look at the eye here. Picks it up, just uncorks those wrists and gets them 6 closer to victory.
Yeah, he's kind of decided, hasn't he, before that one's bowled. He sees it's got a bit of flight on it. It gets into the right area and he muscles another one to the boundary. So almost there. 10 required. Should be just the one of them as the fielder goes down and makes an acrobatic stop.
Sven, nice work. Full. Full, that's it. That's my plan. Full but not too full. Hit the line, hit the batters kind of around their feet. Yep. See? That's the length. That's the length. I mean, it's one thing to know what you're trying to do. It's another thing to actually do it. So I do get that. Sometimes it's an execution problem. But I think, yeah, if you're satisfied to kind of bowl anywhere on a good length, the batters that are in, they're just brutalising the bowling. Yep. See? Yeah. It's an easy game. If you just, I mean, unless you have to actually do it under pressure and on TV.
I suppose the only issue with today, it's a little bit late because the singles is always a win for the batting side.
Yeah, that's true. But I mean, remember, his job was to just trying to get through this over and keep the game alive. If you can prevent a boundary here, might be interesting. Can he? Yeah. Well fielded there. Good defensive work by Abdullah. He's been very good in that position. So we'll go to the last over of the day. It's 136 for 2. 6 runs required. Now we have seen defences from here. Right, they're once in a blue moon. But you do have a potential MVP candidate, Chaitanya Sharma, to bowl. And he will have to get it right. Now, you need to find a couple of dots in here. Thing is, you've got Bag out there. He's new to the crease, but he is a big hitter. I mean, obviously, if the ball goes up in the air for a catch, that becomes huge, not only because it's a wicket, because you save probably 2 runs if you take a high ball. But, yeah, Suman was pretty good over there, none for 11.
It's not a bad over. Like you said, the key thing was to try and take it to the last and have a few runs to play with. Sharma, look, he's a key player. He's a top player. His last over didn't quite go to plan. He did go magical, especially was taken apart by Iqbal, but he's bowling to Baig here. He'll fancy his chance to get a few dot balls in here, maybe.
10th over time. Well, you get one here. That's frustrating, hey? I mean, yeah, if you're trying to stop a single, maybe it is worth having someone
You gotta
kind of it.
You got to.
Yeah.
You got your key bowler coming back. You got 6 to play with. They can win the match taking singles. You gotta scab them in. You gotta at least have one in on each side to prevent the easy single.
I mean, there's a fair chance that you might get a ball through your head, but I suppose you got to be tough. What I will say as well, is pitches maybe at the end of the day not quite the S from Switzerland on day one. Anyway, 5 required. Oh, I can't get down. So that will be a single. I'll throw. But yeah, even if the bowler could have knocked that down. Now 4 off 4. Especially with Baig. Baig just got hit on the pad. So I'd have someone exactly where that last ball went. Sven, come in a little bit. You move there. No,
I'm telling you now, 1 on the 45, mid-wicket's got to come up, and the cover's got to push up.
What you really want to do, you want to York him, you want to castle his stumps. Castle his stumps, get a new batter out there, get him nervous, because the next guy definitely doesn't want to bat at this stage. 4 required for victory. Hit, needs to be stopped, is stopped. Oh, direct hit would have been out, that would have saved a run. So things are getting a little bit interesting. You got Iqbal back on strike on 66. But it's not over yet.
I think Iqbal here, if I'm reading this right, Iqbal is now probably thinking, 3 required, I need a boundary, I want to stay here and hit one of these balls to the boundary.
I also think he won't be crazy going for it. If it's not there, he will just dig it out and take one. Because again, 3 singles would be enough. I think he wants to finish at this ball though.
Yep.
3 required, 3 balls remaining. Gets a good one, can't get it. 2. Now I think you gamble a little bit. To be honest, I would go over-aggressive here just in case you can keep Iqbal off strike last ball. And Baig is no mug with the bat, we know that. But he hasn't exactly been smashing him. Well, obviously production think we might be a chance of a golden ball here. Madrid CC have played a golden ball before. I just say, what Baig wants, fielders back, so he could just take one. He might swing anyway. But I think you've got to make him feel a bit claustrophobic here.
Yeah.
You've got to get in his head a little bit.
Yeah, let's see. This is a much better. I would still have 45 up. I would. Well, but hey, I think maybe here Sharma.
It's really in the hands of Sharma.
Yeah, Sharma probably thinking not going to bowl it on the pads.
Mr. Maximo's MVP. 2 to win. Oh, stops it. All right, we've got to tight. Now you've got to bring him up. There's no choice. You've got to go crazy up.
Score's tied.
Score's tied.
We're
Last
sitting on
ball.
a golden ball.
You might have one back for a potential catch, but let's be honest, he hasn't been caught in the outfield yet. I doubt he'll catch him this ball.
I'm tingling.
Are you tingling?
I'm tingling.
Iqbal, I'm not going to moz him, but I don't see any way that he's going to choke here. He's 67 off 34. He's scored 138 runs today. But if he doesn't get this, he'll feel like the day might have been a failure. Because it's the last ball time. Sharma just wants to deliver the dream delivery. Everyone's in. Someone needs to cover those bowlers' end stumps as well.
You've got to run here, whatever happens.
Deliver under pressure. Last ball of the day, scores tied. Or is it the last ball of the day? Here we go.
It's it. They're running hard.
The bowler. Hits for the tie. Oh, he's got in just. Unbelievable. A chance for a golden ball. But Iqbal, where he gets it past the bowler's boot, gets it past the stumps. High drama here at La Lipa, and that's it.
Oh, I think if Sadiq hits, that's out.
That's golden ball.
That's golden ball. It was a matter of centimetres, but what a thriller this
just missed the stumps
Here we
by
go,
one.
watch.
And look, he had 3 stumps to aim at, but he rushed the throw. Then he's in, and from that moment, the game's over. So, well, credit to Sharma. I mean, really bowled well there at the end, but the Sultans pull off another big chase here. This time 142. We go the distance on day 2, but it's worth every bit. Well, that might be the Thomas effect because he came in and it was a brilliant game, wasn't it? The closest of the day. At Madrid CC, well, they are going to fall to a 2-2 record and a bit of a crossroads. We'll see them in the morning session tomorrow. But it's the Sultans that are swinging and dancing here in this ECS. They are 4-0.
Yeah, well, well done to the Fonseca Sultans. And I've got to say, well done to Kashif Iqbal. He's certainly been the player of the day. It's been a pretty close one. We've seen good performances in the day. And, of course, our very own Sharma is not too far away as well there. But in the end, when the two big guns came together, Kashif Iqbal was right up there with Sharma, and it's he that leads his side to victory in a very entertaining match. But once again, you've got to also go back to that first innings and give credit, as we did to the Sultans and the way they finished, only allowing Madrid CC to get 31 off the last 3 overs. That was a big, big, big finish for them, because at one point Madrid CC looked like they were going to get to that 160 plus score, and that could have made all the difference. But again, it's all about partnerships, isn't it?
And also this game of fine margins. I mean, that last ball almost hit the stumps. That would have been real chaos.
Yeah.
Yeah, they still would have been running. But you remember the one earlier on that Ayaz Yunus, he was bowling and it bounced off the edge of the pitch and bounced into the stumps?
Yeah.
And that probably should have been a run. So, I mean, whenever it's a one-run game, you start analysing everything, don't you? But there were a few things that Madrid CC did earlier that kind of cost themselves, even though there were some great shots played. Also still a little bit off, I think, with the ball.
Yeah, a little bit off. You can see here that there was a little passage of play, wasn't there, in the middle of the innings where I think the Sultans really did take control. They were hitting the ball crisply and cleanly. And Madrid CC early on, once again, there were some errors in the field. There were some drop catches that went down and some fielding issues. But there was this partnership that had to be broken, and it was an unlikely man that came on to break it. And, of course, it was Sven Prinsloo who came on and bottled some of his slow stuff and got the breakthrough. We thought from there the game could change. Here we are. We're having a look at it here. Slices it up in the air, and a very good catch taken there by, it was in the end, Sadiq. And that made all of the difference, we thought, for a moment. And then it became a little bit tense here. So that one only just made its way to the boundary. And that was a cracking shot, though, wasn't it? A superb shot through extra cover. Started to get a little bit tense towards the end, but once again the Sultans managed to find the boundaries when they needed to.
That was it, though. That was the game.
Right towards the end, they got it. But once again, I think Madrid CC, if they were a little bit more aggressive in
even
that last
there,
over with the field.
But that's a push. I mean, if he's half the distance to the stumps, he can probably walk it in.
Yeah.
You know, it's just one of those things. When you're down to the last one or last couple of runs, I don't see it enough. Just you got to get right. Even if you think you're too close, you'd rather be too close than give him that chance for the single. In the end, they scramble home off the very last ball. What a great game of cricket. 142 to 141, your final. The Sultans, brand new to ECS cricket, 4-0. And right now, it's hard to see who's going to stop the juggernaut. Although Madrid United, they had the day off today, and they'll know Fonseca Sultans better than almost anyone in the competition. You saw there that, no surprises, Kashif given the player of the match for hitting those winning runs, and once again, really delivering. 68 not out, 43 to Khurshid. It was a pretty good hand as well. Bowling-wise, well, some good performance in there. Siddiqui with a wicket, Prinsloo with a wicket there. He bowled a pretty good over, we thought. And obviously, Sharma did whatever he could to try and keep the game alive. But although he took it to the very last ball, just a single run separated these two teams. But yeah, Rico, another day in Madrid. Beautiful weather, beautiful cricket, beautiful people, and although the result's not too beautiful for the Madrid CC fans, they'll still have the chance to turn things around. They're back in the morning.
Yeah, they certainly will. But no, you're right, Vinny. It's been another sensational day. And you know one thing that we love about, and we probably haven't focused on this too much, but I love the way that the cricket here in Madrid does seem to be a community affair, doesn't it? That all the players, no matter which team they're playing for, all come together. I've already looking around me. I've already seen players from Madrid United that not playing here today. They've been here today, mixing in and blending in with the players. It's a lovely atmosphere, and I must admit, I don't know about you, and I know you're very much the same as me though, but I love being in a place where you see everybody united together. And when they're on that field of play, yeah, they're gonna challenge each other. They're gonna play competitively, but at the end of the day, it's all about one goal, and that's to keep the game growing.
You're exactly right, and I think especially in Madrid, almost more than anywhere I've been, because they've had to work so hard to create a space to play and do the thing that they all love. Yeah. So it's no surprise that that pride comes through.
I think when you think about it, and I've focused on this before, when you think that normally these guys, and for years, even when I played here, them playing cricket would be, and you touched on this the other day, practicing in something like a car park where there's all sorts of stones and broken glass and stuff, and then travelling all the way to La Manga, staying there over 2 days, playing the league cricket, then driving back. I mean, when you've had to do that for years, you know that takes some real commitment to do, and you've got to be very passionate about the game. And then all of a sudden, to get the opportunity to play at home, of course, you're going to come together and put on a show. And these guys are doing a wonderful job.
It's been great, and we're only just getting started. Don't forget, we are back tomorrow. Quick look at the social media there. If you look on there, you'll even see the player of the day. And, of course, we're on many, many platforms. We still think there's a few viral moments that are slowly catching fire around the world. But, yeah, you can get us at European Cricket on social media. But, yeah, tomorrow we will continue with Day 3, Madrid CC in the morning session versus Getafe. So, Getafe split their games earlier today. Sultans, though, I mean, look, if they could keep this up, they could be 6-0 and the ones to beat. Bearing in mind that in this format, the top team goes straight through to the final. So 6:45 a.m. GMT, which is 8:45 in Central Europe, and 12:15 in India. So yeah, finishing top. You've got one foot on one foot on the trophy, 1 foot in the final, one hand in on the trophy already.
Yeah, it's. I think they've played really good cricket. They deserve to be where they are. I think they've. One thing about them, if you look at their victories that they've had here, particularly today, they've performed under pressure. I mean, that's been 2 good run chases. Yeah. Madrid CC have pushed them, they put pressure on them. On both occasions, it's gone down to the last over, but they've had what it's taken to get them there. Yeah. So well done to them.
Yeah, well, just before we go, if you are watching on YouTube, and thanks to everyone who got involved, really have enjoyed the interaction. You can like this video and subscribe to the channel. Tell your family and friends about ECN. If you flick over to the other stream now, you'll see Portugal on the chase, I think, against Norway. I haven't got an up-to-date score, but I can tell you... Oh, are we going to the end of the highlights or the end of the day? I'm not ready to move my body. I won't finish until I can move my... Thank you.
There we go.
Now we can move our body. Thank you.
Now we know we're almost home.
Long day for production, but we've had longer. But yeah, you can tune over at Tina Goff over there in Portugal. And let's see, because Portugal, they were in a good position for our last check. That could be both series going 1-1 into Day 3. So plenty happening. Thanks again for your company, wherever you've been watching from around the world. Don't forget EuropeanCricket.com, the home of European cricket, for all the score standings and everything else about not only this series, but everything else going on. I'm really starting to like the move your body music. And I know we've got the head, everyone else just thinks we're crazy.
I reckon this is good Feng Shui music, International Feng Shui Day, and it's probably a good music to be chomping on a few empanadas later on tonight. What do you reckon?
You know it will be. In fact, I know Corey's got this on his playlist. I think I'm going to do it too, because we're swinging out of here at 4:25 p.m. Thank you. It's Vinny Sandy, Mr. Max, on behalf of Rico Bull and all the crew here on the ground in Madrid. Stay happy, stay safe. Special thanks to Thomas Martinez as well for his contribution in the commentary box. For now, let's enjoy these highlights of Day 2. And we'll see you tomorrow for more European Cricket Series. For now, hasta mañana.
Hasta mañana, mi familia.
you.